Chapter 25:19. Until a month and a half ago, Gao Shui-ting suddenly told her that she had some clues, but she needed to work with others to crack it. That day, she left some cultivation resources behind and left Earth City, disappearing without a trace. 7 days ago, the Azure Sun Pavilion was suddenly surrounded by the City Lord's mansion's guards. Those guards didn't say what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done, and just surrounded it, not allowing anyone to enter. Speaking of this, Lu Wen was suddenly shocked and asked, "Brother Yang, how did you come in? Those City Lord's mansion people should still be outside." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If I want to come in, how can those scum stop me?" After a pause, he frowned and said, "Elder Gao left here a month and a half ago, saying that she wanted to work with others to crack the secret of the animal skin. But 7 days ago, this place was surrounded by the City Lord's mansion people for no reason," Lu Wen said anxiously. "So Junior Sister suspects that Elder Gao may have encountered some danger. The reason why they surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion is because they are afraid that I will pass some information to the outside. After all, Elder Gao did not hide her whereabouts when she went in and out of the Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago, so it is easy to find out that she is related to the Azure Sun Pavilion." Yang Kai nodded and said, "You are right. If this is the case, then Earth City must be involved." Lu Wen said sadly, Junior Sister really had no other choice but to use her own token to send a message. Even in a desperate situation, she really did not expect Senior Brother Yang to come. Yang Kai said, "I also passed by because I have something to do." If Yang Kai hadn't passed by Earth City by chance, Lu Wen wouldn't have been able to summon anyone. After all, this was the Eastern Territory. It was very far away from the Azure Sun Temple. The people of the temple would not come here for no reason. Although Gao Shui-ting had a cold temperament, she had always been good to Yang Kai. She personally handed the Azure Sun Golden Token to Yang Kai, and even had the idea of accepting Yang Kai as a disciple and teaching him cultivation. Now that Gao Shui-ting might be in trouble, Yang Kai certainly couldn't stand idly by. Of course, this was just a guess. It could also be a misunderstanding, but the fact that the City Lord's mansion's people had surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion was more or less a blatant lie. If it weren't for Gao Shui-ting, why would they surround this place for no reason? In that case, the City Lord's mansion must be closely related to this matter. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, his thoughts gradually smoothing out. Lu Wen said, "Junior Sister also guessed the same. Elder Gao said before that she wanted to find someone to work together to crack the secret on the animal skin. Only City Lord Zhu Hong is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If Elder Gao is looking for someone to join forces with, Zhu Hong is the best choice." "Oh," Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned. "Since we have a suspect, it will be much easier. Brother Yang, what do you plan to do?" Lu Wen looked at him with an evil smile. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. "What else can we do?" "Naturally, we have to ask him face to face." Yang Kai snorted softly. Lu Wen was shocked and said, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Zhu Hong is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who has been in this realm for more than 40 years. He is extremely powerful and has an Emperor artifact. Although Brother is an elite disciple of the temple, I'm afraid that if he goes up against the Emperor realm, I'm afraid." She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very obvious. She felt that Yang Kai was no match for Zhu Hong. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior Sister Lu, don't worry. Zhu Hong is nothing to Brother." After a pause, he ordered Zhang Ruoshi, "Take Junior Sister Lu and leave Earth City through the back door and wait for me outside the city. Since this has happened, there is no need to stay here any longer. Junior Sister Lu should return to the temple as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Zhang Ruoshi looked solemn. Only then did Yang Kai's figure flicker and suddenly disappear. Lu Wen was stunned, shocked, and anxious. She had clearly told Brother Yang that Zhu Hong was a master from the Emperor realm. Why was he still so hot-blooded and impulsive? Zhang Ruo, she smiled slightly and said, "Sister, don't worry about my sir. Zhu Hong is no match for him." "Sir?" Lu Wen looked at Zhang Ruo in amazement and said, "Sister, are you not a disciple of the temple?" Zhang Ruo shook her head and said, "I'm just a member of a small family. Sir didn't abandon me and kept me by his side to guide my cultivation. That's why I have today's achievements." Ah, Lu Wen was shocked. She could sense that Zhang Ruo's cultivation was higher than hers. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and Zhang Ruo was stronger than her. That meant that she was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. But such a master was only taught by Brother Yang. He was no worse than the elite disciples of those big sects. "What's Brother Yang's cultivation?" Lu Wen asked in surprise. Zhang Ruo, she pursed her lips and smiled. She felt honored and said lightly, "Sir is already an Emperor Realm Master." Lu Wen was completely shocked. Her eyes, which had been hazy for a long time, gradually shone brightly. The darkness and anxiety in front of her were swept away. Outside Azure Sun Pavilion, in the tea house, Master Jia stared at the entrance of Azure Sun Pavilion with his eagle-like eyes. He unconsciously lifted the teacup in his hand and brought it to his mouth. He didn't know the origins of the man and woman who had entered Azure Sun Pavilion earlier. He had asked his subordinates to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. It seemed that they had just entered the city today. This made Master Jia vigilant. He was afraid that the man and woman really had something to do with the city lord's instructions. He didn't dare to miss any details. His mind was completely immersed in Azure Sun Pavilion. Suddenly, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart, as if some danger was approaching, causing his heart to beat wildly. Before Master Jia could react, he suddenly noticed a person appear out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head and looked, his eyes widening. He saw the young man from before sitting in the chair opposite him, looking at him with a smile. Pooh! Master Jia couldn't hold back and sprayed a mouthful of tea at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the tea mist changed direction, directly spraying Master Jia's face. Hurriedly standing up, he wiped his face and stared at Kai Yang with great vigilance, his heart filled with shock. With his cultivation, he didn't notice how this young man appeared in front of him. If this young man wanted to harm him, wouldn't he be able to take his life at will? Thinking of this, Master Jia broke out in cold sweat. "Sit." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake, making Master Jia shudder. The latter hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and sat back down. His expression was extremely difficult, as if there were countless needles under his butt. "How should I address you?" Yang Kai asked. "Jia Si." "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Yang Kai gave a perfunctory reply. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Master Jia, you should know why this young master is looking for you, right?" Jia Si wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. This young master must be joking. "This Jia is leisurely making wine and tea here, but I wonder if this young master—" His words suddenly paused as he stared at the palm-sized artifact in Yang Kai's hand and whispered. This shield, Jia Si's eyesight was naturally good. He could tell at a glance that the grade of the shield in Yang Kai's hand was not low. It seemed to be a Dao Source grade high rank, and it was a defensive artifact. It could be said to be extremely valuable. Even though he had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, he could not help but breathe a little faster. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk Yang Kai stretched out his hand and squeezed it. The shield was like a rock that had been eroded by wind and rain for thousands of years. It directly turned into dust and fell from his fingertips, scattering all over the ground. "What shield?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "We were talking. So, why did you raise the shield?" Jia Si was sweating profusely and trembling all over as he said nervously, "Nothing, nothing." Yang Kai snorted. "Master Jia seems to be a smart person. It shouldn't be too tiring to communicate. This young master has a few questions and would like to ask Master Jia to answer them." Jia Si hurriedly said, "This young master may ask anything. Although this Jia is not talented, he has lived here for many years and knows Earth City like the back of his hand." "Very good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. His eyes turned cold as he asked, "Who asked you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion here?" Jia Si said with difficulty, "It's the City Lord's master." "Why did Zhu Hong ask you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion?" Jia Si said, "The City Lord's master just said that if any suspicious person came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion, he was to be arrested immediately. He must not be allowed to leave Earth City." Yang Kai raised his brow and snorted, "The City Lord's master sure is awe-inspiring." Jia Si was shocked and hurriedly said, "This Jia is just following orders. Please calm down, young master." Yang Kai asked, "Then, do you know which force owns Azure Sun Pavilion?" Jia Si said, "I didn't know before. A few days ago, the City Lord's master asked me to inquire about the details of Azure Sun Pavilion. Only then did this Jia know that it is a shop opened by a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. You even managed to find this out. Senior Jia is truly amazing." Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. Jia Si trembled violently and said with a sad face, "I was just following orders." Yang Kai interrupted him and said in a deep voice, "Then have you seen such a woman in the City Lord's mansion?" While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand, and the Emperor Qi in his body surged, condensing an image of Gao Shueting in front of Jia Si. Jia Si glanced at it and shook his head blankly. "I haven't seen her, but I heard from this subordinate that this woman often came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago. This Jia followed her clues and found out about Azure Sun Pavilion." Yang Kai frowned and said, "You haven't seen her?" According to his and Lu Wen's conjecture, Gao Shueting should have asked Zhu Hong to join forces to decipher the secrets on the animal skin. So, she should have been in and out of the City Lord's mansion. Since Jia Si was Zhu Hong's confidant, there was no reason he hadn't seen her before. But judging from Jia Si's expression, he wasn't lying. Could it be that Gao Shueting really didn't look for Zhu Hong? Then who was she working with? Did the City Lord's mansion have anything to do with this matter? If it wasn't for Gao Shueting, why would they monitor and surround Azure Sun Pavilion? Yang Kai was puzzled. Chapter 25:20. Jia Si observed Yang Kai's expression and faintly realized something. He gulped and said, "Young master, there is something this Jia doesn't know if he should say. If it's nonsense, then don't bother." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Jia Si said, 1.5 months ago, Elder Zhu Tianqing came to see the City Lord's master, and the next day, the City Lord's master left Earth City. Zhu Tianqing? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Who is that?" Jia Si replied, "He is one of the 10 great elders of the Emperor realm of Brahma Holy Land. He has always had a close personal relationship with the City Lord's master." Brahma Holy Land? Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He naturally knew about Brahma Holy Land. It was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. In terms of status, it was similar to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. The 2 holy sons he met in the Shattered Star Sea, Zhang Xian and Zhang Hao, were from Brahma Holy Land. Their cultivation aptitude was really good. If it weren't for their bad luck of meeting him, they would have most likely broken through to the Emperor realm in this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Zhu Tianqing was just one of the 10 great emperors of Brahma Holy Land. It seemed that Brahma Holy Land lived up to its reputation as a top sect. Its comprehensive strength was above Azure Sun Temple. What is Zhu Tianqing's cultivation? Yang Kai had a vague feeling that Zhu Tianqing should have a great relationship with Gao Shui-ting. He is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Jia Si had already said so much, so naturally he wouldn't hide anything. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Judging from the strength Yang Kai displayed when he crushed the Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, he could kill him with just a flick of his finger. Jia Si didn't think his body could be as strong as that shield. Yang Kai nodded. He raised a finger. Last question. Do you know where Zhu Tianqing or Zhu Hong is now? Jia Si wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said uneasily, I really don't know. The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Jia Si turned pale with fright and said with a long face, City Lord Master didn't tell me anything before he left. I really don't know. He paused for a moment and then said in fear, but if this young master really wants to know, I can tell you. This lowly one can help you look into it. Investigate? Yang Kai snorted. Didn't you say that Zhu Hong didn't tell you anything before he left? How did you find out? Jia Si trembled as he replied, This humble one can ask the young city lord or the city lord's wife. The two of them may know something. If it doesn't work, this humble one can ask Elder Ju's disciples. To be honest, this humble one has a good personal relationship with Elder Ju's disciples. Perhaps they know where Elder Ju is now. How long? Yang Kai asked coldly. 4 hours? No. 2 hours should be enough. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble Master Jia. Go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you here. Jia Si suddenly jumped up and rushed out without stopping, as if something was chasing him from behind. But he had just moved his feet. Yang Kai casually made a mark on his body. Jia Si's face changed wildly. He looked at Yang Kai in horror, feeling as if the place where he was hit was burning, and the pain was unbearable. Don't be nervous. This is just a secret technique of this young master. It's called the wrong bone and tendon separation seal. It won't have any effect on you in a short time. Yang Kai smiled innocently. How long will it take? Jia Si asked in a trembling voice. If this young master doesn't remove the seal within 24 hours, your bones will be separated, your meridians will be broken, and your life will be worse than death. At the end of Yang Kai's voice was cold, like a cold wind blowing from the 9 hells of purgatory, making people's hair stand on end. Jia Si's face turned ashen, but the other side's fist was bigger than his, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, he stamped his feet and left as fast as he could. Yang Kai called the waiter of the tea house and asked him to bring him a new pot of tea, leisurely sipping it. It didn't take an hour at all. In just the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Jia Si suddenly returned. So fast. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and praised. Master Jia really has outstanding ability. This intelligence work is well known. You must be the right-hand man of the city master. Jia Si smiled flatteringly. It was just luck. Before the city master left, he revealed some information to the city lord's wife, so it was easy for me to find out. You can even find out about the city lord's wife. TSK. Isn't your city lord's head a little green? Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Jia Si's expression changed. Young master, please don't joke around. This Jia also found out the information from the city lord's wife's maidservant. It's not what you think. All right. Yang Kai responded lazily and said with a serious expression, Tell me the answer I want. Jia Si said, The city lord's master said that he's going to Dragonbone Wilderness, but I don't know where exactly. Dragonbone Wilderness. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly. Jia Si said, This is this Jia's limit. I can't find out any more information. Young master, Yang Kai nodded, stood up and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Understood. Let's part ways here. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became absent-minded and then disappeared. Jia Si's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly said, that bone dislocation seal, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. For a moment, Jia Si was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, cursing Yang Kai in his heart for not keeping his promise and burning the bridge after crossing the river. How shameless! But soon, Jia Si realized that something was wrong because the burning sensation quickly disappeared. Using his divine sense to investigate himself, he found nothing unusual. Only then did Jia Si realize that Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder just now and should have removed the seal. Jia Si was overjoyed, but he couldn't help shivering and quickly moved quietly towards the city gate, ready to leave Earth City immediately. Today, he revealed so much information to Yang Kai. No matter what the final result was, he couldn't stay in Earth City any longer. If the City Lord Master returned safely, he would definitely be traced back to him. At that time, the crime of leaking information was not something he could bear. Even if the City Lord Master didn't return, God knows if Yang Kai would come to trouble him again. So, Jia Si thought that the only thing he could do now was to run as far away as possible. It would be best if he could escape the Eastern Territory and hide in another large territory. Outside the city, Yang Kai easily found Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Wen. After inviting them to board his wooden boat, Yang Kai asked Lu Wen for information. Where is the Dragonbone Wilderness? Lu Wen pointed in a direction and said, "This way, about 2 days' journey." After a pause, she asked in surprise, "Elder Gao is in the Dragonbone Wilderness." "It's very likely," Yang Kai responded in a deep voice, "but I don't know the specific location. Is that damn place big?" "Big, very big." Lu Wen nodded. "Rumor has it that it is an ancient battlefield where many people died. The Yin Qi there is extremely rich. Many cultivators like to experience and explore there. Occasionally, a lucky person can find some extremely ancient treasures and make a fortune, especially in the center, where the Yin Qi is so dense that even the Emperor realm doesn't dare to approach it easily. Rumor has it that there are bones of the dragon race there, so everyone calls it the Dragonbone Wilderness." "Oh," Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow and grin. "Then let's go to the center and see the situation there first." The wooden boat was extremely fast. It was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight artifact, and with the help of Yang Kai's space divine technique, it was as if it was shuttling and jumping through space. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed hundreds of kilometers. Lu Wen didn't notice this anomaly at first, but after she calmed down, she realized that there was something wrong with this speed. She couldn't help but be shocked, and her confidence in Yang Kai grew. In just half a day, Yang Kai had arrived at the Dragonbone Wilderness. He saw a desolate death Qi below him that stretched for an unknown distance. Some strange Yin Qi was swirling around like a whirlwind, and when it sensed the aura of living beings approaching, it actually gathered around them. This was only the periphery of the Dragonbone Wilderness, so the Yin Qi was extremely weak. It couldn't even get close to Yang Kai, and the others before it was left far behind. Yang Kai had no intention of getting entangled with the Yin Qi. While going deeper, he spread out his divine sense like a sea, penetrating every corner that he could detect. He didn't know whether Gao Shueting was in the Dragonbone Wilderness or not, but this was the only clue he could find so far, so he could only follow it to the end. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already entered the hinterland of the Dragonbone Wilderness. Along the way, Yang Kai found that this was indeed a good place for a cultivator to gain experience and cultivate. If he was still in the Dao Source realm, this would be a good place for him to gain experience, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, there was no point in cultivating here. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes focused in a certain direction. He saw a few strong cultivators standing there, looking around vigilantly, as if they didn't want anyone to come close. Not only that, there seemed to be something wrong somewhere in the space over there. This made Yang Kai suspicious, and he controlled the wooden boat to rush over there. "Who goes there?" Before Yong Kai could get close, a loud shout came from that direction. Halt! If you dare to come any closer, don't blame us for being impolite. Another person's voice came, containing a strong threat. Yong Kai didn't care about this. The wooden boat rushed forward and arrived in front of those people in an instant. Impudent! You're courting death! Several loud shouts rang out, followed by the radiance of several secret techniques. A ferocious power bombarded the wooden boat. Lu Wen was so scared that her face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, stood behind Yong Kai indifferently, turning a blind eye to the attacks. Asterisk, hong hong hong. Asterisk, a few explosions rang out, but the impact that everyone had expected did not come. Instead, on the other side of the wooden boat, the people who had attacked let out loud cries, as if they had been attacked. Then there were muffled groans, and some people directly fell to the ground. Lu Wen's eyes widened, but she couldn't see what Yong Kai had done. Chapter 25-21. The few cultivators who had attacked Yong Kai were even more horrified, their faces ashen. They were all quite strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come so deep into the Dragonbone wilderness. But even though they had made the first move, they were still beaten senseless. Who the hell is this guy? Horrified, all of them stared at the wooden boat with wide eyes. You are Yong Kai? One of the short and stout men immediately exclaimed after seeing Yong Kai's face. The others also stared at Yong Kai in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ha! Yong Kai was stunned, retracting his gaze from the anomaly in space and glancing down, frowning. Do you know me? The few cultivators below looked extremely unfamiliar. He was sure he had never seen them before, but how did they know him? Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he was not so arrogant that his name had spread to the Eastern Territory. The short and stout cultivator knew he had misspoken and immediately closed his mouth, unwilling to say another word, but his eyes were full of hatred and anger as he stared at Yong Kai, as if he had a great hatred for him. Brother Yang, these people are Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples of Brahma Holy Land. Lu Wen suddenly whispered from behind Yong Kai. In the eastern region, she was mainly responsible for collecting all kinds of information, so she was not unfamiliar with the background of these people. She immediately recognized their origins. Yong Kai's eyes flashed as he nodded. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples, good. Very good. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples were here. This meant that Zhu Tianqing should also be nearby, and according to the information revealed by Jia Si, Zhu Tianqing was very likely to be with Su Hong. After finding these two people, Yong Kai felt that he would be able to find Gao Shueting and couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, as if he had figured out something, he grinned at those people. Did Yin Lusheng tell you about my identity? Although Yin Lusheng had suffered a great loss in the Shattered Star Sea, he had not died. He had made a deal with Yong Kai, and after signing a soul contract, he had been taken out of the void by Yong Kai in exchange for revealing some information. With the soul contract, even if Yong Kai wanted to kill Yin Lusheng, he was powerless and could only watch him leave. They were experts from the Eastern Territory that Yong Kai met in the Shattered Star Sea. There were only a few of them. Hyoji Chi Gue and the others would not be so bored as to spread his image and identity everywhere. Only Yin Lusheng could do such a thing. He probably guessed that he would come to the Eastern Territory to look for Xiao Xiao, so he notified the people of Brahma Holy Land in advance. As a result, he was recognized by several Brahma Holy Land cultivator as soon as he showed up. This brat was truly despicable. He actually wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. However, he would never have imagined that Yong Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm. It was exposed by Yong Kai. The short and fat cultivator no longer denied it. He gritted his teeth and snorted. Yes, it was Netherworld sex brother Ian who told us about you. What else did he say? Yang Kai asked with a smile. The short and fat cultivator shouted. He also said that the two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died tragically at your hands. Yang Kai nodded and said, So, it seems that your Brahma holy land is looking for my whereabouts everywhere, right? The short and fat cultivator snorted. The two holy sons were the future hope of my Brahma holy land, yet they were cruelly killed by you. Do you think this holy land will let you off easily? If you know what's good for you, you will obediently follow us back to the holy land to meet the elders and holy master. Perhaps you will be dealt with lightly, but if you are stubborn, my Brahma holy land will chase you to the ends of the earth. No matter where you hide, you will not escape death. Yang Kai said lightly, You probably won't be able to see whether I die or not. But whether you die or not is up to this young master to decide. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the short and fat cultivator and the others changed drastically, and they all stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Yang Kai's gaze swept past them and looked at the void not far behind them, and asked in a deep voice, Is Zhu Tianqing there? The short and fat cultivator was shocked and shouted, What are you talking about? His face was full of panic, as if he was trying to hide something. Yang Kai snorted coldly, stepped out, and stood directly above the heads of these people. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands, and the space principles around him surged. The short and fat cultivator and the others suddenly turned pale. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe, and the blood in their bodies stopped flowing, let alone resist. The Emperor Realm. It was not until this moment that they realized that Yang Kai was actually a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. The short and fat cultivator trembled violently, recalling how he had boasted shamelessly in front of a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm just now. He suddenly felt a chill from head to toe, and his whole body trembled. No wonder Yang Kai had easily resolved their joint attack just now. It turned out that this guy had already advanced to the Emperor Realm. The gap between their strength was huge. How could they be a match for him? But how could a newly advanced Emperor Realm Master have such power? The short and fat cultivator did not even feel such a powerful aura from their master, Zhu Tianqing. Was he more powerful than Master? But how was this possible? Master had advanced to the Emperor Realm many years ago. His foundation was solid, and his realm was stable. How could a newly advanced cultivator compare to him? What was going on? Just as the short and fat cultivator was confused, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared somewhere in the void under the erosion and interference of Yang Kai's space principles. As the ripples spread, a pitch-black passageway suddenly appeared. The passageway was long, and it was dark inside. It was unknown where it led to. In front of the passageway's entrance, there was an extremely simple beast skin imprinted in the void, exuding a strange power. It seemed that the existence of this beast skin was the only thing that could completely open the passageway. It was like a key. That's... Lu Wen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pointed to the animal skin. It's the animal skin I found before. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that he had found the right place. But he did not expect that there was a small world hidden here, and the way to open this small world was on the animal skin. No, this animal skin is a little too big. It's twice the size of the one I found. Lu Wen suddenly frowned. Yang Kai said lightly, Because you only found half of it, and there is another half here. I think the reason why Elder Gao wants to find someone to work together to crack it is because she realized that the animal skin is incomplete, so she wants to find the owner of the other half of the animal skin. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed, and he lowered his head to look at the short and fat cultivator below. Let me ask you, does the other half of the animal skin belong to your master? These words sounded extremely ordinary, but Yang Kai had actually used his spiritual energy to do so. He had witnessed the battle between the souls of the two great emperors in his knowledge sea. He had benefited a lot from that battle, so his ability to use his soul was much better than before. Coupled with his already powerful spiritual energy, it was a piece of cake for him to get some information from a Tao Source realm cultivator. Sure enough, although there was a flash of struggle on the short and fat cultivator's face, he still could not resist Yang Kai's spiritual energy and replied mechanically, "Yes." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "More than a month ago, a woman came here to cooperate with your master?" "Yes." "What is your master's plan?" "Master went to find Zhu Hong, the city lord of Earth City, who has a good relationship with him. They are going to work together to deal with that woman and swallow the treasures here." Hearing this, Yang Kai looked angry. Murderous intent surged out, and a layer of frost covered his body. He snorted heavily. What's the difference between cooperating with that woman and cooperating with Zhu Hong? Either way, the treasures here will be divided equally. Why would Zhu Tianqing do something unnecessary and even offend a master of the same level? The short and fat cultivator replied honestly, "Master said that woman is primordial-ine and has great strength. If I can subdue her and refine her primordial-ine, I can break through to the second-order Emperor realm. It is not easy to find a first-order woman in the Emperor realm, especially one with primordial-ine, compared to the treasures here. Master is more interested in her." "You've got guts," Yang Kai roared. His face twisted into a terrifying grimace. The short and fat cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he recover from the soul oppression and realize that he seemed to have just revealed some incredible information. He was horrified. The other cultivators also had ugly looks on their faces, but due to their inferior strength, they didn't even dare to make a sound. "Sir, there's no time to lose. You should go in quickly," Zhang Ruoshi urged worriedly, glancing at Zhu Tianqing's disciples with her beautiful eyes, her demonic intent surging as she said in a cold tone, "Leave this to me." Yang Kai nodded and snorted coldly, "Kill them all." Zhang Ruoshi shouted, "Yes." Although there were as many as 5 cultivators in the short and fat cultivators group, there were only 2 from the third-order Tao Source realm. Moreover, the short and fat cultivator's soul was injured by Yang Kai, so he could only exert half of his strength. Among the remaining 3, 2 were second-order Tao Source realm cultivators, and 1 was from the first-order Tao Source realm. Based on Zhang Ruoshi's previous performance in the Purple Mountain City Arena, it would take some effort to deal with them, but it shouldn't be a problem. What's more, Zhang Ruoshi had a defensive emperor artifact like the pink Cloud's Phoenix robe, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about her safety. If the little girl wanted to become stronger, then a life or death battle would be the best cornerstone for that. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to bully the weak. Leaving these people to Zhang Ruoshi to deal with would be of great benefit to her growth. After giving the order, Yang Kai stepped forward and directly came to the front of the void. He stretched out his hand and pressed slightly on the animal's skin. Under the surge of space force, his entire hand disappeared into the darkness, and then his whole body was gradually swallowed up. If it were someone else, they might not be able to enter this void corridor. However, this place had been opened and was previously hidden by some unknown method. In addition, Yang Kai was extremely proficient in the Tao of Space, so entering it was as easy as entering his own courtyard. Chapter 25-22. In the dusky small world. The rich world energy was so dense that it was almost tangible, giving off a milky white halo that filled this small space. At a glance, it was as if the entire space was stuffed with cotton. This entire small world was only about a dozen kilometers in radius and did not seem to be naturally formed, but rather the result of someone's refinement. It was unknown which ancient master had created this small world, A variety of medicinal fragrances floated in the air, and they were extremely rich. On the ground of this small world, there were more than a dozen separated medicine gardens. Most of the medicine gardens were empty, and there were many traces of harvesting on the ground. It seemed that someone had harvested all the spirit medicines here. This small world was actually an ancient medicine garden. One could only imagine how many spirit flowers and rare herbs were planted in the original medicine gardens, and how much medicinal properties and ages had accumulated over the years. Only 2 medicine gardens were still intact, covering an area of 2 to 3 kilometers. In these 2 medicine gardens, spirit flowers and rare herbs that were as old as 10,000 years could be found everywhere, thriving and thriving. The rich medicinal fragrance in the air was emitted by the spirit medicines in these 2 medicine gardens. A faint golden light curtain appeared around these 2 medicine gardens, which seemed to be a layer of barrier. At this moment, Gao Shui-Ting's hair was messy, her pretty face was pale, and her aura was weak. She was sitting cross-legged somewhere in the medicine garden, closing her eyes to heal herself. The Emperor artifact, blazing yang mirror, was suspended above her head, emitting a soft light that enveloped her. On her snow-white dress, crimson flowers of blood blossomed. On her waist and abdomen, there was a half-foot-long wound that dyed her clothes red. She seemed to have just fought a great battle, and her emperor chi was almost depleted. Even though she was healing herself, her tender body could not help but tremble slightly. Although there were countless precious spirit grasses and rare herbs here, they could not help her recover her combat strength in a short time. Outside the golden screen of light, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. There was a person who held the flaming ocean of star aspect saber, and he was ceaselessly controlling saber lights to blast towards the barrier of light. Every single strike emanated a world-shaking bang, and it struck the barrier of light to the point it shook indeterminately as if it would be destroyed at any moment. However, no one knew where this light curtain came from. Although it looked extremely weak, it was actually extremely sturdy. Even after being attacked by the man with the long blade for so long, it still remained intact. This was a restriction light screen. It seemed to have become the biggest barrier separating this person from Gao Shui-Ting. This person was so angry that he screamed like a madman. Suddenly, Gao Shui-Ting slowly opened her eyes, looked indifferently at the person attacking the barrier, and said indifferently, "Zhu Tianqing, this consort has known you for several hundred years, but I didn't expect to see your true face until today. It's really surprising." Zhu Tianqing said angrily, "Bitch, don't be so noisy. Once I break this restriction spell, I'll take good care of you." A trace of disgust and anger flashed in Gao Shui-Ting's beautiful eyes, and she shouted in a low voice, "Give up. This consort will not let you touch a single hair on my head, even if I destroy my own meridians and self-destruct." Zhu Tianqing snorted coldly. "That depends on whether you have the chance. You are seriously injured now, and it is extremely difficult for you to even move your lower body. Once you break this restriction spell, the rest is not up to you." Gao Shui-Ting said angrily, "This consort is an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. If I die here today, you will be hunted down by my Azure Sun Temple in the future." Zhu Tianqing smiled coldly and snorted, "Azure Sun Temple is indeed amazing. This king also admires the strength of Temple Master Wen Zishan. But so what? Your Azure Sun Temple is just a tyrant in the Southern Territory. This is the Eastern Territory. No matter how strong Temple Master Wen's divine technique is, how can he run wild in the Eastern Territory? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Haven't you heard of this saying, Elder Gao? This king is not afraid of being tracked down and retaliated by your Azure Sun Temple." Gao Shui-Ting's beautiful eyes flashed with despair when she heard this. Now that she was seriously injured, She could only hide in this medicine garden. Fortunately, there was a barrier left by an ancient almighty here that she had successfully activated. However, she was not sure how long this barrier would last after so many years. Once Zhu Tianqing really broke the barrier, she would have absolutely no power to fight back. She secretly made up her mind that if the barrier was really broken, she would immediately self-destruct. Even if she died, she would not destroy her innocence. In her beautiful eyes, that cynical smile, that lazy tone, and that infuriating attitude could not help but appear. The fierceness in Gao Shueting's eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of gentleness. What does it matter if I was raised by you? Since the age of 18, I am no longer a child. Hateful that even if I cultivate to the emperor realm, I am still just a little girl in your eyes. I have never been treated like a woman. If there is an afterlife, I will never be raised by you. I will definitely grow up healthily and then stand in front of you again as a woman. Brother Zhu, have you rested enough? If you have, why don't you come and help? Zhu Tianqing could not help but feel a little anxious after attacking for a long time. He turned his head and said to another person sitting cross-legged not far away, recuperating and healing from the Emperor realm. This person was the city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong. The cultivation of the three people here was almost the same. They were all first-order Emperor realm masters. If they really fought, their strength would be on par with each other. The reason why Gao Shueting was so seriously injured was not that she was weaker than Zhu Tianqing, but because Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong outnumbered her. A fight between cultivators of the same level was extremely dangerous. Gao Shueting was able to injure one of the opponents in a 1 versus 2 situation, which was a sign of her strength. At this moment, Zhu Hong's face was pale as well. A large seal engraved with countless ferocious beasts was placed beside him. His aura fluctuated unsteadily, and as he breathed in and out, the flesh on his body squirmed and wriggled. The wounds on his body were gradually healing. It was unknown what kind of strange art he was cultivating. Hearing Zhu Tianqing's call, Zhu Hong opened his eyes and frowned. Brother Zhu, before coming here, you didn't tell me that we were going to deal with an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Zhu Tianqing smiled and said, Why? Is Brother Zhu afraid? Azure Sun Temple is indeed as famous as my Brahma Holy Land, but it is a sect in the Southern Territory. Why is Brother Zhu afraid of them? Zhu Hong said, Indeed, Brother Zhu is not afraid. Brahma Holy Land is a big family and Azure Sun Temple is powerful. But after this, Brother Zhu only needs to hide in the Holy Land. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they can't do anything to you. But this Su is different. This Su is just a city lord. If Temple Master Wen Zishan really comes to the Eastern Territory, how can this Su compete with him? I'm afraid that I will be killed easily. The corner of Zhu Tianqing's mouth twitched as he said, Brother Zhu, you're worrying too much. We've done this without anyone knowing. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they don't have any evidence. Brother Zhu, what are you afraid of? Zhu Hong shook his head and said, It's best to be careful. Brother Zhu, you have a big backer behind you. I'm afraid you don't understand the difficulties of people like us who don't belong to any sect. Zhu Tianqing sneered. At this point, Brother Zhu isn't thinking of backing out, is he? Zhu Hong pondered for a moment and said, Not really. After all, I joined forces with you to injure Elder Gao. Even if I want to back out, I'm afraid I can't. Zhu Tianqing said, Since you understand, then what are you hesitating for? Zhu Hong said, Brother Zhu told me that there was a great opportunity here and that the benefits would be split 50-50. This Su agreed without hesitation, but now it seems that the 50-50 split is not as good as it seems. Zhu Tianqing was taken aback and said, How can that be? This is an ancient medicine garden with countless exotic flowers and grasses. After dealing with this slut, I'll split all the spirit medicines with you. Don't you trust this Jew's credibility? Zhu Hong grinned. and said, "The spirit medicines can be split 50-50, but what about the primordial yin qi? How can Brother Ju share it with me?" Ju Tianqing's expression became strange when he heard this, and he asked in a daze, "How can we split it?" The primordial yin qi was not like other things, and could not be divided at all. Su Hong suddenly said, "Brother Ju, you have been stuck at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm for many years." This Su heard that in order to improve your cultivation, you seem to have cultivated a dual cultivation secret art and collected the primordial yin qi of many women. Even your 2 legacy disciples were not spared. If you accept this Elder Gao today, won't Brother Ju break through the shackles and advance to the Second Order Emperor realm? Ju Tianqing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when Zhu Hong exposed his privacy, especially when Zhu Hong said that he didn't even spare his 2 personal disciples. This matter was extremely secretive, and he did not know how Zhu Hong knew about it. "I think I understand Brother Zhu's meaning." Ju Tianqing nodded and snorted a little unhappily. "If Brother Zhu wants to make a condition, just say it. You and I have known each other for many years, so there's no need to beat around the bush." Zhu Hong raised his brow and chuckled. "Brother Ju, please calm down. This Su is just telling the truth. If Brother Ju can really break through the shackles, this Su will naturally do his best. Cultivation in the Emperor realm is extremely difficult, and breaking through is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Brother Ju can reach the Second Order Emperor realm, it will be a blessing from the heavens, not something that can be brought by taking some pills." "Speak human," Ju Tianqing said impatiently. Zhu Hong looked embarrassed and said, "This Su wants a 30-70 split of the spirit medicines here. You take 30, and I take 70. Ju Tianqing's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, "Brother Zhu, isn't your appetite a bit too big? The spirit herbs here were all at least 10,000 years old, and were all emperor-grade spirit herbs. No one knew which ancient almighty had planted them, but many of them had long been lost to history. They were all treasures in the outside world, but you actually want 70% of them as soon as you open your mouth. How about you take 30%, and Elder Gao will be yours, while I take 70%. Zhu Hong smiled and said, "Why would I want Elder Gao? Although she is a beautiful woman, she has thorns all over her body. This Su can't afford to enjoy her. Besides, I'm just negotiating with Brother Ju." Chapter 25-23. 4060. "Absolutely no more," Ju Qingtian said coldly. Ju Tianqing said with a cold face, "Although this Jew will most likely break through to the Second Order Emperor realm after this matter is settled, Brother Zu's breakthrough will be just around the corner if we obtain so many spirit grasses and medicines here. You definitely won't lose out in this distribution." Zhu Hong pondered for a moment before a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as Brother Ju says." 4060, Ju Tianqing definitely had a slight advantage, but he was an elder of Brahma Holy Land after all. If he could break through to the Second Order Emperor realm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. If Zhu Hong gave him face now, it would be easier to get along with him in the future. On the other side, Gao Shueting could not help but tremble with anger when she heard the two start to divide the benefits in front of her. But she did not even have the strength to protect herself now, so there was nothing she could do even if she was angry. 4060? I'm afraid that's a little inappropriate. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Both Zhu Hong and Ju Tianqing trembled violently as they looked towards the source of the voice in horror. Zhu Hong, who was healing his injuries, stood up directly as the Emperor artifact 10,000 Beast seal beside him flashed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. This place was a small world hidden in a crack in the void. If it were not for the two halves of the animal skin to activate the barrier, it would be impossible for anyone to come here. They could only come in because they had activated the barrier on the two halves of the animal skin. But now, there was one more person here. Even though Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing were masters of the Emperor realm, they could not help but feel their scalps tingle at this moment. Did we run into a ghost? The two of them muttered in their hearts. On the other side, Gao Shui-ting, who had a look of despair on her face, suddenly trembled after hearing this voice. A strange brilliance bloomed in her gray eyes. She focused her vision and looked to the side. At some point, a young man had appeared a few dozen meters away from the three of them like a ghost with a smile on his face. If he had not taken the initiative to speak, none of the three would have noticed him. "Who is it?" Zhu Hong shouted. Zhu Tianqing also frowned as he scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense without concealing it. After discovering that he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he was slightly relieved. No matter how this man came in, and what his purpose was, as long as his cultivation was not higher than Zhu Tianqing's, Zhu Tianqing was not too afraid. "City Lord Zhu, Elder Zhu," Yang Kai smiled and cupped his hands at the two of them, as if they were very familiar with each other. "It's been a long time." Zhu Hong's expression was one of surprise as he stared at Yang Kai seriously. However, he discovered that this person's face was extremely unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. He couldn't help but ask, in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a lowly name, not worth mentioning." Zhu Hong was so angry that he felt dizzy, but he knew that the other party was unwilling to reveal his name. There was no point in continuing to ask. His expression changed, and he growled, "How did you get in?" When Zhu Tianqing and Gao Shui-ting joined forces to enter this place, Zhu Tianqing had quietly left a secret door behind. It was this secret door that allowed him to enter this place. But how did Yang Kai come in? Did he also use that secret door? No, only Zhu Tianqing, and I know how to break the secret door. No one else can know about it. Not to mention that Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples are guarding outside. If this person had appeared here without a sound, then the people outside would most likely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong was shocked and glanced at Zhu Tianqing discreetly, only to find that he was indifferent, not at all worried about the safety of his disciples. "Friend, your divine technique is amazing. This king admires you for being able to find this place." Zhu Tianqing looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Although he was praising him, there was no admiration on his face. He got straight to the point and said, "Friend, you just said that a 40-60 split is a bit inappropriate. Do you have any good ideas?" Yang Kai said lazily, "I don't dare say I have a good idea, but I have a small suggestion. I'd like to hear the details," Zhu Tianqing said with a sullen face. "I want everything here. You two can go back to where you came from. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Presumptuous, Zhu Hong was furious. He thought this young man was here to get a share of the treasures. If that was the case, he could just pinch his nose and accept it. It wouldn't be too late to settle accounts with him later, but he didn't expect this guy's appetite to be so big. Then why did he work so hard to follow Zhu Tianqing here, and even offend an elder of the Azure Sun Temple? He couldn't accept such a proposal no matter what. Both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really fought, who was afraid of who? What's more, he was in cahoots with Zhu Tianqing, while Yang Kai was alone. Zhu Tianqing also looked angry and coldly snorted, "Little friend's tone is not small. Don't you think your table manners are too ugly?" Yang Kai's face also darkened, and his eyes turned cold. "Old thing, watch your words. If you anger this young master, don't blame this young master for not respecting the old and loving the young." Good, good, good. Zhu Tianqing was so angry that he laughed. "Then this king would like to see how much weight you have to boast so shamelessly. Stop putting on an act here." Yang Kai laughed as he looked at the other party contemptuously and said, Elder Jew, not to mention you don't know this young master. Your disciples exposed this young master's identity as soon as we met. Even your disciples know me, yet you, as an elder of Brahma Holy Land, are pretending to be meeting me for the first time? TSK, TSK, you're clearly harboring unfathomable intentions. Oh, Brother Jew, you know this boy? Su Hong looked at Zhu Tianqing in surprise. Being exposed by Yang Kai, Zhu Tianqing's face couldn't help but turn ugly as he quickly said, "Yes, this boy's name is Yang Kai. He killed Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian in the Shattered Star Sea. His enmity with my Brahma Holy Land is absolutely irreconcilable." Huh? The two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died at his hands? Su Hong was shocked. He had also received the news that the Shattered Star Sea was inexplicably closed, and he also knew that Brahma Holy Land had suffered a heavy loss this time. The death of the two holy sons was a great blow to Brahma Holy Land's Yuan Qi. These two holy sons were cultivation geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years and were highly valued by many elders of Brahma Holy Land. They were the future of Brahma Holy Land. However, something happened in the Shattered Star Sea that caused them to fail to return safely. It wasn't until now that Zhu Hong knew that the two holy sons had died at the hands of this young man named Yang Kai. But soon, Zhu Hong realized one thing and asked with a strange expression, "Since this boy has entered the Shattered Star Sea before, doesn't that mean he has just advanced to the Emperor realm?" "Yes, that should be the case." Zhu Tianqing nodded lightly. Zhu Hong laughed and looked at Yang Kai mockingly. "Boy, your courage is admirable. You have just advanced to the Emperor realm, and yet you dare to yell in front of this city lord, an elder Jew. Unfortunately, your IQ is limited. Having just advanced, one should enter secluded retreat to consolidate one's cultivation. If one's cultivation is unstable, it is very likely that one will fall from the Emperor realm. Yet, this boy not only didn't enter secluded retreat, he even ran around." Zhu Hong didn't know what his elders had taught him. In an instant, in Zhu Hong's eyes, Yang Kai had become an arrogant and ignorant junior. His previous surprise was swept away, and he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Zhu Hong's words and looked at Zhu Tianqing. "Elder Jew, there is something I want to clarify with you." "What is it?" Zhu Tianqing asked with a cold face. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You said that Zhang Hao died at my hands, and I have no objection. I did kill him, but Zhang Xian's death has nothing to do with me. Moreover, before Zhang Xian died, he begged me to kill Zhang Hao to avenge him. Alas, I don't know what kind of conflict there was between these two holy sons that made them want to fight each other to the death. I'm a very soft-hearted person. So, of course, I have to satisfy a dying man's wish. So I killed Zhang Hao for Zhang Xian, so that he could die in peace." "Bullshit." Zhu Tianqing was furious. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian were very close. Although they were not biological brothers, they were closer than real brothers. "How could Zhang Xian let you kill Zhang Hao?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Zhu Tianqing took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Since you have entered this place, then what about those good-for-nothing disciples of this king outside?" "I don't know. I'm afraid they're all dead." Yang Kai grinned. He was very confident in Zhang Ruoxi, even if she couldn't beat him with the help of the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe. Zhang Ruoxi wouldn't be injured, but if the terrifying power hidden in her bloodline was forced out, then Zhu Tianqing's disciples would suffer. In short, Zhu Tianqing's disciples were most likely doomed. "Good. 2 holy sons died at your hands, and so did several of this king's disciples. Since you've delivered yourself to me today, then don't even think about leaving this place." "Ooh." Zhu Tianqing was furious, and murderous intent surged from his body. As he spoke, he circulated his emperor qi, and a strong emperor intent spread out. The broken world principles in this small world buzzed. and the burning sea of star saber in his hand trembled slightly, releasing a dazzling saber light. Zhu Hong was even more direct, seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Tianqing were at odds. He knew that this battle was inevitable. Relying on his alliance with Zhu Tianqing, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. What's more, Yang Kai looked so young, and he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. So what was there to be afraid of? During this period of time, many rising stars had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea, breaking through to the Emperor realm and reaching the Emperor realm. But how could these newcomers from the Emperor realm be compared with a veteran master like himself? It would be more likely for them to go back and cultivate for another 30 or 50 years. As Zhu Hong's Emperor Qi surged, roars came from the 10,000 Beast Seal, filling the small world. Then, streams of light rushed out of the 10,000 Beast Seal, turning into one strange monster beast after another in midair. The auras of these monster beasts were strong, and they were at least at the early stage of the 11th Order. With the infusion of Emperor Qi, the monster beast shot out of the 10,000 Beast Seal in a continuous stream, rumbling towards Yang Kai. Chapter 25-24. The 10,000 Beast Seal was a rare treasure that could seal the soul of a monster beast and release it to fight against an enemy. The sealed monster beast's soul retained most of the divine technique of the monster beast when it was alive. The more souls sealed, the stronger the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal would be. Since Zhu Hong was promoted to the Emperor realm, he had been hunting monster beasts all over the Eastern Territory. Now, the number of monster beast souls sealed in the 10,000 Beast Seal numbered at least 1,000. Most of them were 11th Order, and there were also more than a dozen powerful 12th Order monster beast souls. This was not the strongest form of the 10,000 Beast Seal. The strongest form of the 10,000 Beast Seal could seal 10,000 monster beast souls. If he went all out, an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master was no match for him. It was also by relying on the 10,000 Beast Seal that Zhu Hong could unify Earth City and become the high and mighty city lord. But after all, he was injured first. Although he had adjusted his breathing for a while, he had not recovered to his peak, so he could not fully display the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal. The monster beast souls he released were all 11th Order, but this was enough. As long as he could delay Yang Kai's actions a little and create a flaw, he believed that Zhu Tianqing would teach this brat the consequences of offending a master. He had done this when he joined forces with Zhu Tianqing to deal with Gao Xueting, so he was familiar with it. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the endless monster beast army bared their teeth and roared at Yang Kai. There were all kinds of monster beasts flying in the sky and running on the ground, and all of a sudden they gathered into a terrifying army of monster beasts. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately knew that the 10,000 Beast Seal should be an incredible artifact. However, although the army of monster beasts was aggressive, he was not afraid. His hand shook, the myriad sword was leisurely unsheathed, and as it swung, it slashed out like a waterfall, heading straight for the army of monster beasts. Those are the souls of monster beast. They don't have physical bodies, so normal attacks won't have any effect on them. Be careful of sneak attacks. Gao Xueting's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Although she was hiding in the restriction to recuperate, it was inconvenient for her to move. But that didn't stop her from watching from the perspective of a spectator. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared, she was really shocked and anxious. He was surprised that he could meet Yang Kai in this place, and anxious that Yang Kai would come to this damned place. Regardless of his aptitude, he was still young after all. Even if he had great abilities, he was no match for Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. She had suffered a great loss at the hands of these two people, and naturally knew how powerful they were. If even she was no match for them, How could Yang Kai resist? Perhaps in the future. Yang Kai's achievements would surpass the two of them, but not now. Her first thought was to tell Yang Kai to run away. But on second thought, the reason why Yang Kai appeared here was probably because of her. She didn't know how he got the news that she was trapped here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? At this moment, he was already here. He probably wouldn't run away even if he wanted to. After realizing that Yang Kai was already an emperor realm venerable, Gao Shueting was deeply shocked. She remembered that when she first met Yang Kai, he was just in the First Order Dao Source realm. He came to the Azure Sun Temple with Qin Chaoyang with the secular world token to ask for a place to enter the Four Seasons realm. In just a few years, he had already reached the Emperor realm, which was the same as her cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed might not be unmatched in the future, but it was unprecedented in the past. Her aptitude was also extremely good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to spy on the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But how long did it take her to cultivate from the First Order Dao Source realm to the Emperor realm? 50 years? 100 years? It had been so long that she had forgotten. Even her own master, the temple master Wen Zishan, could not compare with him. Those geniuses in the sect were like fireflies competing with the bright moon in front of Yang Kai's cultivation speed. What kind of opportunity did he get in the Shattered Star Sea? How could he grow to such a level? While Gao Shueting was shouting, Zhu Tianqing had already flown above Yang Kai's head while his attention was attracted by the 10,000 beast seal. With a swing of his blade, the burning sea of stars blade suddenly burst into a sky full of stars and directly enveloped Yang Kai. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt as if he was standing in the middle of a vast starry sky, feeling extremely small and insignificant. This moment of spiritual energy interference made Yang Kai's movements slightly sluggish. By the time he reacted, the violent blade had already reached his chest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank slightly, and a trace of panic and horror flashed across his bright eyes as he was directly hit by the blade. In the next moment, the monster beast army rushed over and crushed the place where Yang Kai was standing. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai was directly torn to pieces by the violent momentum. "Ah!" Gao Shueting exclaimed, her pretty face suddenly turning pale. Although she felt that with Yang Kai's current strength, it was impossible for him to be Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong's opponent. She did not expect him to die just like that. Her tender body trembled as she could not accept this reality. A strong sense of self-blame and anger surged up in her heart, causing her beautiful eyes to instantly turn red. Yang Kai came here to find her, but he died here because of her. How could Gao Shueting not feel guilty? With the cultivation speed and heaven-defying aptitude that Yang Kai had shown before, as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to blossom into a dazzling light in the star boundary, becoming a rising star of the star boundary and shaking the world. But now, all of this was gone. A young man with a bright future died here because of her. He did not even get to experience the power of the Emperor realm. Humph, overconfident. Zhu Tianqing withdrew his blade, stood in the void, and sneered. What? All bark and no bite. This city lord thought this boy was very powerful, but it turns out that he's just an embroidered pillow. Zhu Hong also laughed. If he had known that this boy was so weak, he would not have needed to take action at all. Zhu Tianqing alone could easily crush him, wasting the strength he had painstakingly recovered. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. They are blindly arrogant after making a little achievement, but they don't know that there is always someone better than them in this world. Brother Zhu is right. Such a person should be taught a lesson. Zhu Hong nodded in agreement. You too are right. Why don't you tell this young master how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out again, and this time It came directly from behind Zhu Hong. "Brother Zhu, watch out!" Zhu Tianqing's face changed drastically as he hurriedly exclaimed, the corners of his eyes almost tearing. He saw that Yang Kai, who should have been smashed to pieces under his and Zhu Hong's joint attack, was standing behind Zhu Hong unscathed, the broadsword in his hand, which was exuding the fluctuations of an emperor artifact, was emitting an extremely dangerous aura as it stabbed toward Zhu Hong's back. Zhu Hong did not notice it at all. Zhu Hong was scared, out of his wits. Even with his powerful cultivation in the emperor realm, he did not even notice how Yang Kai appeared behind him. He looked in disbelief at the place where Yang Kai had been, only to find that the torn Yang Kai was just an afterimage. Oh no! Zhu Hong's heart sank. He had no time to escape or turn around. As he shouted, he pushed his emperor chi, and a layer of dazzling light appeared around his body. The light on his back was especially dazzling. It was obvious that he had pushed his emperor chi to the limit. The next moment, a violent impact came. Zhu Hong only felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembling, which made him extremely uncomfortable. An indestructible aura directly blasted a hole in his emperor chi and hit his back. With a cry, Zhu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the force of the attack, his figure flickered, and he quickly rushed forward, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. Artifact armor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and stared at the place where he had attacked Zhu Hong. From the torn clothes, he saw a light blue scale armor. The grade of this artifact armor was not low. Coupled with Zhu Hong's powerful cultivation, Yang Kai's sneak attack had failed to achieve the desired effect. "Junior, how dare you attack this city lord?" Zhu Hong turned around and roared at Yang Kai, his face pale. If he hadn't been wearing an artifact armor, even if he hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. What's wrong with this little brat? He has only just broken through to the Emperor realm, so how can he be so strong? That secret technique of his had actually deceived both me and Zhu Tianqing. "Brother Zhu, you stay on the side. This king will teach him a lesson." Zhu Tianqing saw that Zhu Hong was injured again, and his aura was a little unstable, so he did not force him to join forces with him. Instead, he just let him stay on the side. As he shouted, the burning sea of Star's saber rolled up layers of blade chi and attacked Yang Kai like a wave. Zhu Hong nodded heavily, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. He silently urged the power of the 10,000 beast seal and controlled the monster beast soul to rush towards Yang Kai again. Being attacked by a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master was simply a great humiliation. How could he be a man if he did not avenge this? The 2 great emperors joined forces, and their power was monstrous, like the wrath of gods. Gao Shueting, who had just been relieved, became nervous again. She was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai suddenly came back to life. She knew that she, like Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong, had underestimated Yang Kai. But now, he was going to fight 2 people at once. How could he compete? Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, flipped her hand, and took out a jade bottle from her space ring. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a dark red spirit pill that reeked of blood. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand, and was about to put the spirit pill into her mouth. "Elder Gao, don't—" At this moment, Yang Kai's anxious cry rang out. Gao Shueting was taken aback and looked up at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion. "You're already injured. If you take this mad blood pill and forcefully stimulate your potential, I'm afraid it will damage your foundation. Don't take it. Moreover, the quality of this mad blood pill is so low that there will be great hidden dangers after taking it. Which bastard alchemist refined this for you? It's simply irresponsible." As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai seemed to be in a difficult situation under the joint forces of the 2 great emperors, but his clear voice still reached Gao Shueting's ears, surprising her. She did not know how he could still spare some attention to care about her. Chapter 25:25. The Mad Blood Pill was a Tao Source-grade high-rank spirit pill. It wasn't difficult to refine it, but it was difficult to find the materials. The materials needed to refine this kind of spirit pill were all priceless emperor-grade spirit herbs. Gao Shueting had collected enough materials by chance and was able to ask someone to refine one for her. She carried it with her in case of an accident. Once she took this spirit pill, her potential would be fully stimulated, and her first-order Emperor realm cultivation might be able to exert the strength of a second-order Emperor realm master. This was her last trump card. When she was attacked by Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing together, and was in a desperate situation, she endured and did not take it. But now, seeing that Yang Kai was in danger, she couldn't hold back anymore. But as soon as she took out the spirit pill, she was stopped by Yang Kai. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. How could she not know that consuming this mad blood pill would bring great harm to her? Perhaps it would cause her foundation to become unstable. Perhaps it would cause her cultivation to drop, or even cause her meridians to break and her dantian to explode. But at this moment, she had no other hope except for the mad blood pill. Little brat, you still have the mood to care about others? Take care of yourself first. Zhu Tianqing roared as the burning sea of star saber in his hand slashed out a series of saber waves, as if he wanted to cleave a star field in this place. He attacked mercilessly, forcing Yang Kai to dodge without being able to fight back. Although the situation was in his favor, Zhu Tianqing had a very strange feeling for some reason. It made him feel like something bad could happen at any time. Elder Gao, disciple is fine. Don't take the mad blood pill. Yang Kai's erratic voice came from all directions. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. Seemingly influenced by Yang Kai's confident words, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I won't take it. Be careful and don't try to be brave. If you can't beat them, retreat to my side immediately." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Disciple is no longer the same as before. Two trivial first-order Emperor realm masters are nothing in my eyes. Junior, you are too arrogant. Today, this king will teach you how to behave." Zhu Tianqing flew into a rage, his aura rising again. Zhu Hong's face was also livid. Although he did not say a word, he worked harder to stimulate the power of the 10,000 Beasts seal. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's figure came to a halt and suddenly froze at a certain spot. A pair of bone-chilling eyes stared at Zhu Tianqing. Zhu Tianqing could not help but shudder under Yang Kai's gaze. He did not know why, but he could not help but want to run away immediately. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, Zhu Tianqing pushed his saber wave towards Yang Kai. Thousands of rays of light blossomed, and the sky shattered. Yang Kai said coldly, "I'm afraid you are not qualified to teach this young master how to behave." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers and a series of long and narrow moon blades flew out leisurely. There were dozens of these moon blades, and they crisscrossed in midair, directly forming a large net as if to envelop the heaven and earth, and moving forward in a net. Li Wu Yi had given him a stone that contained the mysteries of space. During that 1 month, Yang Kai had absorbed all the mysteries of the Space Force contained in this stone like a leech. Now, his attainments in the Tao of Space had taken a step forward, and he was much more proficient in using Space Force than before. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the dark moon blades flew out like a shroud of darkness that could devour all things, annihilating the thousands of lights in an instant. Even Zhu Hong's monster beast souls were cut into pieces. He lost dozens of them all at once. What kind of divine technique is this? Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright. He could clearly feel the deadly threat from the crescent blade net. He knew that if he was hit by this kind of divine ability, he would either die or be seriously injured. How could he dare to face Ingqifeng head-on? He could not wait to run as far away as possible. In a hurry, He condensed another blade light in an attempt to resist. But he was horrified to find that no matter how many blade lights he condensed, he could not stop the dark net in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the dark net was in front of him. Zhu Tianqing's face turned pale, and he hurriedly tried to escape. At this moment, a kind of world principle that seemed to freeze the world suddenly descended, making him feel like there were mountains in all directions, firmly squeezing him in place. Space principle. Zhu Tianqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed. He finally remembered some information revealed by Yin Lusheng from the Netherworld sect. Yin Lusheng once said that this boy named Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. But Zhu Tianqing did not take it seriously. The Tao of space was one of the most difficult forces to cultivate in the world. How could anyone be proficient in it? In the entire star boundary, countless people wanted to achieve success in the Tao of space. But how many were successful? Only Li Wu Yi from Spirit Beast Island had succeeded. Yang Kai was just a junior. So even if he had really mastered the Tao of space, he would not be able to use it against the enemy. But at this moment, Zhu Tianqing finally understood that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were simply beyond imagination. Even if he was not as good as Li Wu Yi, he was not far behind. What was there to fight? As everyone knew, a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was the most difficult to kill, because even if they could not win, they could still escape easily. No wonder he could enter this miniature world. As a cultivator from the Emperor realm who was proficient in the Tao of space, entering a miniature world that had just been opened was as simple as breathing. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Zhu Tianqing's mind like a bolt of lightning. His hands and feet were cold all over. At this critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura soared. At this critical moment of life and death, he used an extremely powerful secret technique. It was this secret technique that allowed him to move his body. Asterisk, chi, 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 chi. Asterisk, there was a strange noise, accompanied by Zhu Tianqing's miserable scream, and blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain. Zhu Hong was shocked. Looking around, he was stunned. He saw that one of Zhu Tianqing's arms had been cut off at the shoulder. The incision was neat and clean, as if it had been carved by a knife. From the cut, he could even see Zhu Tianqing's heart beating violently. Asterisk, hiss. Asterisk, Zhu Hong sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was going on? He clearly saw that Yang Kai was suppressed by Zhu Tianqing. So how could Zhu Tianqing be seriously injured in the blink of an eye? He couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. The monster beast souls that flew out of the 10,000 beast seal were also disturbed and began to scurry around like headless flies. Yang Kai, we'll meet again someday. This king will remember you. One day, this king will tear you to pieces to avenge my severed arm. Zhu Tianqing roared with a ferocious face, then turned around and flew toward the entrance. He wanted to escape from here, but it had to be said that this was a wise choice. Now that his arm had been cut off by Yang Kai, and he was seriously injured, his strength had been somewhat affected. It would be extremely unfavorable for him to continue fighting. Moreover, Yang Kai was a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, so there was no chance for him to kill him. Naturally, he could only escape first, return to the Holy Land first, and gather all the masters in the Holy Land. As long as Yang Kai is still in the Eastern Territory, even if the entire Eastern Territory is turned upside down, we must find him, set up a barrier, and tear him to pieces. Zhu Tianqing secretly swore in his heart, his whole body erupting like a volcano, raging with anger. Looking at his fleeing back, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face, but instead of chasing after him, he stood in place and looked at him playfully. Zhu Hong was stunned for a moment, but he also knew that things were not going well. He quickly put away the 10,000B seal and followed after Zhu Tianqing. He was already seriously injured. And now that Zhu Tianqing had run away, wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed here? He cursed in his heart. His hundreds of years of friendship with Zhu Tianqing had gone to waste. This guy didn't even say goodbye to him when he was running away. That was too unkind of him. These days, the only person you can trust when you go out is yourself. The two, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast. This pocket world was not big, so they arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Zhu Tianqing had one of his arms cut off, but he could only endure the excruciating pain. He made a hand seal with one hand and constantly struck out seals toward the entrance. He had already left a secret door before coming in, so that it would be convenient for Zhu Hong to follow him in, and for him to leave this pocket world later. But now, even after striking out seals one after another, the entrance did not open. Zhu Tianqing's face changed and suddenly turned pale. He seemed to have realized something and could not help swallowing his saliva. Zhu Hong did not understand and urged vigorously, "Brother Zhu, hurry up and open the entrance. What are you waiting for?" Zhu Tianqing said sadly, "It can't be opened." "How can that be?" Zhu Hong was shocked, wishing he could slap Zhu Tianqing to death. It was intolerable for him to drop the ball at such a critical moment. He. Yang Kai suddenly appeared behind the two, looking at them with a smile, and said indifferently, "After this young master came in, I completely sealed the entrance. Without this young master's unique technique, no one can open this place again." "What?" Zhu Hong was horrified. How do you have such a divine technique? How could an ordinary person be able to seal the entrance to a pocket world just like that?" Zhu Tianqing's face was ugly, and his heart kept sinking as if it had fallen into an abyss. He said bitterly, "Brother Zhu, this kid is proficient in the law of space." Zhu Hong was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "We'll meet again? Elder Zhu, this young master likes to finish things today. Just now, you said you would teach me how to behave. Come on, hurry up and teach me. This young master is waiting." Zhu Tianqing's imposing manner fell to the bottom, being ridiculed by Yang Kai. His mouth was full of bitterness, as if he had eaten a basket of Chinese gold thread. He could not refute a single word. His eyes dimmed, and he said dejectedly, "Little brother, today's matter is our fault, but it's not to the point of no return. Why don't we just disperse like this?" Yang Kai said with a cold face, "This young master doesn't know how to behave. Are you going to teach me or not?" Zhu Tianqing said angrily, "Why do you have to be so aggressive? If you won't teach me, I will." Chapter 25-26. Little brat, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth, glaring at Yang Kai ferociously. Seeing this, Zhu Hong also chimed in. "Yes, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you are only one person. Brother Zhu, and I may be able to defeat you. Even if we can't defeat you, can't we self-destruct?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "You speak as if you have a chance to self-destruct." While speaking, his expression turned solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with both hands. Mysterious seals suddenly condensed, and a very strange aura suddenly filled the air. "Boy, what are you doing?" Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright, instinctively feeling that danger was about to befall him. Yang Kai said coldly, "What am I doing? Of course I'm preparing to release a big move to kill you all. To tell you the truth, once this young master uses this move, you won't be able to fight back and are destined to be slaughtered by me. If you really want to self-destruct, do it as soon as possible. You won't have the chance to do so later." Hiss! Both Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong gasped and staggered back. Yang Kai's words were serious, but his face was full of murderous intent. They were very afraid. However, who would do something like self-detonation unless they had no other choice. Most of the time, it was just a verbal threat to serve as a deterrent. They never thought that this boy would be so indifferent, and even talk nonsense about what kind of big move he was going to release. However, the seals he was forming were indeed mysterious and unparalleled. Even with Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's eyesight, they could not see through them, but they were certain that this move was powerful. "Brother Zhu, let's fight." Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth. There was a look of determination on his face. "Okay." Zhu Hong also knew that there was no way out at this moment. Yang Kai was so aggressive that it seemed like he wanted to kill them all. If he and Zhu Tianqing continued to be timid, they would definitely not be Yang Kai's opponent. Only by fighting to the death could they have a chance of winning. While speaking, both of them fiercely circulated their Emperor Qi, their auras sizzling. The wound on Zhu Tianqing's shoulder was bleeding profusely due to the surge of power. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and no one knew how many liters of blood he had spurted out. Suddenly, the two's aura reached its peak. Countless roars of exotic beasts came from the 10,000 beast seal, while the blazing ocean of Star's Blade buzzed incessantly. Yang Kai's hand suddenly, slowly, he slapped his hand down with a solemn expression. "The flowing time, great emperor, is like a shuttle. The grass and trees wither and flourish like a dream. Time seemed to freeze at this moment." Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the time, great emperor. S of the seal was. It completely enveloped Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. Both of the two. Time seemed to fluctuate in their eyes, and the scene of reincarnation flashed past. In that instant, they seemed to have spent countless years. Their peak aura gradually fell with the passing of the flowing time great emperor. Their skin rapidly aged, their vitality gradually withered, and even their hair turned white. In just a moment, the two turned from peak to old men, their eyes glazed over, as if they could die at any time. The flowing time great emperor was the divine technique of the great emperors. How could the severely injured Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong resist when it involved the principle of time? When Yang Kai was still in the third-order Tao source realm, he used this technique to deal with a wisp of a third-order emperor realm master's soul descent technique. Now that he was an emperor realm master, his strength was even stronger than before. After one move, the two completely lost their fighting strength. "Get your ass in here," Yang Kai snorted coldly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With a sweep of his divine sense, he took the two who had lost their ability to resist into the small sealed world. In the small sealed world, the embodiment had been waiting impatiently. As soon as he saw Yang Kai throw the two in, he pushed his power and covered the two with one hand, yelling fiercely, heaven-devouring great emperor technique. What awaited Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing was nothing more than being sucked dry. The stagnant time flowed again, and peace was restored in the small sealed world, inside the medicine garden's barrier. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, unable to recover for a long time. The flowing time, great emperor's seal, had also affected her to a certain extent, causing a moment of confusion in her mind. By the time she recovered, Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing had disappeared. He only saw Kai Yang turn around and fly towards him. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded and subconsciously opened the medicine garden's barrier. It was not complicated to control this barrier. Otherwise, she would not have been able to hide here in the first place. "Elder Gao, how are your injuries?" Yang Kai came to her side and asked hurriedly. Gao Shueting looked up at him with a slightly complicated look on her pretty face, as if she was trying to get to know him again. A few years ago, there was a huge gap in strength between her and this young man, but now it seemed that she really needed to look up to him. Elder Gao, seeing that Gao Shueting did not say a word, Yang Kai could not help but call out again. Gao Shui Ting retracted her gaze and coughed lightly. Although it's not light, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine after resting for a while. What about those two? Were they beaten to a pulp by you? But even if they were beaten to a pulp, there should be some traces left. It was as if those two had disappeared for no reason. They're dead, Yang Kai grinned. Elder Gao, don't worry about them. They're just two pieces of trash. Gao Shueting nodded with relief and sighed. You've grown a lot, more than Master expected. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, It's all thanks to the guidance and love of the various seniors that I have today. Gao Shueting said lightly, It's your own hard work. It has little to do with others. As she spoke, she coughed a few more times. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Elder Gao, it's more important for you to heal your injuries. I'll stay here to protect you. Okay. Gao Shueting did not say anything more. She immediately closed her eyes and adjusted her breath with all her strength. When Yang Kai was fighting with Su Hong and Zhu Tianqing, if she had a trace of power that she could use, she would not have just sat here and watched. It was obvious that her injuries were very serious. Now that the disaster had been eliminated, she naturally could not waste any more time. Gao Shueting's breathing soon stabilized. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to look around. This small world had been completely sealed by him. He did not open it. No one could come in, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about Gao Shueting at all. But this ancient medicine garden was able to arouse his great interest. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 herb gardens here. Each herb garden had at least 300 stalks of spirit herbs planted in it. These spirit herbs were all at least 10,000 years old, emperor-grade spirit herbs. Yang Kai was so excited that he could not control his emotions. Wow! The rainbow Aurora Ganoderma. This is the main material for refining the Emperor Transformation Pill. It even gave birth to a small rainbow Ganoderma. This is at least 50,000 years old. Heavenly mysterious thunderflower. Hiss, the stamen is golden. This. How can the Alkade Bodhi fruit be the size of a fist? How did it grow? Grand essence dragon saliva grass. This thing is not extinct. 9 song jade flower. In Yang Kai's eyes, the spirit herbs were like beauties who took off their clothes and swayed their bodies, showing their best sides. It made him happy and excited. His eyes were shining with green light. As an alchemist, this was the happiest thing. Fields of mature spirit herbs were placed in front of him for him to pick and collect. This feeling was not something an alchemist could understand. He kept shuttling back and forth in this herb garden, dancing with joy. If he was not afraid of disturbing Gao Shueting's healing, he would have laughed wildly. There were so many emperor-grade spirit herbs here, but they only occupied 2 herb gardens. There were more than a dozen herb gardens here, but the others must have been collected by Gao Shueting and the others. In other words, most of the spirit herbs were in Gao Shueting, Zhu Tianqing, or Su Hong space rings. What he saw was only a very small portion. Many of the spirit herbs he saw were rumored to be extinct, but they were still blooming with vitality here. Suddenly, Kai Yang's expression changed as he stared at a fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. This fruit tree was shining brightly, as if it was carved from the most exquisite jade. It was beautiful and crystal clear. On the fruit tree, there were 3 white stamens and a fist-sized fruit. The shape of this fruit was extremely peculiar. It was like a small person that had been shrunk countless times. At a glance, all 4 limbs, a body, and a head were complete. Not only that, there were even clear facial features on the head. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely fiery, and a storm was set off in his heart. He exclaimed, "Flesh incarnation fruit." There was actually a flesh incarnation fruit here. Yang Kai rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. This was definitely a flesh incarnation fruit. Exactly the same as the information recorded in the jade slip left by Gong Sun Mu, the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. The flesh incarnation fruit was the main material for refining the flesh incarnation pill. The flesh incarnation pill, on the other hand, was a heaven-defying spirit pill that could reconstruct the body. If a cultivator was killed but his soul was not destroyed, he could use the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his body and live again. This effect was not even possessed by the immortal tree. Although the immortal tree could regrow flesh and bones, revive the dead, and even make people immortal, it could not reconstruct the body of a soul. This showed the heaven-defying effect of the flesh incarnation fruit. This object, like the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree, only existed in ancient records. No one had ever seen one with their own eyes. Yang Kai never thought that he would be lucky enough to see the flesh incarnation fruit in this ancient medicine garden. Having the flesh incarnation fruit meant that he could refine the flesh incarnation pill, and having the flesh incarnation pill meant that he could fulfill his promise to Tian Yen. In the divine ascension mirror, Senior Tian Yen, whose strength was comparable to the great emperor's, had been a soul avatar ever since he was born. He had never had his own physical body. When Yang Kai was training in the divine ascension mirror, he told Tian Yen that one day he would find a flesh incarnation pill for him and refine a flesh incarnation fruit so that he could experience what it was like to have a physical body. He would be able to break free from the shackles of the divine ascension mirror and see the outside world. Tian Yen seemed to be very interested in this matter, but how could the flesh incarnation fruit be so easy to find? And now, one of them had appeared in Yang Kai's vision. Chapter 25-27. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he wrapped his hands with Emperor Qi and carefully grabbed the flesh incarnation fruit. After a short while, he gently plucked it, and the flesh incarnation fruit immediately fell into his palm. Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into the jade box he had prepared beforehand and set up several barriers before putting it into his space ring. Phew! Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With this flesh incarnation fruit, he had great hope of refining the flesh incarnation pill. But before that, he had to improve his alchemy skills first. Although he was now an emperor-grade alchemist, he had not refined many emperor-grade spirit medicines. Refining the flesh incarnation fruit in a hurry was not likely to succeed. In this world, there might only be one flesh incarnation fruit. If the refining failed and the raw materials were destroyed, Yang Kai would definitely be traumatized, and it might even affect his future alchemy skills. Fortunately, there were so many emperor-grade spirit medicines here that he could choose some relatively low-value spirit medicines to practice on. He believed that in the future his attainments in alchemy would be higher, and at that time he would be confident in refining the flesh incarnation pill. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that all the spirit medicines in this medicine garden were priceless, but there was nothing like the flesh incarnation fruit that amazed him. He immediately began to collect them. There were 2 whole medicine gardens and hundreds of spirit medicines. It took Yang Kai more than an hour to collect all of them. There were about 20 left in place, including the flesh incarnation fruit tree. There were 3 white flowers on this fruit tree. If it lived for hundreds or thousands of years, it might bear new fruit. However, Yang Kai had some concerns. He did not dare to touch these 20 spirit medicines. After doing this, Yang Kai glanced at Gao Shueting and found that she was still recuperating, and it seemed that it would be a long time before she woke up. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world bead and took out Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's space. Unsurprisingly, inside the 2 space rings, there were a large number of emperor-grade spirit medicines that had just been collected, which should be the products of this ancient medicine garden. In addition, there were many valuable treasures in their space rings, allowing Yang Kai to make a fortune. their emperor artifacts, the Burning Sea of Star Saber and 10,000 Beast Seal, also fell into Yang Kai's hands. As for the Burning Sea of Star's blade, although it looked powerful, Yang Kai didn't like using blades, so he didn't have any thoughts of refining it. What's more, even if he refined this emperor artifact, it didn't increase his strength by much. The 10,000 Beast Seal, on the other hand, piqued Yang Kai's interest. This thing was not like an ordinary emperor artifact. It seemed to be able to seal the soul of a monster beast. When fighting, one only needed to release their soul to defeat the enemy. It didn't consume much of his energy. This could be given to Zhang Ruoxi, although Zhang Ruoxi seemed to prefer swords. However, the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal wasn't small, so it was definitely a good treasure for her. As long as Zhang Ruoxi could refine it, her strength would definitely improve significantly. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and erased Zhu Hong's soul brand from the 10,000 Beast Seal. Not long after, a brilliant light flashed, and the 10,000 Beast Seal became gray and dull. He casually threw it into his space ring, planning to give it to Zhang Ruoxi after he left. After waiting for a while, he saw that Gao Shueting still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Kai simply took out his alchemy furnace and found some emperor-grade spirit herbs to refine pills on the spot. One day later, Yang Kai, who was concentrating on alchemy, suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he glanced to the side while his hands continued to refine pills. Sure enough, he saw Gao Shueting looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Gao Shueting seemed to understand that she had disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy, and a look of guilt appeared on her face. She didn't dare to say anything, and just motioned for him to continue. When an alchemist was refining pills, it was taboo to be disturbed. Gao Shueting had long known that Yang Kai was an alchemist. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill back in the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, when she saw Yang Kai glance at her, she knew that her gaze must have disturbed Yang Kai's concentration. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. On the other hand, Yang Kai wore an indifferent expression and said with a grin, "Elder Gao, please wait a moment. Disciple is about to finish refining the pills. I'll come back to talk to you after that." While speaking, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he immediately immersed himself in alchemy again, surprising Gao Shueting. A series of mysterious pill condensing seals appeared from Yang Kai's hands. These seals seemed to be extremely profound and actually contained a trace of the heavenly way. Gao Shueting's heart shook violently as a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. She found that Yang Kai's alchemy technique could actually cause her to ponder deeply about the martial Dao heavenly way, allowing her to integrate everything she had learned on the path of martial Dao. This was simply incredible. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple naturally had its own Emperor-grade alchemist. Although there was only one, it was still an Emperor-grade alchemist. Gao Shueting had once been fortunate enough to watch the Emperor-grade alchemist refine pills from a distance, but compared with Yang Kai's alchemy technique, the alchemist in the temple was simply unbearable and clumsy. If that alchemist was like a child waving a hoe in the field, then Yang Kai's alchemy was like dancing under the moonlight with a long sword. There was simply no comparison between the two. Who did he learn alchemy from? How did he achieve so much at such a young age? Not only that, but he had also advanced to the Emperor realm. Gao Shueting's heart shook. She suddenly found that those so-called genius disciples were all overshadowed by Yang Kai's current achievements. Perhaps even the children of the great emperors could not compare with him. Time seemed to pass very quickly, but also very slowly. Just as Gao Shueting was immersed in this strange enlightenment, the feeling that caused her to resonate with the heavenly way and martial Dao suddenly disappeared. She was slightly surprised and fixed her eyes again, only to see Yang Kai forming a seal and shouting, "Condense! Asterisk, ding, ling, ling." Asterisk, suddenly. A crisp and pleasant sound came from the small alchemy furnace. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied with the result of this alchemy. Gao Shueting was surprised. Although she was not an alchemist, she knew that this furnace of spirit pills should have been successfully refined. From the fragrance wafting from the alchemy furnace, it could be inferred that this furnace of spirit pills was an emperor-grade spirit pill, and their quality should not be low. Even so, he was still not satisfied. To what extent did he have to be satisfied? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the alchemy furnace. Under the vibration, 3 round, rolling, fragrant spirit pills flew out from the alchemy furnace and were drawn into a jade bottle by Yang Kai. After taking a look, Yang Kai curled his lips and casually threw them into his space ring. He then turned his head and looked at Gao Shueting with a smile. "I've kept Elder Gao waiting. How are you feeling?" "I've mostly recovered," Gao Shueting replied. "It wasn't a fatal injury to begin with." After a pause, she asked curiously, "How did you know I was here? You even came to find me directly." Yang Kai said, "It was junior sister Lu Wen who sent me a message." He briefly explained what happened after he passed by Earth City and received Lu Wen's message. After Gao Shueting heard this, she smiled and said, "It seems that I'm not destined to die yet. I didn't expect you to pass by Earth City at this time." As soon as she smiled, thousands of pear trees bloomed and the whole world dimmed. She was a cold woman who rarely smiled. At least, Yang Kai had never seen her smile since he had known her for so long. So, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Gao Shueting noticed his strange look and quickly restrained her smile. Her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai said, "Elder Gao, you should smile more. It's so beautiful." Impudent and glib-tongued, Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I can guarantee that if you smile at Temple Master Wen like this, he will definitely be bewitched by you." Gao Shueting snorted. "He won't be bewitched. The first thing he will do is ask me if I become the demon race while cultivating. Then he will stuff a heart-guarding demon-expelling pill into my mouth, and I will spit it in his face." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and said absent-mindedly, "Temple Master Wen is so unromantic." Thinking of this scene, Yang Kai was speechless, but judging from Gao Shueting's tone, it seemed that this had really happened. His forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he quickly changed the topic. "By the way, Elder Gao, this disciple has prepared a small thing for you." "A small thing?" Gao Shueting was surprised and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. "This." Gao Shueting took it and opened the bottle cap to take a look inside. She immediately saw a round, dark red spirit pill in the jade bottle, exuding a strong bloody smell. A blood frenzy pill. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. She had a blood frenzy pill. When she saw Yang Kai being besieged earlier, she wanted to take a blood frenzy pill to stimulate her potential to help him, but Yang Kai stopped her in time. Therefore, she recognized it at a glance. This is a high-rank blood frenzy pill, and its effect is 30% better than the one you had before. Moreover, after taking it, as long as you stop circulating your secret art within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, there won't be many sequelae. You'll be able to recover after a lot of rest in the future, and it won't damage your foundation. This disciple can only refine a high-rank blood frenzy pill for now. You can keep it for now and don't use it unless necessary. When I refine a better one in the future, I'll exchange it for this one. A better one. Gao Shueting was speechless. This was already a high-rank blood frenzy pill, so what could be better? After that, it would be a supreme rank blood frenzy pill, followed by a blood frenzy pill, with pill veins and pill clouds. It wasn't something that could be refined at will. Yang Kai said that her blood frenzy pill was of inferior quality, so she didn't know which trash alchemist refined it. He was obviously afraid that her foundation would be damaged after taking that blood frenzy pill, so he refined another one for her. Thinking of this, Gao Shueting's heart warmed. Chapter 25-28. It wasn't difficult to refine a mad blood pill. What was difficult was finding the materials, because all the materials required were emperor-grade spirit herbs, and many of them were very rare and difficult to find. Gao Shueting had gathered the materials for the mad blood pill by chance and found an emperor-grade alchemist in the temple to refine it, but in the end, only one pill was produced, and it was a low-grade one. Yang Kai now gave her a high-grade mad blood pill, so its value was naturally incomparable. Glancing at the dregs on the ground, Gao Shueting immediately understood that Yang Kai must have refined many furnaces and found the best one to give to her. Elder Gao, throw away the mad blood pill you gave her. That thing can't be taken, Yang Kai said seriously. Gao Shueting nodded and took out the jade bottle containing the mad blood pill from her space ring, poured out the spirit pill, and with a shake of her hand, directly crushed it into powder. She then put the one Yang Kai refined back into the bottle and looked at him. Are you relieved now? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and winked next time. If Elder Gao wants to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill, don't hesitate to look for me. This disciple is skilled in alchemy and can give you a 20% discount. Gao Shueting laughed. You're already an Emperor Realm Master. So don't be as shameless as that surnamed one, lest others see you as a joke. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, It turns out that Elder Gao has been treating Temple Master Wen as a joke. Gao Shueting snorted lightly and turned her head to look around before changing the topic. I see that there are still some spirit herbs in this medicine garden. Why didn't you take them? What are you going to do with them? After she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, she said, I understand. You alchemists generally don't cut the weeds and root out the roots when collecting spirit herbs. Instead, you deliberately leave some as seeds, right? Yang Kai said, There is indeed such an unspoken rule, but that is for some immature spirit herbs. This medicine garden has existed for a long time, so all the spirit herbs are ripe and can be harvested. Then why did you leave some here? Gao Shueting was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. These spirit herbs can't be touched. In this world, there are some spiritual medicines that, once plucked, will not disappear. No matter how well-preserved they were, they would lose their spirit chi in an extremely short period of time and become withered grass. Therefore, most of the time, when these spirit herbs were needed, they would be freshly picked. Elder Gao, some of the medicinal herbs you collected before were of this type. Oh, Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this and hurriedly searched her space ring. Not long after, she took out 2 spirit herbs that had lost most of their aura. He said regretfully, That's true. These 2 spirit herbs were the ones she had collected here before, but she didn't expect that in just a little more than a day, so much of their medicinal properties would have disappeared. If another 2 to 3 days passed, she was afraid that they would really turn into withered grass. Then wouldn't it be a pity for these spiritual herbs? Gao Shueting said, as she looked at the 20 or so spirit herbs that were still there. Every single spirit herb here was extremely rare. It's nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said insincerely, The other spirit herbs were one thing. If they couldn't pick them, they could just leave them here. If they needed them in the future, it wouldn't be too late to come back. Only the flesh incarnation fruit tree made Yang Kai extremely reluctant to part with it. There were already 3 small flowers on the fruit tree. Although he didn't know how many years it would take for it to bear new fruit, this kind of thing was extinct. Now that it was in front of him, Yang Kai felt like a cat was scratching at his heart. However, he had the sealed world bead, so if he handled it well, there was still a great chance that he could take this medicine garden. But now Gao Shueting was still here, so Yang Kai had to send her away first. If Elder feels that it's fine, then let's go. Then let's go out, Junior Sister Lu, Wen is still waiting outside. Yang Kai suggested. Okay. Immediately, the two came to the entrance. Yang Kai waved his hand and released a few strands of Emperor Qi to unlock the barrier. He then left with Gao Shueting. When they arrived outside, a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. As far as the eye could see, there were several corpses lying haphazardly in the wilderness. All of them were incomplete and had died miserably. Gao Shueting was startled, thinking that there was an ambush outside. But when she looked carefully, she only saw two women standing there quietly. One of them was about 20 years old and looked extremely unfamiliar. Although she wasn't very old, she had a powerful third-order Dao source realm cultivation. The other person was Lu Wen, a disciple of the temple. However, Lu Wen seemed to be a little frightened, as her pretty face was a little pale. Seeing Gao Shueting and Yang Kai appear, the two women's beautiful eyes lit up, and they came forward to greet them. Elder Gao. Lu Wen's eyes were full of joy, as if she had seen a family member. Her face was rosy. Zhang Ruo, she smiled slightly and said, Elder Sister Lu, you can rest assured now. There will be no problem with Sir's help. Lu Wen smiled a little unnaturally and said, Thank you, Brother Yang, for your help. Yang Kai said, Junior Sister Lu is too polite. I am also a temple disciple. When an elder is in trouble, I am duty-bound. Gao Shueting said, In any case, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, speaking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Thinking back to the previous crisis, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Shaking her head, she said softly, Now that this matter is over, I plan to return to the temple. Lu Wen, come with me. Lu Wen's face lit up, and she quickly said, Yes. Although she was in the Eastern Territory on the orders of the temple, she was still wandering alone. She often missed her familiar brothers and sisters and the familiar scenery. Now that Gao Shueting wanted to take her back to the temple, she was naturally overjoyed. Yang Kai, what about you? Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai appeared in the Eastern Territory, he must have something to deal with, so she didn't ask him rashly if he wanted to return to the Southern Territory with her. Sure enough, Yang Kai shook his head and said, I have to go somewhere to find a friend. Gao Shueting nodded lightly and said, Then you must be careful. Although you are now an emperor, realm master, and your strength isn't weak, there are many capable people in this world. Many of them aren't as simple as they seem. Disciple will remember, Yang Kai said respectfully, If you have time, go back to the temple and take a look. After all, you are still an in-name disciple of the temple. I will. He definitely had to go back to Azure Sun Temple because he still had to go to the Divine Ascension Mirror and fulfill his promise to Tianyin. The fragrance was still there, but the person was no longer there. 100 kilometers away, Lu Wen looked at Gao Shueting in surprise and asked, Elder, that Brother Yang is so strong, so why is he only an in-name disciple of the temple? With the strength Yang Kai displayed, he was more than qualified to be an elder of the sect. She originally thought that Yang Kai was a top disciple like Xia Sheng and Xiao Bai Yi, but she didn't expect him to only be an in-name disciple. Gao Shueting thought for a moment and said, Because he didn't join the temple willingly. His Azure Sun golden token was forced on him by this queen. Lu Wen was stunned. In the wilderness, in front of the entrance to the small world, Yang Kai watched Gao Shueting and Lu Wen leave before taking out the 10,000 beast seal and tossing it to Zhang Ruoxi. Refine this and use it for the time being. Zhang Ruoxi took it and looked at it carefully. She was immediately filled with joy and said crisply, Thank you, sir, for giving me this treasure. Yang Kai had never given her any treasures, but Lu Yen, Hua Qing Si, and the embodiment all had emperor artifacts, all of which were given to them by Yang Kai. Although Zhang Ruo, she didn't say it out loud, she was looking forward to it. Moreover, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't discriminate. He just didn't have anything suitable for her for the time being. But she didn't expect Yang Kai to give her one so quickly, not to mention a strange seal. Even if it was a weight, as long as it was given by Kai Yang, it would still be a treasure. Zhang Ruo, she turned the 10,000 beast seal over and over in her hand, and a smile bloomed on her small face. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "Your hostility seems to be very strong. Next time when you fight with someone, control it a little." Zhang Ruo, she heard this and stuck out her tongue. "I don't know what's going on. As long as I fight with someone, it's like I become another person." Sister Lu Wen seemed to be frightened just now. Lu Wen's pale face was probably not because she couldn't stand the blood here. She had also fought and killed people before, so this kind of scene shouldn't have frightened her. Her reaction was definitely because of Zhang Ruo. Yang Kai also didn't know why. Zhang Ruo, she was so young, so how could she have such hostility? It wouldn't be strange if this kind of aura appeared on a villain who killed people like flies, but it was very concerning when it appeared on Zhang Ruo. The only explanation he could think of was Zhang Ruo's bloodline. If he had a chance to see Duan Hongchen again, he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the brutal hostility might affect Zhang Ruo's future temperament. It would be terrible if she turned into a murderous monster. "Sir, where are we going now?" Zhang Ruo, she asked. "Nowhere. Wait for me to deal with things here first." Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small world again as he spoke, reached out, and brought Zhang Ruo in. In this ancient medicine garden, there was nothing else except for the 20 or so spirit herbs left behind by Yang Kai, so the world energy here was extremely rich. After entering, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruo to find a place to rest while he went straight to the 2 innermost medicine gardens. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. Next, he formed a seal with his hands, and Emperor Qi surged all over his body. With a wave of his hand, he sent a stream of energy into the ground and disappeared. Although Yang Kai's movements were swift, he was extremely careful, as if he was afraid of destroying something. After working for an hour, even though Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was sweating profusely. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, since the initial steps were taken care of properly, the rest was easy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged for a while, recovering a little bit of his strength, and then stood up again. His divine sense rushed out like a tide, directly enveloping the 2 medicine gardens in front of him. Then Yang Kai stomped his foot and shouted, "Rise." With a rumble, the entire small world shook, and the 2 medicine gardens slowly rose under the support of a huge force. Chapter 25-29. Since he couldn't pick the remaining 20 or so spirit herbs, he would just move the 2 herb gardens away. Only Yang Kai could do such a crazy thing because he had the sealed world bead, which could accommodate the 2 herb gardens. If it were anyone else, they would only be able to look at the ocean and sigh. Asterisk Hong, long, asterisk enveloped by his divine sense, the 2 herb gardens flew up like 2 tiny floating islands. Then Yang Kai opened the sealed world bead's entrance and threw the herb gardens into the sealed world bead, placing them next to his own herb garden. After checking with his divine sense, Yang Kai was relieved after confirming that the 20 or so spirit herbs weren't damaged and showed no signs of withering. However, Yang Kai didn't plan to stop there. He turned his head and looked around, ignoring the consumption of energy. He spent another half a day moving the remaining dozen or so herb gardens into the sealed world bead. This ancient medicine garden being able to cultivate so many 10,000-year-old spirit herbs was probably due to some kind of miraculous effect hidden in the earth. Such soil was naturally extremely fertile, so Yong Kai decided to bring them into his sealed world bead to expand his medicine garden. In the future, if he transplanted any spirit flowers or rare grasses, it would also increase their survival rate. After finishing this, Yong Kai carefully checked the ancient herb garden again. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he left with Zhang Ruoxi. Half a month later, on the wooden boat, Yong Kai and Zhang Ruoxi flew quickly. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were desolate, and there wasn't a single soul in sight for 100 miles. During this period of time, the further they went, the fewer people there were. At first, they could see a few cities occasionally, but the further they went, after flying for a long time, they still didn't see a single person. Zhang Ruo, she didn't know where Yong Kai was going, but she didn't ask much. She just followed Yong Kai silently and refined the 10,000 beast seal when she had time. Time flew by quickly. On this day, a dilapidated city suddenly appeared below. This city looked extremely strange. It was as though someone had haphazardly piled them up. The entire city was in a mess, without the slightest sense of beauty. The various buildings that stood in the city were also in disarray, scattered all over the place. But such an extremely dilapidated city was extremely lively inside. Many cultivators were running around the city, each with a fierce aura, as if they were not to be trifled with. Yong Kai looked at it for a while. He directly controlled the wooden boat to fly down. Not long after, he and Zhang Ruoxi entered the city. This city didn't seem to have a name. There were many cultivators coming and going, but they were all in a hurry. On both sides of the narrow aisle, there were countless vendors setting up stalls and shouting loudly. This attracted the attention of the people pass. As soon as they entered the city, Yong Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's ears were soon filled with a variety of shouts. Emperor-grade material, lunar purple jade, an excellent material for nourishing Emperor artifacts. Don't miss it. Come and take a look. Emperor-grade high-rank spirit medicine, profound dark spirit, congealing grass. Even if you don't refine it into pills, it's still very beneficial to your soul. Only trading, not selling, please don't disturb. 1,000 years ago, a third-order emperor, realm master, mountain sect master, senior Duan Santai's diamond, indestructible secret art. It can cast a golden body, indestructible and indestructible. I'm selling it cheaply. Only 10 million mid-rank source crystals. I risk my life to bring it back from the ancient lands. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. What? Who said this is a fake? Come on, speak louder. This uncle promises not to beat you to death. The location of the 12th order six-tailed spirit fox cub. This is a rare beast with the bloodline of the nine-tailed spirit fox divine spirit. If you want to tame it, you can talk face to face. I will provide a paid guide service. Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked around. Everything around her was new to her. After looking around for a while, she tugged at Yong Kai's clothes and whispered, "Sir, what is this place? Why are there so many emperor-grade materials for sale? There are even people selling peerless secret arts and the location of monster beast cubs? And what is this ancient lands they're talking about? If they were selling emperor-grade materials, it would be fine, but there were even people selling secret arts and the location of cubs. This was simply too rare. However, after listening for a while, Zhang Ruoxi more or less understood that the things sold here seemed to be brought out from the ancient lands. Those who sold the location of the monster beast cubs were also taking people to the ancient lands to tame them. Although this city was chaotic, it was extremely lively. Zhang Ruoxi looked around and found that the cultivator here was basically all above the Dao source realm. There were very few cultivators below the Dao source realm. She even saw several masters who passed by, exuding the aura of the Emperor realm. How could a place like this attract so many powerful people? What kind of charm did this place have? Yong Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is near the ancient lands." The ancient lands they're talking about are the ancient lands. Ancient lands? Zhang Ruo, she was stunned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. Yang Kai said, "I don't know much about the ancient lands, but I heard that it is an unexplored territory. There are countless powerful monster beasts and even divine spirits living there. There are also many fatal dangers. Even the Emperor realm cannot guarantee their safety there. It's so dangerous, but so many people still go in. Could it be that there are many good things in there?" Zhang Ruo, she suddenly thought of the key point. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The world is bustling because it's profit. The world is bustling because it's profit. Without profit, how could it attract so many masters? Although the ancient lands are dangerous, they are extremely rich in resources. Most of the things sold here do have a trace of wild aura, so they should be found in the ancient lands. Even the mountain and river cauldron of the great emperors was taken out of the ancient lands." Mountain and river cauldron. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes lit up and she became excited. She had also participated in the Shattered Star Seas experience and naturally heard of the mountain and river cauldron, but she didn't know that it was now in Yang Kai's hands. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Sir, are you here to enter the ancient lands?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. I came here for the ancient wild lands." According to the information provided by Yin Lusheng, Xiao Xiao was indeed teleported to the Eastern Territory with him, but Yin Lusheng was injured at the time and felt that he was not Xiao Xiao's opponent, so he didn't dare to find trouble with him. He just followed behind to see if he could find an opportunity to subdue this strange creature. Who would have thought that Xiao Xiao would directly enter the ancient lands? At that time, although Yin Lusheng didn't know about the ancient lands, he instinctively sensed the danger inside, so he had to give up and leave. After that, he never saw Xiao Xiao again. If he was right, then Xiao Xiao should be in the ancient lands now, but whether he was alive or dead was unknown. And under the constraints of the soul contract, Yang Kai estimated that Yin Lusheng wouldn't lie, unless he had a secret technique to avoid the soul contract's punishment. But in any case, Yang Kai had to make a trip to the ancient lands. Yang Kai didn't know much about the ancient lands. If he hadn't come to the Eastern Territory, it would have been the first time he had heard of such a place. So he had to find someone to inquire about it. Originally, Yang Kai had a suitable candidate in mind, Chi Hai of Chi Family Fort. In the Shattered Star Sea, this person had tried his best to invite Yang Kai to Chi Family Fort as a guest, and Chi Family Fort was near the ancient lands. As a member of the Chi family, Chi Hai must know a lot about the ancient lands and many secrets that others didn't know. With his help, Yang Kai estimated that his safety in the ancient lands would be increased by several times. Unfortunately, the main reason Chi Hai invited Yang Kai was because of the Phoenix True Fire. When Chi Hai's wife was training in the savage wildland, she was struck by one of the 10 great deadly poisons, Heavenly Frost and Earth Rain. She didn't have long to live, and in this world, only the power of nirvana contained within the true phoenix flames could bring her back to life. When Chi Hai entered the Shattered Star Sea, his main purpose was to find the Phoenix True Fire, subdue it, and then save his wife. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of luck, but now the Phoenix True Fire was being refined by Lu Yen, and Lu Yen was taken to Spirit Beast Island by Jiu Feng. Yang Kai naturally couldn't ask Chi Hai for help, so as to avoid awkwardness, Chi Hai's thinking was too simple. He thought that as long as he had the Phoenix True Fire, he could save his wife's life. He didn't know that refining the Phoenix True Fire was very dangerous and time-consuming. Just as Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi were talking, a shifty-looking man with slightly squinted eyes suddenly approached Yang Kai and whispered, "Friend, I have an emperor-grade spirit fruit in my hand, the Nine Heavens Heaven fruit. I can sell it to you at a cheap price. Do you want it?" While speaking, he flipped his palm, and a red fruit exuding strong world energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. But it was only for a moment before he put it away. The powerful world energy fluctuations shocked the surrounding cultivators, and they all turned their heads to look in this direction. However, after a few stall owners glanced at it, they all showed strange expressions and quickly looked away. Nine Heavens Heaven fruit? Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. Zhang Ruo, she furrowed her brow and took a step back. Not only was this person's clothes unkempt, but there was also a strange smell coming from his body, as if he hadn't cleaned himself for a long time. It was unbearable. What was even more unbearable was that when this person spoke, his mouth was full of yellow teeth. It was as disgusting as it could get. "Do you want it?" The man lowered his voice and asked, as if he was afraid of being heard. "I picked it from the ancient lands after risking my life. There is a 12th order monster beast guarding it." A 12th order monster beast guarding it? Yang Kai was speechless. With his vision as an emperor-grade alchemist, he could naturally tell at a glance that the Nine Heavens Heaven fruit was a fake. The real Nine Heavens Heaven fruit was indeed an emperor-grade spirit medicine, and it was extremely rare. Its world energy was restrained, and it definitely wouldn't emit such a strong world energy fluctuation. There was only one monster beast guarding the Nine Heavens Heaven fruit, and that was the Nine Heavens Thunder Python. It was indeed a 12th order monster beast, but this person in front of him had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source Realm. If he really encountered the Nine Heavens Thunder Python, there was no chance of him returning alive. Chapter 2530. This nameless city was a place where dragons and snakes were mixed together, and there were many cases of swindling and cheating. Although Yang Kai had just arrived here, he wasn't surprised by such things, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. This person probably saw that Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi were young and easy to deceive, so he took the initiative to approach them, hoping to make a windfall. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to such a person, but a similar figure suddenly appeared in his mind. When he first met the great emperors of the secular world in Maplewood City, he also seemed to have such a sloppy appearance. Thinking of Duan Hongchen's experience, Yang Kai couldn't help but worry, wondering how he was getting along with Ryukong's dual soul. "Friend, do you want to say something? If you don't want it, I'll find someone else." Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, the man couldn't help but urge him. Yang Kai glanced at him and pushed his emperor chi slightly, disappearing in an instant. The man's face changed, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a look of horror, he said, "So it's the master of the Emperor Realm." He wasn't weak either, having reached the Second Order Tao Source Realm, so when Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Chi, he was able to sense it clearly. Only then did he realize that he had made a mistake. This unassuming young man was not someone he could provoke. In his panic, he smiled and said, "Since Master doesn't need it, this lowly one will take his leave first." What a joke! He only wanted to deceive those Tao Source Realm cultivators. Facing an Emperor Realm Master, he didn't have the guts to do so. He immediately wanted to leave, lest Yang Kai get angry and cause him trouble. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly stopped him. Cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead as he said in a trembling voice, "Master, is there anything else?" Yang Kai said, "Look at you. Have you been here for a long time?" Replying to Master, "This lowly one has lived here for more than 30 years. 30 years! Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "So, you know a lot about the ancient wild lands?" It seemed that Yang Kai's easygoing attitude had influenced him a little. The man's mood gradually calmed down, and he hurriedly said, "Understood. Of course." I have something to ask you, Yang Kai said lightly. Is it related to the ancient lands? This person was quite quick-witted. Immediately guessing, Yang Kai nodded and said, Is there a place to talk? That person smiled obsequiously and said, Sir, if you don't mind, how about I take you to a place? It's just that the cost of that place is a little high. Don't worry, lead the way. Kai Yang waved his hand. The man was overjoyed and hurriedly led the way. Not long after, the three of them entered a tavern-like place. From the outside, this tavern seemed to have been built randomly. However, the interior was a completely different world. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. The floor was covered with thick beast hides. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast they were from. The surroundings were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a gentle light. The entire tavern was brightly lit. The air was thick. There was also a faint fragrance wafting in the air, which made one feel refreshed when one smelled it. Looking at the environment of this tavern, Yang Kai knew that the owner of this tavern should have some skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to build such a luxurious tavern. Just as the three of them entered, a man dressed as a waiter came out. When he saw the man with the rat's face, he waved his hand and said, Go away. This tavern is not a place you can enter. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't dirty the floor here. Although this waiter was just a receptionist, he was actually a third-order Saint King and didn't look very old. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. He felt that this tavern was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although a third-order Saint King was nothing in his eyes, it was a bit overkill to use a waiter to greet a guest. The man named Pai San was furious when he heard this. The veins on his forehead bulged as he shouted, Brother waiter, don't look down on me. I brought this master here to eat today. If you have anything good to eat or drink, hurry up and serve it. Don't worry about not having enough source crystals to pay. He acted like he was relying on Yang Kai's majesty to show off, which made him look very funny. Master? The waiter glanced at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi and frowned slightly. Zhang Ruoxi looked to be in her 20s. No matter how good her aptitude was, it was impossible for her to be from the Emperor realm. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to be more reserved and didn't seem weak. The waiter served here all year round, so naturally he had developed a very good eyesight. With just a glance, he felt that Yang Kai was most likely from the Emperor realm. Otherwise, Pai Sen wouldn't have called him master. Since they were here to eat, there was no reason for him to stop them. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, Honored guest, please come in. Pai Sen also had a flattering look on his face. He nodded and bowed as he led the way. Master, please come with me. I'll take you to a private room. It will be convenient to talk there. Yang Kai nodded and followed Pai Sen inside. As they passed by the waiter suddenly said, Master, this Pai Sen is very good at swindling people, especially those who are new to this place. Many people have been deceived by him. Master, you must keep your eyes open. Don't fall for his tricks. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, smiling, Many thanks for the reminder. If he dares to deceive me, I'll make sure he won't see the sun tomorrow. The waiter smiled and said, Master is wise. When Pai San heard this, his face paled and he hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. I, Pai San, am very good at swindling people. Master is so wise. How could I dare play tricks in front of you? Wouldn't that be the same as courting death? Yang Kai didn't comment and continued to wear a mysterious look, causing Pai San to feel even more anxious. Not long after, under Pai San's lead, the three of them entered a private room. Pai San seemed to know that he smelled a little bad, so after Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi sat down, he sat down far away from them and said with a smile, Master, since this is your first time here, you must taste the wild wine here. Yang Kai snorted and said, You can order whatever you want to eat and drink. Just consider it my reward for asking you questions. Pai San was overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, master." As he spoke, he seemed to be drooling. He slammed the table and called the waiter over. Then he listed more than 10 dishes in one breath, as if he was very familiar with them. When Yang Kai heard the names of the dishes, he couldn't help but be a little surprised because the dishes here seemed to be cooked with monster beast body materials and some spirit herbs. The ingredients used to make these dishes were all 11th order monster beast and Tao source grade spirit herbs. Whether these dishes were delicious or not, they were great supplements for any cultivator. If taken over a long period of time, they could definitely enhance one's strength. The waitress was a young maidservant, and after Pai San finished ordering, she looked at Yang Kai awkwardly and said, "Honored guest, this table of food and wine costs a total of 530,000 low-rank source crystals. Would this humble one be so bold as to ask honored guest to settle the bill first?" She seemed to know that Pai San definitely didn't have source crystals to pay, so she looked directly at Yang Kai. Pai San was furious when he heard this and slammed the table. "What's wrong? Are you afraid we'll dine and dash? At such a young age, your eyes are as big as the waiter at the door. What did your master teach you? Everyone here is a guest. Is this how you treat guests?" The waiter was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and she quickly waved her hands. No, Pai San seemed to want to teach her a lesson, but Yang Kai coldly snorted, causing him to shrink back in fear, and immediately shut up. Yang Kai took out a cloth bag from his space ring and handed it to the waiter. "Count it." The waiter took it and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming the number was correct, he smiled and nodded. "Guests, please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready soon." Saying so, he turned around and walked away. The efficiency of this restaurant seemed to be very high. It didn't take long for a table full of delicious dishes and wine to be served. The table was filled to the brim with food. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted out of the private room, causing one's appetite to be aroused. When the dishes were served, they smelled good and tasted good. Pai San picked up a wine jug and respectfully came to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, pouring wine for them. "This wild wine is a treasure here. You too must taste it." Zhang Ruoxi frowned. "Hurry up and finish it. My sir wants to ask you something." She didn't have a good impression of this Pai San, so she didn't mince her words. Pai San said, "Young lady, it's not that Pai San wants to force you, but if you're going to enter the ancient lands, it's best to drink a glass of this wild wine." "Why?" Zhang Ruoxi looked at him with a puzzled look. Pai San smiled slightly. "Because all the ingredients of this wild wine are from the ancient lands, so it has a trace of wild aura. Drinking this wine will allow you to adapt a little to the wild force, so you won't be at a loss when you enter the ancient lands." Wild force? Zhang Ruoxi still didn't quite understand. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful look and nodded. "Ruoxi, you should drink more and feel the wonders of this wild force." Since Yang Kai had spoken, Zhang Ruoxi naturally didn't refuse and nodded. Yes. She picked up the wine cup and took a sip, savoring it carefully. Not long after, her brow furrowed, as if she was a little surprised. She hurriedly urged her source chi, silently resisting something. Pai San had expected this and smiled. This wild wine is rich and continuous. Even the masters of the Emperor realm can't bear drinking a jug at a time. "Young lady, you must drink it slowly and carefully." As he spoke, Yang Kai also took a sip and felt that there was a mysterious power hidden in this wine. After the wine entered his stomach, it invaded his physique, meridians, and dantian, affecting the circulation of his emperor chi. This power felt very familiar to him. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately reacted. Wasn't this so-called wild force the aura released by the mountains and river's bell? Chapter 2531. When Yang Kai activated the mountains and rivers bell, the great desolate power swept over and suppressed the world. It was very similar to the power contained in the wild wine, except that the latter was countless times thinner. After understanding the mystery of the wild wine, Yang Kai circulated his Emperor Qi to dissolve the wild force in his body. Over on the other side, Pai San had already begun to eat heartily, looking like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He seemed to know that Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi weren't interested in this table of food, so he didn't bother to greet them and just stuffed the delicious food into his mouth, chewing noisily. He usually didn't have so many source crystals to eat in this kind of place. Since Yang Kai said that this table of food was his reward for asking him questions, he naturally wouldn't be polite. After stuffing himself with food, Pai San rubbed his round belly and let out a satisfied sigh. Throughout the whole process, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi only shared half a jar of wild wine. Yang Kai only drank a cup, while Zhang Ruoshi drank the rest. Her little face was flushed, and her eyes were a little blurry. She had the cultivation of the third-order Tao source realm, but half a jar of wild wine still made her a little tipsy. It was obvious that the wine was really strong. It probably had something to do with Zhang Ruoshi having never drunk wine before. Now that you've eaten and drunk, I have something to ask you. Yang Kai looked at Pai San, who was reclining in his chair, looking like he had no regrets in life, and said lightly. Pai San immediately jumped up from his chair and said with a solemn face, "Master, please ask. This little one will tell you everything he knows." And Yang Kai was satisfied with his attitude and pondered for a moment before saying, "This is my first time here. I know nothing about the ancient lands. Tell me everything you know." San Pai was silent for a while, as if he was sorting out his words. After a while, he said, "Master, since you have come here because of its reputation, then you must know something about the ancient lands. The ancient lands are wild places that have never been occupied by humans. There are countless powerful monster beasts living there. There were countless natural dangers. Even those from the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. It could be said that any cultivator who entered the ancient lands was basically putting their lives on the line. They could die at any time. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the benefits. There were countless spirit herbs and miraculous medicines in the ancient lands, and there were also innumerable precious treasures. Therefore, although it was dangerous, it still attracted countless elites from the entire star boundary. Many people obtained opportunities in the ancient lands, and their strength soared. They were the famous great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron realm. It is said that he found the mountain river cauldron in the ancient lands and became the great emperors. San Pai continued to talk, although what he said wasn't very useful. And Yang Kai had already understood it. He didn't intend to interrupt him and just listened attentively. The ancient lands is not a place that just anyone can enter. If you want to enter the ancient lands, you have to be at least a Tao source realm cultivator. Those below the Tao source realm don't even have the qualifications to set foot in the ancient lands. There is only one way to enter the ancient lands. It is a huge canyon that is shrouded in a strange fog all year round. It is extremely dense, and when you step into it, you won't be able to see your fingers in front of you. Moreover, it can also interfere with your divine sense. If it was just that, it would be fine, but the key is that from time to time, there would be invisible astral winds blowing in the canyon. If a Tao source realm cultivator were to encounter those astral winds, they would die 9 times out of 10. The astral winds are very dangerous, but what is even more dangerous is the falling thunder. Even the Emperor realm can't easily resist the power of the falling thunder. A few years ago, there was an Emperor realm cultivator who had just arrived here. He relied on his strength to force his way into the ancient lands without properly investigating the situation. As a result, he never returned. It wasn't until 3 years later that someone found his body 50 kilometers away from the entrance. The top masters of all the great sects in the Eastern Territory have come to investigate the situation of the ancient lands. According to them, there is a natural barrier at the entrance of the ancient lands. The strange fog, astral winds, and falling thunder are all natural barriers that will erupt from time to time. There is no pattern to them. Entering the ancient lands is 30% strength and 70% luck. If you are lucky, you will be able to pass through safely, but if you are unlucky, you will die. Of course, if Master wants to enter the ancient lands, you have to be wary of another danger. This danger is more lethal than the strange fog, astral winds, and falling thunder. What danger is it? Naturally, it is people. There are some people who hide in the canyon all year round, looking for lone cultivators to rob and kill. Because these people are always in the canyon, they are very familiar with the surrounding environment. If you accidentally encounter these people, it is more troublesome than encountering the astral winds and falling thunder. If Master wants to enter, you must be very careful. Just the passage to the ancient lands is so dangerous, and the ancient lands are even more dangerous. To tell you the truth, Master, because the ancient lands are very special, it is filled with the wild force. No one can explain what kind of force this is, but according to those who have entered, if one is enveloped by the wild force, one's strength will decrease by varying degrees. The lowest is 10 to 20%, and the highest is 50%. Many masters are unable to display their full strength because of the wild force, which is why they have fallen. This is also the reason why this lowly one wants my lord and this young lady to taste the wild wine. Although the wild force contained in the wild wine isn't strong, it is still extremely authentic. After drinking the wild wine, one will more or less understand this strange force and won't be too flustered after entering. The most dangerous part of the ancient lands is the canyon and the wild force. As for what dangers you will encounter after entering the ancient lands, Master, you don't need me to say anything more, right? Monster beasts roam everywhere, and there are countless natural barriers and spirit arrays. It is even said that there are divine spirits inside. In the entire star boundary, the most dangerous place is the ancient lands. After listening to Pai San, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. According to Pai San, the passage to the ancient lands was already so dangerous, so the dangers inside must be 10 times more dangerous. He was not worried about whether he would encounter any danger after entering, but when Xiao Xiao entered this place, his cultivation was only equivalent to an origin king. Could he survive safely in the ancient lands? On the other hand, he did not care too much about the wild force. The mountains and rivers Bell's great desolate force was many times denser than this so-called wild aura. Even without drinking any wild wine, Yang Kai was very familiar with this aura. Moreover, as the current owner of the Mountains and Rivers Cauldron, Yang Kai believed that the ancient land's wild aura would not have much effect on him. Seeing Yang Kai's dignified expression, Pai San thought that he was afraid. This was a very normal thing. Many people came here because of its reputation, but there were also many people who, after hearing about the dangers of the ancient land, left dejectedly. Every year, countless cultivators would pass through this desolate city. San Pai had lived here for 30 years and had long since become accustomed to this sight. He pondered for a moment and said, Master, although the ancient lands are rich in opportunities, if you are just looking for treasures, Master shouldn't go in. Isn't it better to take this young lady somewhere else? The banquet cost Yang Kai 530,000 low-rank source crystals, but Yang Kai did not even frown. So Pai San was very grateful to him and could not help but persuade him. Yang Kai said, I must enter the ancient lands, not to look for treasures. Xiao Xiao disappeared in the ancient lands, so he had to look for him no matter what. Is that so? Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Pai San naturally did not say anything more. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Since Master has made up his mind, Pai-san will give this to you. What is this? Yang Kai asked. Pai-san smiled meaningfully and said, a map of the ancient lands. There is such a thing. Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued, and he quickly took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. He found that the jade slip really did contain information about a map that was easy to understand at a glance. This is just a map of the periphery. No one knows how big the ancient lands are, but after so many years of exploration, some information about the periphery has naturally leaked out. Someone has combined this information to create this map and marked some dangerous places. If Master enters, you should avoid those places as much as possible. What do the black dots on this map represent? Yang Kai looked at the map for a while and asked. Pai-san said they represent some natural barriers and spirit arrays. The darker the color, the more powerful the barrier or spirit array. What about the red dots? Do they represent the monster beast? Yang Kai asked again. Yes, the red dots do represent the monster beast. Similarly, the redder the color, the more powerful the monster beast. Yang Kai nodded slightly and found that many places on the map were large red dots, too many to count. This obviously meant that there were groups of monster beasts living in those places, which was an extremely dangerous territory. If he really entered the ancient lands, even he would have to avoid those places. Pai-san smiled meaningfully and said if it was someone else, this little one would sell a simplified version of the jade slip and not so detailed. But this jade slip for Master is the most advanced, so Master can use it without worry. He had eaten Yang Kai's feast and knew how to return the favor, making Yang Kai feel that the 530,000 source crystals were well spent. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded. Master, you are too polite. Pai-san couldn't help feeling a little flattered. No one from the Emperor realm had ever been so polite to him. Most people, no matter how strong they were, would show a look of disgust when they saw his face and stay as far away as possible. Yang Kai brought him to the best restaurant in Desolation City and ate a table full of good food and wine. Master, there is one more thing this little one wants to tell you. Speak. Pai-san said seriously. If Master insists on entering the ancient lands, it is best to find old Ban. Who is that? Yang Kai raised his brow. Pai-san said, this person's surname is Ban, but no one knows his name. He has lived in Desolation City longer than I have, and is very familiar with the passage to the ancient lands. If you can ask him to lead the way, Master will be able to safely pass through the entrance to the ancient lands. Chapter 2532. A Guide? Yang Kai was surprised. It was quite novel to have someone to lead the way into the ancient lands. But when he thought of the many dangers in the ancient lands passageway, he quickly understood. Master, don't underestimate old Ban. He's only a first-order Dao Source realm cultivator, and he's quite old, but he's the one who has entered the ancient lands and returned safely the most. I've lived here for 30 years and have heard of him more than 100 times. It's already a great achievement for others to return safely 3 or 5 times, let alone 100 times. He's the best guide in the entire Desolate City. No one can compare to him. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. How can he enter and exit so many times? Pai-san smiled bitterly. I also want to know, but old Ban has never told anyone his secret. But according to my speculation, he should have a safe way in and out. Yang Kai nodded. I'll have to meet him. I wonder if old Ban is in Desolate City now? It was better to be safe than sorry. Although he was bold and skilled, it was still a good choice to have someone to lead him safely into the ancient lands. Yes, I saw him yesterday, but it'll cost at least 300,000 source crystals if you ask him to lead the way. Source crystals are not a problem. Yang Kai smiled slightly. 300,000 source crystals was just a drop in the bucket for him. Pai San's feast had cost him 500,000. Then shall I lead the way, master? Pai San asked politely. Yang Kai nodded and thought for a while. Then he called the restaurant's waitress. He asked her to bring 10 jars of wild wine and pack them up. He didn't need to drink it, but it wouldn't hurt Zhang Ruoxi to drink more. Not long after, the waitress brought 10 jars of wild wine. But to Yang Kai's surprise, before he could pay the source crystals, the waitress smiled and said, "You don't have to pay for these wines. My shopkeeper said these are for master. Please accept them, master." Shopkeeper? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. On the other hand, San Pai looked at Yang Kai in shock, his eyes full of surprise. "Why is your shopkeeper giving me these?" Yang Kai looked at the waiter and asked. The attendant shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, taking out some source crystals from his space ring and placing them on the table. Only then did he put the wild wine into his space ring and beckoned to Zhang Ruoxi and Pai San, "Let's go." The attendant was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that someone would reject a free gift. By the time she reacted, Yang Kai had already left the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, San Pai wanted to say something but stopped several times. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and said, "Master, you know that shopkeeper?" "I don't know him. This is my first time here." Yang Kai replied, indifferently, "That's strange. Since you don't know him, why did he give you 10 jars of wild wine?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Who cares what his purpose is?" After a pause, he asked, "What's the background of this restaurant?" San Pai said, "I don't know. It seems to have been here for a long time. The shopkeeper has always been mysterious and never shows up. So no one in the desolate city knows the origin of this restaurant. However, everyone speculates that it has the shadow of a great force behind it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to establish itself in the desolate city and open such a luxurious restaurant. Even a local snake like San Pai didn't know the origin of this restaurant. It seemed that it really had the shadow of a great force behind it. Kai Yang had refused the free wine because he didn't want to have anything to do with this restaurant. He didn't want to be soft-hearted in the future. On the second floor of the restaurant, a pair of bright eyes looked in the direction Yang Kai left. After a long time, she sighed slightly and suddenly said, "Send a message to the young master. Tell him that the person he mentioned has arrived and will enter the ancient land soon. Tell him to be prepared." Yes, a person's reply came from the darkness. Desolate City covered a large area. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai and the others arrived at a place in the western part of the city. San Pai pointed to a stone house in the distance and said, "This is where Old Master lives." "Master, you can go there by yourself. Old Master doesn't have a good impression of me, so I won't accompany you. I don't want him to see me and have prejudice against you." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." San Pai smiled and said, "Master is too serious. I wish Master a safe journey and come back early. I'll take my leave now." While speaking, San Pai jumped up and down and quickly disappeared. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out and walked straight to the stone house San Pai pointed at. The houses here were built without the slightest sense of beauty, but they were extremely sturdy, very much in line with the style of Desolate City. Not long after, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi arrived in front of the stone house. Looking around, this stone house looked like a small farmhouse courtyard. It was surrounded by a wall made of stones, and there was a door in the middle of the house. At this moment, the door was open and 2 cultivator guards in black clothes stood behind it, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi arrive, the 2 guards looked at them coldly with cold expressions. Yang Kai was slightly stunned. He thought he had come to the wrong place. There were guards at the door, so it was obvious that some kind of master lived here. Moreover, these two guards were both Dao Source realm cultivators. Their auras were deep and rich, and they seemed to be extremely strong. But according to San Pai, this old man shouldn't have any noble status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come and gone through the ancient land's passageway to make a living as a guide. "What are you doing here?" the black-clothed cultivator on the left and right asked in a deep voice. "Excuse me, is this old man's residence?" Zhang Ruoxi asked. "I don't know." The black-clothed cultivator replied coldly. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and said, "What do you mean you don't know? Why are you standing here if you don't know?" Her question wasn't difficult to answer. Yes, no, no. But the other party actually replied with, "I don't know," as if his words were as precious as gold, which made Zhang Ruoxi very angry. The black-clothed cultivator glanced at her and sneered softly, no longer answering. Zhang Ruoxi was annoyed. Yang Kai looked inside and smiled slightly. This should be the right place, but there seems to be someone inside. Speaking of this, he glanced at the black-clothed cultivator standing at the door and asked, "Is that your master?" "Friend, you talk too much. Hurry up and leave," the cultivator on the right suddenly said coldly. Yang Kai grinned and asked why. The cultivator on the left snorted coldly. "Friend, are you looking for trouble? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Isn't this old man's residence? Why are you asking me to leave?" "My young lady is inside. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Yang Kai was very surprised. He didn't know which force these two cultivators came from, and who the young lady was. How could she be so domineering in the desolate city? The desolate city was a place where good people mixed with bad people. If she provoked someone she shouldn't, she would be in big trouble. But these two guards didn't put anyone in their eyes. It was obvious that their background wasn't small, so they could be so unscrupulous. However, he had even killed a third-order emperor, realm master, and fought against a great emperor, so there were not many people in this world who could make him afraid. Looking at the two black-clothed cultivators who were trying to intimidate him, Yang Kai didn't get angry and just said politely, "I'm here to talk to old Ban about something. I'll have to trouble you two to make way." As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The two black-clothed cultivators, who were originally aggressive and arrogant, suddenly groaned, as if they had been struck by lightning. They took a few steps back, and their faces suddenly turned pale. An extremely oppressive feeling made it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Cold sweat slid down their foreheads as they could only watch Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi walk past them. Zhang Ruoxi couldn't stand their overbearing attitude and waved her fist at them fiercely. Before Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi could enter the inner room, a shout suddenly came from inside, followed by the sound of something piercing through the air. After a soft bang, a muffled groan was heard. At the same time, the shrill cry of a child reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly rushed into the room. Looking around, he saw a white-haired old man curled up on the bumpy ground. The old man's aura wasn't strong, only at the level of the first-order Dao Source realm. Because of his old age, his vitality had decreased, and his cultivation in the first-order Dao Source realm was a little weak. This man should be the old Ban that Pai Sen mentioned. At this moment, he was facing the door with his side, holding a little girl in his arms. On his shoulder, there was a shocking bloodstain, as if he had been whipped by something. His clothes were tattered, and a large piece of his skin and flesh was missing. Blood flowed freely from the wound. The little girl in his arms was crying loudly at this moment. She must have been frightened by something. In addition to the old man and the young girl, there were two other people in the room. One of them was about 50 years old, with a dignified expression on his face, looking coldly ahead with an indifferent expression. The other person was a young girl in a fiery red dress. This young girl looked about the same age as Zhang Ruoxi. Her face was extremely delicate, and her figure was full of curves. Her tight dress outlined her delicate figure, and together with a fiery red dress, she looked like a blooming rose. However, at this moment, the young girl was holding a soft whip as thick as a thumb. She raised it high and looked like she was about to swing it. With a fierce expression on her face, she shouted, "Old thing, don't be so shameless. This young lady let you lead the way because she thinks highly of you. If you dare to say no again, this young lady will whip you to death." From the looks of it, the wound on the shoulder of the old man, who was curled up on the ground, was obviously caused by the young girl. The little girl was also scared to tears by her. "I'll ask you one more time, will you lead the way or not?" The young girl glared at the old man fiercely. The old man lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "Young lady, can you give me a few more days? Little Ling is sick and needs someone to take care of her. If I leave, what will happen to her?" Chapter 2533. What does this dirty girl's illness have to do with this young lady? This young lady's time is very precious, let alone a few days. I can't afford to waste even a moment. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to lead the way or not? The girl in red snorted coldly, unmoved. Old man begged bitterly. Just 2 days. This old man only needs 2 days. After 2 days, this old man will definitely bring young ladies safely into the ancient lands. You refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Old thing, you're courting death. The girl in red shouted. She seemed to be in a bad mood, and with a wave of her hand, the soft whip whizzed towards old man. The girl in red's cultivation wasn't low. Like Zhang Ruoxi, she was in the third order Dao source realm. The whip she lashed out in anger had an astonishing momentum, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. It was unknown what kind of secret technique she had used. If this whip hit, old man wouldn't be able to resist it with his first order Dao source realm cultivation. He would probably be whipped half to death. However, her whip was caught in midair by a hand. The other party didn't seem to use much strength, but she couldn't move. The girl in red was furious. She turned her head and saw a girl about the same age as her standing behind her, glaring at her angrily. The one who grabbed her whip was naturally Zhang Ruoxi. Although this Zhang family girl had a violent aura and cruel means when she fought, she was usually a weak and innocent girl with a kind heart. At this moment, seeing such violence in front of her, she naturally couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to attack without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything. "If you have something to say, say it. How can you hit people?" Zhang Ruoxi shouted. The girl in red frowned and said angrily, "Little girl, who are you? How dare you meddle in this young lady's business?" Zhang Ruoxi snorted coldly. "Call me a little girl. Aren't you a little girl yourself? No matter what, it's wrong for you to hit people. Didn't this old man say that he wanted you to give him 2 days? Can't you see that this little girl is sick? You dare talk back to me?" The girl in red erupted like a volcano. Her whole body was covered in flames of anger as she shouted, "Believe it or not, I'll kill you." While they were talking, he suddenly pulled the soft whip in his hand, wanting to pull his weapon back. But no matter how hard she tried, Zhang Ruoxi firmly grasped the whip in her hand. Zhang Ruoxi's delicate hand seemed to be carved from jade, and although she didn't seem to be exerting much strength, she was still able to hold onto the soft whip tightly. The red-clothed girl's expression changed slightly as she realized that Zhang Ruoxi wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although both she and Zhang Ruoxi were cultivators of the third order Dao source realm, this red-clothed girl was obviously just a figurehead with very little experience in actual combat. She tried several times but failed to retract her whip. Her small face couldn't help but redden as she stomped her feet angrily. "Old Fu, why aren't you doing anything? This young lady is being bullied. If you don't do anything, I'll go back and report to my father, master, and tell him to break your legs. Also, what are those two pieces of trash doing? He didn't even try to stop someone from barging in. Later, this young lady will definitely extract their souls and refine them into soul slaves." She gritted her teeth and shouted for a while, but old Fu still didn't make a move. It wasn't that old Fu didn't want to make a move, but he couldn't. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi broke in, he saw them, but he didn't pay much attention to them. After all, whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't look very old, so even if they had some skills, they wouldn't be too strong. When Zhang Ruoxi reached out to grab his young lady's whip, he wanted to stop her, but when he met Yang Kai's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. And his mind was in a trance. He couldn't immediately take action. After that, he and Yang Kai stared at each other for a long time. At this moment, old Fu's heart was in turmoil because he found that the young man in front of him was actually from the Emperor realm. At such a young age, he was already an Emperor Realm Master. Was he an outstanding disciple of some great force? Or did he obtain an incredible opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea? Recently, many rising stars in the star boundary had broken through to the Emperor realm like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. This was no secret. In old Fu's opinion, Yang Kai should be one of those rising stars. But even though he was a little shocked, he still didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. In this world, there were only a few people who dared to provoke his young lady, and among those few people, Yang Kai was definitely not one of them. So, under the repeated urging of the red-clothed girl, he finally took action. Suddenly, a divine light bloomed from his eyes, turning into an invisible force that stabbed towards Yang Kai's mind like a sharp sword. A soul attack. Yang Kai raised his brow, a little surprised. He and old Fu were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters, so their cultivations were about the same. If old Fu didn't have great confidence in his soul, he wouldn't have used a soul attack, as it was too risky. If Yang Kai's soul was stronger than his, old Fu might suffer a backlash. Judging from the strength of his opponent's attack, old Fu's soul was indeed strong. It was above the average first-order Emperor Realm Master, and could even be barely comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This was probably the source of his confidence. As soon as the soul attack was launched, old Fu no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. He seemed to think that even if this attack couldn't hurt Yang Kai, it would definitely make him panic for a while. So he reached out to grab Zhang Ruoxi. Seeing that old Fu finally made a move, the red-clothed girl couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Good, good, good! Old Fu, catch this cheap servant for me. This young lady will shave her face and let her know the consequences of offending this young lady." As soon as old Fu moved, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but tremble. She immediately felt like she was being suppressed, and even her breathing became slightly rapid. When she heard the vicious words of the red-clothed girl, her face turned even paler. She was only in her early 20s and was just a girl who hadn't seen much of the world. If her face was really disfigured, she probably wouldn't dare to come out in the future. Although she didn't care much about her appearance, who would be willing to suffer such torture? The red-clothed girl saw Zhang Ruoxi's panic and couldn't help but laugh proudly. "Now you're afraid? It's too late. This young lady will not only shave your face but also strip you naked and throw you out in public for those dirty and smelly men to see." Zhang Ruoxi felt dizzy, and her pale face became even paler. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene where he was stripped naked, surrounded by countless people, and pointed at. He was so frightened that he almost cried. If this really happened, she would no longer have the face to live in this world. Humph! Whose little girl is this? How could she be so vicious? Yang Kai suddenly snorted coldly. Even though he was a man, he couldn't bear to listen to this. This red-clothed girl opened her mouth and said that she would shave her face and strip her clothes. That was too vicious. Old Fu, who was about to grab Zhang Ruoxi, trembled as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He quickly withdrew his fierce aura and at the same time let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps. His heart shook violently, and he couldn't hide the horror in his eyes. His soul attack had been countered by Yang Kai. Fortunately, he was anxious to save his master and didn't release too much spiritual energy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This young man, his soul is stronger than mine. How is this possible? Old Fu knew how strong his soul was. Because of some opportunities in his early years, he had refined the waterfall divine grass, which could greatly increase his soul's strength. An ordinary first-order emperor realm master couldn't compare to him. But this young man not only survived his attack, he even slightly injured him. Is he a second-order emperor realm master? He had long heard that there were dragons and snakes mixed together in this desolated city, and now it seemed that this rumor was true. Old Fu's face was gloomy as he looked at Yang Kai with some fear. He thought that with his identity and strength, he could at least protect himself in this desolated city, but now it seemed that he was too naive. This random young man had such strength. How many monsters were hidden in the entire barren city? Without the suppression of Old Fu's aura, Zhang Ruoxi quickly recovered. The red-clothed girl was still chattering, saying that she would use the most vicious means to punish Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was furious, so she let go of her whip and slapped the red-clothed girl's chest. The red-clothed girl had been counting on Old Fu to save her, so she didn't expect such a turn of events. She was caught off guard by Zhang Ruoxi's slap, and immediately let out a scream as her petite body flew backwards like a kite. Old Fu was shocked and stretched out his hand, sending out his emperor chi to catch the red-clothed girl. He didn't even dare to touch the red-clothed girl's body with his hand. What stunned Yang Kai was that after taking Zhang Ruoxi's angry blow, the red-clothed girl was completely fine. She staggered a few times to regain her balance and looked at Zhang Ruoxi blankly. It took her a long time to react and ask in a daze, "You hit me?" She seemed to be in disbelief of what had just happened. "You bitch! How dare you hit me?" The red-clothed girl suddenly became hysterical, as if Zhang Ruoxi had done something absolutely unforgivable. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned red, and her face became frighteningly ferocious. As she shouted, the soft whip in her hand whistled through the air again, fiercely lashing out at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was also stunned. She had just slapped the red-clothed girl in anger, but she didn't expect the red-clothed girl to be completely fine. Moreover, the feeling of the slap on her chest was very strange, as if it wasn't a human body but a ball of cotton, making Zhang Ruoxi feel like she couldn't exert her strength. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing, so she couldn't help but think a little too much. It wasn't until the whip hit her that she came back to her senses. Gritting her teeth, she flashed a few times like a ghost and instantly rushed in front of the red-clothed girl. Her pair of jade palms turned into countless afterimages as source chi surged, quickly greeting the red-clothed girl. Chapter 2534. This red-clothed girl was obviously a spoiled young lady from a large force. Although her strength was not bad, her actual combat experience was pitifully little. At this moment, in her anger, her attacks were even more disorganized. She only knew how to wave her soft whip carelessly, not displaying her full strength at all. Although Zhang Ruoxi had not participated in many battles during the 20 days in Purple Mountain City, she had fought life and death battles in the arena every day. Naturally, She had much more experience than the girl in red. Therefore, when the two fought, the situation was one-sided, and the girl in red was completely suppressed. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk the sound of explosions continued to ring out as Zhang Ruoxi's two hands turned into afterimages, constantly attacking the girl in red. Every blow forced the girl to stagger back, while her attacks were easily dodged by Zhang Ruoxi. However, even after taking dozens of blows in an instant, the girl in red was not injured at all. Her fierce aura did not diminish in the slightest, but this kind of fighting style made her extremely angry. She screamed and her pretty face twisted, as if she wanted to eat someone. A defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and finally understood why the girl in red was not injured. Because every time Zhang Ruoxi struck, a faint light would flash from the girl in red's body, completely neutralizing Zhang Ruoxi's attack. She was not injured at all. With such a powerful defensive ability, it was definitely a defensive emperor artifact. This girl in red is definitely wearing an artifact armor. Emperor artifacts were rare, and defensive emperor artifacts were even more precious. To be able to have a defensive emperor artifact, this girl in red must have a great background. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Although the girl in red was not injured, she was battered and exhausted by Zhang Ruoxi. He kept retreating while yelling fiercely. But after a while, she found that she was no match for Zhang Ruoxi at all, and immediately shouted, "Old Fu, why haven't you killed her yet?" Old Fu was also suffering at this moment. He had just been controlled by Yang Kai's soul. Although he was not seriously injured, under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai, he did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, when he heard his young lady's call, he could only grit his teeth and rush towards Zhang Ruoxi. Just as he was about to move, Yang Kai flashed in front of him like a ghost and lightly pushed his palm towards him, saying indifferently, "Old man, these little girls are fighting. You shouldn't interfere. It's not fun to bully the weak." See, Old Fu gasped and retreated. His figure explosively retreated. Kai Yang's palm seemed extremely ordinary without any special effects, but he felt a fatal danger from it. If he was really hit, he would probably lose half his life immediately. Who is this brat? How can he be so strong? His eyes were filled with bewilderment, even though he wanted to save his master. But there was nothing he could do at this moment. On the other side, Old Ban was protecting a little girl called Lil Ling had already retreated to the corner of the house, holding little Ling tightly in his arms as he watched the fight in the house in horror. Although he had lived in Desolated City all his life, he was only a cultivator in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now that he had little Ling to take care of, he was naturally afraid of getting into trouble. But now, in his own house, two girls were fighting fiercely. Two Emperor Masters were confronting each other head-on, making him feel a little dizzy. These two groups of people, they seemed to have great backgrounds, and he could not afford to provoke any of them. Although he was grateful to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi for helping him, he did not dare to say anything at this moment. He could only secretly pray that no one would die. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk with a wave of Zhang Ruoxi's hands. The red-clothed girl was forced into a corner. The red-clothed girl had nowhere to retreat, and all her attacks were easily dodged by Zhang Ruoxi. It was as if she had turned into a sandbag and could only passively endure Zhang Ruoxi's blows. Fortunately, her defensive emperor artifact was extremely strong, so Zhang Ruoxi did not kill her. Although she looked battered and exhausted, her life was not in danger. It was just that she had lost all her face. The girl in red felt wronged, and her eyes turned red. It was unknown whether she was angry or crying. "Junior, tell your little girl to stop immediately and apologize to my young lady, or you will die." Old Fu was intimidated by Yang Kai and could not help his young lady. He could only grit his teeth and shout angrily, "How dare you threaten me? Yang Kai snorted coldly and looked at old Fu coldly. The latter's heart trembled, and he could not help but gulp. Old Fu forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Do you know who my young lady is?" "She is." Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Ruo she is wearing a defensive emperor artifact. It's useless for you to hit her like this." Old Fu did not know what kind of power he used, but he felt a buzz in his head and could not say anything else. A defensive emperor artifact? Zhang Ruoshi heard this and suddenly realized why she felt so strange. It was as if she was hitting a ball of cotton. It turned out that this girl had an emperor artifact just like herself. Then what should I do? Zhang Ruoshi took a step back and stood still. The girl in red was attacked for a while. Although she was angry, her face was pale. Anyone who was beaten like this would be frightened, even if she was protected by an emperor artifact. At this moment, she was looking at Zhang Ruoshi with eyes full of fear. Ever since she was a child, no one had ever dared to disobey her. Even if she wanted the stars in the sky, someone would try to pluck them for her. She had never been hit by anyone before. But today, in this dilapidated stone house in desolated city, she was beaten by Zhang Ruoshi more than 100 times. At this moment, she was shocked and afraid of Zhang Ruoshi, but also extremely angry. She could not wait to kill her. Hearing Zhang Ruoshi's question, Yang Kai touched his chin and said leisurely, "Although an emperor artifact is powerful, it can't protect everything. Didn't she just say that she wanted to scratch your face?" Zhang Ruoshi nodded and said, "Ruoshi understands." As she spoke, she coldly looked at the red-clothed girl, her pair of beautiful eyes constantly sweeping over her delicate face. What are you doing?" The girl in red looked at Zhang Ruoshi's malicious eyes, and her beautiful eyes were immediately filled with horror. She screamed and retreated, but there was a wall behind her. Where could she go? The soft whip in her hand had long been thrown to the ground. Old Fu was also shocked, listening to Yang Kai's words. It seemed that the girl was going to slap his young lady's face. If she was really slapped in the face, what would happen with his young lady's temper? The whole Eastern Territory would be shaken. He shouted, "Boy, listen carefully, my young lady is from—" "I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. Old Fu's words came to an abrupt end. There was no way for him to explain what happened next. He immediately understood that Yang Kai must have seen that their origins were extraordinary, so he didn't want to know the details at all. He didn't want to have any scruples after knowing. This was simply too despicable and shameless. Usually, he only needed to report his identity and origin, and no matter how strong the enemy was, they would retreat in fear. But when it came to Yang Kai, he couldn't even complete a sentence. So, how could he report his identity? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Ruoshi, if anyone here dares to say a word except for me, slap this girl's face with all your strength." "Yes." Zhang Ruoshi naturally obeyed. This was Yang Kai's order. So even if the person standing in front of her was the emperor, she would still slap him. "You dare." The girl in red couldn't help but shout. Asterisk slap. Asterisk with a crisp sound. The girl in red's head was slapped to the side, and a red palm print immediately appeared on her left cheek. The red-clothed girl was stunned by the slap. She covered her cheek with her hand and stared at Zhang Ruoshi in a daze. The burning pain on her cheek made her feel extremely terrified and comical. After a while, she muttered, "You really dare, asterisk slap, asterisk this time." A palm print also appeared on the girl in red's right cheek. Wah! The girl in red burst into tears. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls, and she looked heartbroken. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoshi frowned and shouted, "Shut up! If you cry again, I'll slap you again." These words seemed to have infinite magic. The girl in red stopped crying at once, but her shoulders were trembling, and she was choking with sobs. She was really scared of being beaten. Zhang Ruo, she snorted coldly. You're crying so hard after being slapped twice? Why didn't you think about whether you were doing the right thing when you slapped him just now? It's not like he didn't want to show you the way. He just wanted you to give him 2 days grace. Why did you treat him like that? Do you know how painful it is when you whip him? How dare you, little girl? Old Fu shouted when he saw that Zhang Ruo, she not only slapped his young lady but also scolded her seriously. How could he bear it anymore? Zhang Ruo, she raised her hand and slapped him again. Sir said that whoever dares to speak will be beaten. If you want to blame someone, blame the person who spoke just now. The girl in red turned her head and glared at old Fu fiercely with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to kill him. Old Fu shrank his neck under her glare. He knew that the young lady was holding a grudge against him, and his mouth was full of bitterness. Young Kai chuckled and looked at old Fu. Old sir, do you have anything else to say? This young master is all ears. Old Fu's face was gloomy. He looked at young Kai coldly, but he didn't dare to say a word. What a joke! If he said a word, the young lady would be slapped. He had already made the young lady hate him. If he said anything more, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to live past tomorrow. But as the young lady's guard, he had failed to protect her. He had failed in his duty to protect her, and he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive when he returned. Old Fu was in a dilemma. The grievance in his heart was like a 1,000-year-old wine that kept churning, making him see stars. He wished he could just faint here and now. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Chapter 25:35. Old sir, do you really have nothing to say? Yang Kai looked at Old Fu with a smile. Old Fu's face darkened, and he didn't say a word. How could he fall for Yang Kai's trick? If he really opened his mouth, the young lady would be slapped in the face again. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the red-clothed girl. What about you? Do you have anything to say? The red-clothed girl's eyes were tearing up, and her cheeks were burning with pain. How could she dare to say anything? She could only shake her head like a rattle-drum. Since you have nothing to say, then get out of here. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and he coldly snorted. Hearing this, Old Fu felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and didn't dare to say anything. His figure flickered, and he came to the red-clothed girl's side, enveloped her with his emperor chi, grabbed the soft whip that had fallen to the ground, and rushed out like lightning. When he reached the door, he turned around and glared at Yang Kai with eyes full of resentment. He wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, so he didn't dare to threaten him, but he was unwilling to retreat like this, so he could only glare at him and leave a meaningful signal. On the other side, Zhang Ruo, she didn't try to stop them and just watched them leave quietly. After they disappeared, Zhang Ruo, she walked to the other side of the house, squatted down, and looked at the girl named Xiaoling. Little sister, don't be afraid. The bad guys have been beaten away. Xiaoling face was still tear-stained. Perhaps it was because Zhang Ruo, she had helped her and her grandfather, but she didn't show the slightest fear at this moment. She just stared at Zhang Ruo, she curiously with her big eyes, as if wondering how this elder sister was stronger than her grandfather. Old Ban also stood up shakily and cupped his fists. Thank you, little brother and young lady, for your help. This old man is very grateful. If it weren't for Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she's sudden arrival today, he would have been forced to join the young lady. It didn't matter if he entered the ancient lands. After all, he had been back and forth so many times, so he was very confident that he wouldn't encounter any life-threatening danger. But if he left, no one would take care of Xiaoling. How could he rest assured? Old Sir is too polite. It's them who went too far. Zhang Ruo, she smiled lightly, not taking any credit. Old Ban sighed. This old man has implicated the two of you. May I know the names of our benefactors? He had lived in the desolate city for many years, so his eyesight was quite good. He knew that the red-clothed girl's background was not small. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi had stood up for him and offended the red-clothed girl, so he was afraid that she would not let this matter go so easily, so he felt quite apologetic. Yang Kai smiled. Instead of answering the old man's question, the old man simply said, "Old man, Ling seems to be quite ill. You should settle her down first. Also, this place is no longer suitable for living. It's best to leave as soon as possible. We won't disturb you any further." While speaking, he winked at Zhang Ruoshi, and the two of them walked out together. Although Yang Kai's main purpose in coming here was to ask Old Ban to lead him into the ancient lands, now that such an accident had occurred, the original plan was no longer feasible. Old Ban still had a sick granddaughter to take care of, so Yang Kai couldn't let Old Ban leave Ling behind. However, even without Old Ban leading the way, Yang Kai was confident that he could enter the ancient lands. It was just that there might be some twists and turns along the way. He simply didn't mention the matter of Old Ban leading the way, so as not to embarrass him. Grandpa, suddenly, Ling Er's weak cry came from behind. Immediately after, Old Ban suddenly shouted, "You two, please wait." Yang Kai looked back at him. Old Ben asked, "Little brother, you want this old man to lead you to the ancient lands, right? People who came here to find him were all here to ask him to lead the way to the ancient lands. The red-clothed girl was like this, and so were Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi. He had no relatives or friends, so it was impossible for anyone to come here to visit him. There was nothing to hide, so Yang Kai nodded. Yes, Old Ben continued. Then, can you two wait for this old man outside the ancient lands passageway for a day? After a day, this old man will definitely find you and lead you into the ancient lands." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. This one appreciates Old Sir's kindness, but Old Sir should take care of Ling first. Old Ban stroked Ling head. "This is Ling wish. I can't let her down." Yang Kai frowned. "But if you follow me into the ancient lands, what will happen to Ling Old Ban said, "I have lived here for so many years, so I have some connections. Naturally, Ling will be placed in a safe place." After a pause, he continued, "This old man has nothing to thank the two of you, so this is a small gift from this old man. I hope little brother won't refuse." Since the old man had put it this way, Yang Kai naturally couldn't say anything else, so he could only nod. "All right, then I will thank Old Ban first. Ruoshi and I will wait for you at the entrance of the ancient lands passageway tomorrow." "Then it's settled. Take care." Old Ban cupped his hands slightly. Ling suddenly said, "Big brother, big sister, be careful. I heard Grandpa say that it's very dangerous inside. You must come back alive." Zhang Ruoshi smiled. "All right, Ling also needs to take care of her body and grow up quickly." Ling nodded heavily. Her pale face due to illness now seemed to have a bit of a blush. After reaching an agreement with Old Ban, Yang Kai took Zhang Ruoshi and left Desolation City straight for the ancient lands. It took them an hour to find the entrance to the ancient lands. After finding a quiet place nearby, the two sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai took out the jade slip given to him by Pai San and carefully studied the map of the ancient lands. There were many dangers in the ancient lands. There was no lack of powerful monster beasts and natural traps. Even the masters of the Emperor realm might not be able to escape unscathed if they entered. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, he wasn't arrogant, so it was always necessary to make more preparations. Moreover, he also wanted to see if there was a place where Xiao Xiao could possibly be hiding on this map. It would be best if he could find Xiao Xiao in the periphery of the ancient lands, but if he couldn't, Yang Kai would have to venture into the ancient lands. It was even more dangerous than the periphery. Kill, 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 kill them all. 100 miles away from Barren City, on a desolate hillside, the girl in red clenched her teeth. Her face was ferocious and full of resentment. She kept talking. Her anger seemed to have materialized, igniting her entire being. Since childhood, she had never suffered such a loss, let alone being slapped in the face in public. Although she was so frightened at the time that she didn't even have the courage to speak, when she arrived at a safe place, humiliation and anger surged up, making it unbearable. The anger in her chest was so strong that she almost vomited blood. If she didn't take revenge, how could she be a human? She gritted her teeth and cursed as she held the soft whip in her hand and kept lashing it at the two cultivators from the Third Order Tao Source realm. These two Third Order Tao Source realm cultivators had decent cultivations and were from top sects. Even if they were placed outside, they would still be considered top-notch masters. However, they didn't even dare to dodge or circulate their source chi to resist this red-clothed girl's whip. They could only grit their teeth and stand in place. As the whip came down, the two men's skin and flesh were lacerated, blood flowed out, and their clothes were torn. The two men's eyes were also burning with anger, but this anger was not directed at their young lady, but at Yang Kai. They felt that if it weren't for Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, they wouldn't have been beaten by the young lady. This was all Yang Kai's fault. Old Fu stood aside and watched in horror, fearing that the young lady would lash him in a fit of rage, so he didn't dare to say anything to persuade her. He was a master from the Emperor realm. If he was really whipped by the young lady, he would have no face to see anyone in the future. Fortunately, the young lady seemed to have given him some face. Although she was so angry that she almost lost her mind, she didn't punish him. She just lashed the soft whip in her hand again and again, making the two Third Order Tao Source realm cultivators suffer so much that they couldn't help but cast a pleading look to Old Fu for help. Old Fu turned his head and pretended not to see them, making the two guards so angry that they cursed in their hearts. After venting for a long time, the red-clothed girl seemed to be tired and fell to the ground, panting. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her graceful figure was faintly visible. But no one dared to enjoy such a beautiful scene. Old Fu kept his eyes down, and the two guards were half dead at this moment. They stood there trembling, as if they would fall at any moment. Old Fu sent a message back to the palace and quickly mobilized manpower. The red-clothed girl suddenly said. Old Fu was startled and asked in surprise, "Young lady, what do you want to do?" The red-clothed girl sneered and gritted her teeth. "What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Of course I want to catch that dog couple. I want to skin them, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. I want them dead." Old Fu said, "Absolutely not." The red-clothed girl was furious. "What's wrong with that? You don't even have the courage to fight with them. Do you think I expect you to avenge me?" Old Fu's face turned red at the red-clothed girl's words, but it was true. Under the deterrence of Yang Kai, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. Even so, he still tried to persuade her. "Young lady, before you left, the master told us that this trip is mainly to travel and temper your character. You must not bully others. If the master finds out the truth of this matter, will you still have the chance to leave the palace in the future? Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago?" Hearing Old Fu mention the incident 3 years ago, the red-clothed girl seemed to recall something and couldn't help but shiver, her face full of fear. 3 years ago, she had also gone out to travel once. However, she had made a small mistake. She had used her identity to bully a few martial artists who were not worthy of being shown in public. As a result, she had been captured by her father the next day and had been confined for 3 years. 3 years! 3 whole years! Every day, she stayed in a small house with a radius of less than 20 feet, far away from the noise and prosperity of the outside world. That was simply inhumane. It was not easy for her to finally be able to go out freely. If she was caught by her father again, she was afraid that it wouldn't be just 3 years. Chapter 2536. After being reminded by old Fu, the red-clothed girl didn't dare to say anything about sending a message back to the palace. If she really did send a message back to the palace, she would definitely be grounded, not to mention whether the adulterous couple would be fine. Thinking of this, the red-clothed girl's eyes turned red, and she said with grievance, "Father, the master is so biased. Why can't my brother leave the palace at will? He doesn't even need to take guards with him. He doesn't even care if he kills or sets fires outside. But when he comes here, not only does he have to take you pieces of trash with him, but he also has to follow so many rules. Father, the master is so biased." She was full of resentment and kept shouting. Old Fu didn't dare to say a word. His master's divine skill was amazing. It was fine if the young miss said that he was biased. After all, they were his biological children. Even if he punished them, it wouldn't be too serious. But if he agreed and was found out by the master, he might even lose his life. Then what should we do now? The red-clothed girl stomped her feet. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't vent her anger. It was unrealistic to ask the palace to mobilize people, and it was also impossible to get revenge with the 3 people around her. She could not take revenge, right? If she really did that, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep in the future. This was a nightmare that would haunt her for the rest of her life. It was enough to leave a serious psychological shadow. Old Fu didn't seem to have a good idea, and his face turned bitter. Trash. All of you are trash. The more the red-clothed girl looked at old Fu and the 2 guards, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but curse. "This young miss has been wronged, but you can't solve it. What use do I have for you?" At this moment, old Fu's eyes suddenly lit up as if he thought of something. "Young miss, please calm down. This old man may have a good idea." "What? Tell me. As long as you can take down that adulterous couple and let this young miss vent her anger. This young miss will definitely put in a good word for you in front of father and master in the future and ask for a reward." Old Fu chuckled and said, "It is this old man's honor to be able to accompany young Mississippi. There is no need to speak quickly. Don't dilly-dally." The red-clothed girl impatiently interrupted him. Old Fu coughed lightly and said, "The people in the palace can't be mobilized, and the few of us are no match for that brat. If young miss wants to take revenge, then we can only rely on the hands of outsiders." "Outsider?" The red-clothed girl frowned and asked, "Who?" Old Fu said, "Then this old man will have to investigate and see if there's anyone nearby who can be of use to young Mississippi." The girl in red heard this. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly said, "Then why don't you hurry up and ask around? When this young miss was still in the palace, those guys were all sticking to people like dogskin paste. Now that this young miss needs them, they definitely won't refuse." "Yes, yes, yes. Miss could use them. It's their honor. Who would refuse?" As he spoke, he took out a communication artifact from his space ring and said slowly, "Young lady, please wait a moment. Allow this old master to inquire a little." As his divine sense surged, the communication artifact in old Fu's hand emitted a faint light. Obviously, he was sending a message to someone. The red-clothed girl looked on eagerly, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. She seemed to foresee the scene of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi being besieged by a large group of people kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. She secretly swore in her heart that when that time came, she would make Yang Kai kneel in front of her, lick the dust off her shoes, and then scratch that woman's face, strip her naked, and throw her into the busiest street. Whoever dares to provoke this young miss, no matter who it is, will not have a good end. Got it? After a while, old Fu raised his brow and whispered. Who's nearby? The red-clothed girl asked excitedly. Old Fu said, some time ago, many people from the Netherworld sect entered the ancient lands. Even Elder Hua Fei-Chen is here. Hua Fei-Chen? The red-clothed girl raised her brow and said, the Second Order Emperor, Realm Master, who has a good relationship with you. Yes, that's him. The red-clothed girl clapped her hands and said, ha, with Hua Fei-Chen here, that dog couple won't be able to escape from this young miss. Old Fu, quickly send a message to the Netherworld sect and tell them to withdraw from the ancient lands. Tell them that this young miss has something for them to do. Old Fu said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We'll just enter the ancient lands and find them. Ew. The red-clothed girl heard this and frowned. We're going to find them? Why? Old Fu thought to himself that this girl's IQ was really limited. She couldn't even understand such a simple question. If it were someone else, he would have slapped her. But facing this red-clothed girl, he had to patiently explain. Young miss, think about it. Why are those dog couple looking for that old man? The red-clothed girl looked at him blankly and asked, what is it for? The corner of old Fu's mouth twitched. He was angry, but he had to patiently persuade her. Then why are we looking for that old man? To find him to lead the way into the ancient lands, the red-clothed girl said. Didn't the people here say that he's the best guide in the entire desolate city? Otherwise, do you think this young miss would lower herself to go to such a shabby place? At this point, the red-clothed girl seemed to realize something and said, oh, that dog couple is also looking for that old man to enter the ancient lands, right? Old Fu thought to himself, great aunt, you finally figured it out. It really wasn't easy, but he couldn't help but praise. Young miss is truly talented and intelligent. You've understood everything with just a hint. The red-clothed girl coldly snorted and said, it's such a simple matter. Why are you making it so complicated? Just say that they're also going to enter the ancient lands. Ha ha. Old Fu laughed dryly and continued, since they're going to enter the ancient lands, we'll deal with them there. It'll save us the trouble of being discovered and gossiped about. Good. The red-clothed girl nodded and waved her hand. In that case, we'll also enter the ancient lands. Old Fu, send a message to Hua Fei-Chen and tell him to cooperate with this young miss. After this matter is completed, he will be heavily rewarded. Subordinate obeys. Old Fu hurriedly cupped his fists and replied. Then the group of four hurried towards the ancient lands. An hour later, Yang Kai, who was meditating not far from the entrance of the ancient lands, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his head and glanced in a certain direction. Sir, what's wrong? Zhang Ruo, she looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, it's nothing. It's just that the domineering young miss and her guards have entered the ancient lands. Humph. Zhang Ruo, she looked unhappy. Someone like her, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, is courting death by entering the ancient lands. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, although she has a bad personality and is overbearing and spoiled, she shouldn't die. Sir, you're actually speaking up for her? Zhang Ruo, she couldn't help but pout. Yang Kai said, I'm not speaking up for her. It's just that her origin is extraordinary, and she must have a treasure given to her by her elders. So as long as she doesn't act too recklessly, she shouldn't be in any danger. Her origin is extraordinary, Zhang Ruo, she murmured, and suddenly understood. Is this why Sir didn't make things too difficult for them before? Yang Kai nodded. That girl and old Fu are nothing, but if I really killed them, I'm afraid it would attract a lot of attention. What's more, she didn't kill anyone. She's just a little too unruly and needs to be taught a lesson. I hope she will restrain herself in the future. I'm afraid she won't be able to understand Sir's painstaking efforts. Zhang Ruo, she snorted. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked at the wine jar in her hand, and said, "The wild wine is good, but don't drink it too quickly. Pay attention to the wild force. It will help you once you enter." "Yes," Zhang Ruo, she responded softly. Perhaps it was because of the wine, but her small face was flushed red, and her breathing was slightly rapid. Her pair of beautiful eyes were watery, indicating she was slightly drunk. "Right, I'll give this to you." Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Zhang Ruoshi. "Space Spirit Jade." Zhang Ruoshi whispered, "This is your Zhang family's ancestral artifact. It only resonates with you. Before, your cultivation wasn't enough, so I didn't dare to give it to you. But now you have the strength to protect yourself. If you have time, you should study the secrets contained in it. Perhaps you can find the answer to your bloodline power." Zhang Ruo, she solemnly took it, and the moment the space spirit jade entered her hand, a strange space force fluctuation suddenly spread out. Then, a series of beautiful images suddenly appeared on the smooth jade. In those images, most of them were great rivers and spirit mountains. They were beautiful and serene. Among the mountains and clouds, there were pavilions and pavilions. There were even countless rare birds and beasts flashing by. Those birds and beasts all exuded an extremely powerful aura, startling the birds and causing them to fly away. A few years ago, when Zhang Ruo, she touched the space spirit jade for the first time, these images also appeared. Now they appeared again, but whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruo, both of them were at a loss, not knowing what these images represented. Yang Kai originally thought that this space spirit jade contained some kind of divine technique of space. After all, someone had used this space spirit jade to cultivate space force. However, Yang Kai had investigated it many times, but he didn't find anything strange about it. This space spirit jade seemed to only activate in Zhang Ruoshi's hands, so he didn't know what kind of mystery it hid. Suddenly, Zhang Ruoshi raised her head and looked in a certain direction in the depths of the ancient lands. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Zhang Ruoshi was startled for a long time before she said, "Sir, I feel like something is calling me from there." "Calling you?" Yang Kai was startled. Zhang Ruoshi was looking in the depths of the ancient lands, so what could be calling her from there? Moreover, this happened after she obtained the space spirit jade. Could it be related to the space spirit jade? "Are you sure?" Yang Kai asked again. Zhang Ruoshi furrowed her brow and was silent for a long time before she shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. That feeling only lasted for a moment, and it's gone now." Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, "This space spirit jade is quite strange. Perhaps it really is related to the ancient wild lands. Perhaps this space spirit jade was passed down from the ancient wild lands. Once we enter the ancient wild lands, you can examine it carefully. Perhaps you'll be able to gain something." Chapter 2537. One day later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "He's here." Hearing this, Zhang Ruo, she quickly put away the space spirit jade in her hand, stood up, and looked ahead. In front of them, a figure was rushing towards them. Constantly looking around as if he was looking for something, Yang Kai released a bit of his divine sense to guide him, and the person immediately sensed it and rushed over. After a short while, Old Ban appeared in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Sorry to keep you waiting, little brother. Old Ban is too polite." Yang Kai returned the courtesy. "Thank you for your help this time." Old Ban smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, with me leading the way, I can guarantee that you will enter the ancient lands safely." When he said this, his face was full of confidence, completely different from the submissive look he had when he was being beaten by the red-clothed girl yesterday. Yang Kai nodded, secretly, feeling that Pai San's introduction was right. Although this old band's cultivation wasn't high, he definitely knew a safe passage to enter and exit the ancient lands. Or perhaps he knew some rules. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how could he be so confident? Before entering the ancient lands, "You two should refine this thing first," Old Ban said, handing something to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi. Yang Kai took it and found that it was something similar to a sound bead, but it was different from an ordinary sound bead. The refining method was very rough, and it didn't look like it was made by a professional artifact refiner. It looked more like someone had casually refined it with some random material. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Old Ban explained, "The ancient land's passageway is filled with strange fog. The strange fog blocks the vision of one's divine sense. If you enter without a guide, it's easy to get lost and lose your way. This is a communication bead that this old man refined from the ancient land's passageway's special material, the jade armor stone. It can sense each other's location without being affected by the strange fog. After you refine it, you will be able to detect my movements in the strange fog, but the range is only 300 feet. You just need to follow me closely." Yang Kai understood and nodded. All right. Immediately, he and Zhang Ruoshi began to refine the jade beads. This thing wasn't difficult to refine, and in less than a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi finished refining it. Holding it in their palms, they could sense the location of the other two jade jewels. It was extremely convenient. Yang Kai knew that Old Ban was right. With this thing, it would be difficult for him and Zhang Ruoshi to get separated from Old Ban. "Since the two of you are ready, then let's set off. Before we leave, this old man must remind you again. You must stay close to this little old man. Otherwise, once you get lost, it will be very difficult for you to get out." Old Ban solemnly warned. He was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't take it seriously because of his high cultivation, so he gave an example. More than 30 years ago, a master from the Emperor realm was lost in this strange fog for 10 years. 10 years! Yang Kai was shocked. Old Ban nodded solemnly. "That's right." Zhang Ruoshi asked curiously, "How does Old Ban know such details?" "A master from the Emperor realm was lost in the strange fog for 10 years. How could others know?" Even if Old Ban knew the ancient land's passageway like the back of his hand, with his low cultivation, he couldn't have observed a person for 10 years under the interference of the strange fog. Zhang Ruoshi didn't ask because she doubted him, but because she was curious. Old Ban said seriously, "Because during those 10 years I've encountered this master many times. I have met this person many times in the passageway. Every time, this person would wander aimlessly in the passageway like a lonely ghost. There were many times when this old man was almost injured by this person. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. What happened to this person in the end?" Zhang Ruoshi asked nervously. Old Ban shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe he died somewhere in the passageway. Or maybe he escaped by chance. I haven't encountered this person since 20 years ago. However, it seems that she has been trapped for too long, so her mind is a little unclear. But I vaguely noticed that she was a woman. So pitiful." Zhang Ruoshi sighed. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still a woman. How did she survive being trapped in the strange fog for nearly 10 years? Did she live or die in the end? What would have happened if she had been trapped in the passageway for 10 years? Zhang Ruoshi couldn't help but shudder at the thought. However, this was a matter of the past, and Old Ban only mentioned it because he wanted Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi to be serious. "Don't worry, Old Ban. We won't leave you. Yang Kai said solemnly. Okay, let's go. Old Ban nodded, waved his hand, and rushed toward the ancient land's passageway. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo she followed closely behind. While waiting for Old Ban, Yang Kai took the time to investigate the passageway of the ancient lands. It seemed to be a large canyon with an unknown length and width of more than 10 miles. In the past few days, many cultivators had entered the passageway, all of them looking confident and high-spirited, as if they were looking for treasures. Among them were the red-clothed girl, Old Fu, and the others. The first 20 miles of the passageway was quite wide. Even if there was some strange fog, it didn't affect their vision. However, the deeper they went, the thicker the fog became. By the time they reached 50 miles, they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. When Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, he found that what he was probing into was like a ball of extremely elastic cotton, bouncing back all his divine sense, making it impossible for him to probe any deeper, only able to probe a small distance. He had long known that this strange fog was extremely strange. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused so many cultivators to turn pale. Old Ban walked as if he was flying, not stopping for a moment. In a short while, they had already traveled 50 miles. At this point, the three of them were deep into the strange fog. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she suddenly felt like they had fallen into a bottomless sea. Their field of vision was pitch black, and even their divine senses could only extend 10 meters to their sides. They couldn't probe any further. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He felt that nature was truly a work of God. Such a powerful natural barrier couldn't have been arranged by human hands. If such a strange fog was placed near a sect, it would definitely be comparable to a sect defending a ray. Anyone who dared to invade would probably get lost in it. Although he was a first-order emperor realm master, his divine sense wasn't any worse than a second-order emperor realm master's. If even he couldn't do anything about this strange fog, how many people in the star boundary could spy on the dangers and secrets of this strange fog? Perhaps only a third-order emperor realm master would have a different performance here. Stepping into the strange fog, Old Ban suddenly slowed down and said in a deep voice, "The two of you should always pay attention to Gue Jiaju's reaction and check this old man's position, lest we get separated." And Zhang Ruoshi, who was following behind him, nodded heavily. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. The moment they entered the strange fog, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi held the Gue Jia shoe tightly in their hands and poured a strand of their divine sense into it. As a result, with the guidance of the Gue Jiaju, even if they couldn't see anything and couldn't probe too far with their divine sense, they could still follow Old Ban closely. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, a strange sound came from under their feet, making their hair stand on end, as if they had stepped on something. Curious, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and after seeing the situation under his feet, he couldn't help but gasp. This was because the ground was actually covered with white bones. Who knew how many skeletons had died here? The white bones had been weathered for a long time and were extremely brittle. When one stepped on them, they would immediately be crushed into powder. Yang Kai quietly glanced at Zhang Ruoshi and found that she wasn't too frightened. Although she was a little nervous, she wasn't afraid, so he was relieved. Zhang Ruoshi was very adaptable. Old Ban's voice came from the front. Since ancient times, countless heroes have died in the ancient land's passageway. This entire passageway can be said to be paved with white bones. Countless cultivators above the Tao Source realm died here. After they died, their flesh and blood disappeared, leaving behind only their bones. If their souls were lucky enough, they might not be destroyed. Coupled with the strange characteristics of this strange fog, it is easy to give birth to Een souls and malicious ghosts. Een souls and malicious ghosts. Zhang Ruoshi's tender body trembled as goosebumps rose all over her body. She wasn't afraid of stepping on bones all over the ground, but hearing about Een souls and malicious ghosts scared her. Old Ban continued. These Een souls and malicious ghosts are hidden in the strange fog, and from time to time, they will come out and hurt people. This is one of the 3 deadly dangers of the ancient land's passageway. Ordinary ghosts are fine, but if you encounter a powerful ghost general or ghost commander, it will be extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, at the center of the passageway is a powerful ghost king. It is said that it was transformed from the soul of a dead second-order Emperor Realm Master, so anyone who knows a little about this passageway will walk close to the edges and never enter the center. While Old Ban was speaking, Zhang Ruo, she suddenly let out a low cry, as if she had been frightened by something. Immediately after, her source chi surged, and she slapped her palm in a certain direction. The surge of energy was terrifying, and in the direction she attacked, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. It was so shrill that it sounded like a baby crying at night. Yang Kai had released his divine sense the moment she made her move, and discovered that at some unknown time, 1/2 meter to her right, a strange energy had appeared. This energy was hidden in a strange fog and had condensed into a distorted face that was staring at her curiously. But under Zhang Ruo, she's attack, this distorted face immediately became ferocious. Old Ban's face changed as he shouted, "Een souls?" His strength was the lowest, so even if he released his divine sense, it was suppressed to the side. He couldn't detect the situation on Zhang Ruoxi's side, so he could only ask, Chapter 2538. Hearing Old Ban's question. Zhang Ruoxi said in a trembling voice, "I don't know if it's an Een soul, but it doesn't have a physical body, and it seems to be very angry right now. When it gets close, attack it with your soul. Ordinary attacks have no effect on it. Don't be afraid. Young lady, with your cultivation, ordinary Een souls can't hurt you unless they're ghost generals or ghost commanders with profound cultivation. You have to stay calm." Old Ban quickly reminded her. He seemed to have experienced many such situations and had his own ideas on how to deal with them. Hearing this, Zhang Ruo, she took a deep breath and used her divine sense to scan her surroundings, paying attention to the Een soul's movements. After being attacked, the Een soul seemed to be extremely angry. Its unclear facial features became distorted, and its translucent body took a step back into the strange fog. Then it rolled up a gust of cold wind and pounced on Zhang Ruoxi with bared fangs and brandished claws. Before the attack arrived, a sharp scream rang out. This scream was not only harsh, but it also contained a strange soul power that wanted to tear apart Zhang Ruoxi's knowledge, defenses. With Old Ban's reminder, Zhang Ruoxi guarded her mind. Although her face was a little pale, she didn't make a sound. Only when the Een soul was 3 inches in front of her did she suddenly burst out with pure spiritual energy. The ghost's translucent body was like a water droplet that had collided with an extremely hard wall. It immediately split into pieces and disappeared amidst a mournful scream. Phew! Zhang Ruoxi let out a sigh of relief and slowly calmed down. After killing an Een soul with her own hands, she found that this strange thing wasn't that scary, so she wasn't so scared anymore. Old Ban said from the front, "There are only Een souls here. Even with my cultivation, this old man can easily deal with them. As long as young lady doesn't panic, you'll be fine. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that some Een souls have cultivated a special divine technique in this strange environment. This divine technique is a soul attack, and it's really hard to guard against. If young lady has a soul defensive artifact, you can activate it now to guard against the unexpected." He didn't remind Yang Kai of this, because he knew that a master from the Emperor realm didn't need to be reminded too much. Zhang Ruo, she stuck out her tongue. "I don't have a soul-type artifact." She only had 2 artifacts on her, One was the pink cloud's phoenix robe given to her by the divine spirit Xiongqi, and the other was the 10,000 beast seal given to her by Yang Kai. Old Ban didn't say anything else and focused on leading the way. Along the way, from time to time, ghosts would come to disturb them. However, because Old Ban was very familiar with this passage and chose a very safe path, they didn't encounter any powerful ghosts. The ghosts that harassed them naturally didn't have a good ending. Yang Kai didn't take any action, leaving all the Yin souls to Zhang Ruoxi. Half an hour later, Zhang Ruoxi had become accustomed to this sight. He was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. When Yin spirits attacked, he could kill them without batting an eyelid. Although Yang Kai couldn't determine their location and direction due to the interference of the strange fog, he could tell from Old Ban's route that they weren't walking in a straight line. Instead, they were taking many twists and turns. From time to time, Old Ban would stop to observe the nearby terrain and then change direction. Sometimes he would even stand in one place for a long time, doing nothing. After a long time, he would move forward again. Yang Kai knew that his previous guess was right. The best guide in Desolation City should have a safe passage in and out of the ancient lands. However, this was his secret and Old Ban's survival capital, so Yang Kai didn't rashly inquire about it. Half a day later, Yang Kai didn't know where they were. After Zhang Ruo, she casually dealt with the Yin soul. Old Ban, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched rapidly as he inhaled briskly. Yang Kai raised his brow, realizing that Old Ban had discovered something, so he immediately released his divine sense to pay close attention to his movements. After sniffing for a while, Old Ban's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Follow me closely! Don't fall behind!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already leaped forward and rushed forward at a high speed. Old Ban had been extremely cautious along the way, never daring to take the slightest risk, but now he was so anxious. It was obvious that he had discovered something. Although Yang Kai wasn't as experienced as Old Ban, he still felt an instinctive sense of crisis, as if some kind of danger was approaching. He was now in the Emperor realm, so this kind of instinctive feeling was extremely sensitive. As soon as Old Ban moved, he knew that the situation was bad. He immediately circulated his Emperor Qi to cover Zhang Ruoxi and stepped forward, following closely behind Old Ban. Zhang Ruoxi didn't say a word, but the look on her small face revealed her nervousness. The three quickly shuttled through the strange fog, but after running for less than 10 breaths, Old Ban suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. His body, which was rushing forward, came to a sudden halt, and he quickly retreated while shouting, "Retreat!" Yang Kai's reaction wasn't slow. Although he was not far behind Old Ban, he had also retreated when Old Ban retreated. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense locked onto a certain place in front of him. He felt that there was something different about that place. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk before Yang Kai could investigate clearly, a thunderclap suddenly rang out. A purple light suddenly fell from the sky and struck the ground, creating a large crater about 10 meters in diameter. Everything around the crater was reduced to ashes. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Soul-extinguishing divine thunder. He was just curious, so he wanted to see what was going to happen in front of him. However, he didn't expect that when the lightning struck, it would directly cut off the divine sense he had released. In front of the power of this lightning, his powerful divine sense, which was comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master's, was as laughable as a baby's. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been rolling on the ground and howling miserably at this moment. Although Yang Kai was extremely uncomfortable, he had the soul-warming lotus to protect him. A cool feeling was born from the soul-warming lotus and poured into his mind. greatly alleviating his pain. So, although his face was pale at the moment, it wasn't a big deal. The location of the lightning strike was exactly where Old Ban had been moving. It was conceivable that if Old Ban hadn't retreated at the critical moment with his cultivation in the First Order Tao Source realm, he would have been killed. Yang Kai didn't know how Old Ban had such a strange ability to predict the future, but he was able to avoid danger at the critical moment. "Follow me." Old Ban didn't stop for a moment and shouted loudly. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and quickly followed. 5 breaths later, a series of crackling sounds came from behind. Even the ground under their feet began to shake, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling over it. Although Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening behind them, he could infer from the terrifying movement that a lot of purple lightning had fallen in that place. He admired Old Ban even more. Previously, when Pai Sen asked him to find Old Ban to lead the way into the ancient lands, he didn't refuse and went to find him, but he didn't think it was necessary. He felt that with his current strength, entering the ancient lands shouldn't be a problem. But after experiencing this incident, he realized that he had been taking things for granted. The power of the lightning strike was so great that if Old Ban hadn't been able to predict the future and led him and Zhang Ruo Shi to avoid it, even with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't have felt good if he had been struck. The lightning strikes were terrifying and irregular, not to mention the strange fog that filled this place, which could make even an Emperor realm master lose their bearings for 10 years. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the sound of purple lightning striking down constantly came from all directions, and despite the strange fog blocking his line of sight, Yang Kai could still vaguely see faint streaks of purple light refracted from the thick fog. Lightning flashed through the strange fog like a mad demon, a truly terrifying sight to behold. It was as if they had suddenly entered a sea of lightning, surrounded by danger. Zhang Ruo Shi didn't dare to move at all, allowing Yang Kai to wrap her in his emperor chi and drift with the flow. Old Ban led the way in front, moving in an erratic and seemingly random direction. But miraculously, he was always able to lead Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo Shi out of the range of the lightning strikes. He was like the most experienced sailor. Even if he was only sailing a wooden boat, he could conquer the majestic sea and enjoy the intoxicating scenery in the deepest part of the ancient lands. A miserable cry came from nearby. It seemed that a martial artist had been struck by lightning and was crying out for help. His voice was extremely mournful, but it only lasted for a moment before the voice came to an abrupt end, as if someone had grabbed it by the neck. The cultivator's fate was easy to imagine. The Yin souls, which were originally everywhere, had all disappeared. The 3 of them didn't even see half a ghost along the way. Old Ban was always able to change direction at the most critical moment to avoid the purple lightning strikes, allowing the 3 of them to move forward without any danger. He didn't know how long he had been running, but the sound of thunder gradually weakened. Finally, there was no sound at all. After rushing forward for a long time, Old Ban finally stopped, gasping for breath, his face pale and bloodless. Yang Kai stood behind him, his divine sense constantly monitoring the surroundings in case of any accidents. "Sir, are you okay?" Zhang Ruo Shi looked at Yang Kai nervously. When the first bolt of lightning struck, Yang Kai was obviously injured, but at that time, she didn't dare to disturb Yang Kai. She only dared to ask now that things had calmed down. Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he was fine, then looked at Old Ban and asked, "Old Ban, are we safe now?" He was still afraid of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder. Chapter 2539. Hearing this, Old Ban smiled bitterly. "Safe? This is just the beginning of the disaster." Yang Kai's face changed as he asked, "Could it be that the lightning—" Old Ben shook his head. "There's no need to worry about the lightning anymore. The thunder tide is over, so there won't be such dense lightning for a month. The only thing we need to be on guard against now is the astral wind." Pai San had warned Yang Kai in the desolated city that there were 3 dangers in this passage: strange fog, lightning, and astral wind. Needless to say, the strange fog filled this passage all year round, and those who were not familiar with the path would easily get lost. Yang Kai had also witnessed the terrifying power of the falling thunder, even with his divine sense, which was comparable to a second-order emperor realm master. It had still been instantly severed by the falling thunder, showing just how tyrannical it was. Since the astral wind could stand side by side with the strange fog and lightning, it was obviously not to be underestimated. Old Ban's face was extremely serious at this moment, which made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy. "How powerful is the astral wind?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Old Ban said, "In terms of lethality, the lightning is naturally superior, but anyone familiar with this passage would rather encounter the lightning than the astral wind." "Why is that?" Zhang Ruoshi was puzzled. Old Ban smiled bitterly, "Because the astral wind is continuous. Although it is not as lethal as the lightning, it can last for a long time. Wherever the astral wind passes, it is like the sharpest of artifacts. Not only can it scrape off a cultivator's flesh, it can even shake one's soul. If one stays in the astral wind for too long, they will die miserably." Hearing this, Zhang Ruo, she couldn't help but shudder. She understood the meaning of Old Ban's words. Being attacked by the astral wind was like cutting flesh. The most terrifying thing was that the astral wind could even shake one's soul. Old Ban said solemnly, "After the thunder tide, there will be a huge astral wind that will sweep through the entire passage. If we can't find a suitable place to hide in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, we will definitely die." Astral wind. Yang Kai's face sank, although this was the first time he had heard of this term. However, he could also imagine what kind of scene it would be. He hurriedly asked, "Is there a place to shelter from the wind nearby?" Old Ben looked around and said in a deep voice, in order to avoid the lightning, this old man panicked and didn't know where to go. "But if I'm not wrong, this should be the center of the tunnel." "The central area." Zhang Ruoshi frowned as her expression suddenly changed. "Old Ban, didn't you say that the central area of this passage was—" Before she could finish her words, in a place extremely far away, suddenly 2 balls of dark red light appeared. The strange fog that shrouded the passageway was unable to block these 2 balls of light, allowing the 3 of them to see them clearly. An extremely cold aura suddenly filled the air and enveloped Old Ban and Zhang Ruoshi, causing their hands and feet to turn cold and their bodies to shiver. "Ah!" Zhang Ruoshi couldn't help exclaiming, because she discovered that the 2 dark red balls of light were actually 2 extremely terrifying eyes. His eyes were filled with unimaginable hostility. It looked as if it was made from fresh blood, causing one's mind to tremble with fear at first glance. "Ghost King!" Yang Kai let out a low shout as he stared straight towards the 2 crimson balls of light. A vast sea of spiritual energy burst forth from his body and transformed into a pure soul attack that met these 2 balls of light head-on. After a silent collision, Yang Kai's figure shook and his face turned slightly pale. The 2 dark red balls of light that were extremely far away suddenly became red. Not only did his power not decrease, but it also increased, as if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and crush Yang Kai into dust. For a moment, Yang Kai's mind was in chaos. He felt as if he had fallen into the 9 nether purgatory, surrounded by little ghosts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They let out strange cries as they pounced on him, wanting to grab him and feast on his flesh and blood. Those little ghosts all had hateful expressions on their faces. They were savage, terrifying, and extremely shocking. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Kai Yang no longer dared to hide anything. In a flash, his right eye turned into a golden color, and a dignified vertical line appeared. From that golden pupil, a peculiar power diffused out, dispelling the illusions in his mind and stabilizing his mind. Not only that, a strange attraction force came from his right eye, as if it had turned into a bottomless abyss that wanted to suck in the Ghost King's line of sight, making it impossible to break free. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus released a brilliant seven-colored radiance as a cool and refreshing feeling filled his knowledge sea. Humph! A cold snort came from the depths of the strange fog. The Ghost King seemed to be a little angry at Yang Kai's counterattack. In an instant, a cold wind blew, and the surrounding temperature increased sharply, freezing the earth in an instant. Amidst the whimpering, translucent ghost claws emerged from the depths of the ground and grabbed at the three people's ankles. This happened very quickly. Old Ban and Zhang Ruoshi weren't strong enough, so after the Ghost King snorted, the two of them fell into a state of confusion, as if they had lost consciousness. They just stared forward with wide eyes, not showing the slightest reaction. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted the two people from the ground, shouting, "Ghost King, we were just escaping from the Thunder Tide and accidentally passed by this place. We didn't mean to disturb you, so please do us a favor." Kakik. An ear-piercing laughter rang out, reverberating in all directions, making it impossible to tell where the sound came from. At the same time, the two red lights in the depths of the strange fog were annihilated. The Ghost King directly disappeared. The Yin wind grew stronger, and the strange fog even began to flow. The ghosts that had disappeared because of the Thunder Tide had reappeared at some point, hiding in the strange fog. They roamed around Yang Kai's group, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The ghost claws that reached out from the ground gradually solidified, constantly grabbing at Yang Kai, but they were all blocked by his protective Emperor Qi, causing a sizzling sound. Yang Kai's eyes wandered as he stared in a certain direction in the strange fog and coldly snorted, "Ghost King, you can do whatever you want, but don't make a mistake." As soon as these words came out, the Ghost King seemed to be completely enraged. A huge ghost claw suddenly stretched out from the depths of the strange fog like a mountain descending and slammed toward Yang Kai. The claw was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear space apart. "You dare to open a die house just because I gave you some face?" Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his mind. Instead of meeting the ghost claw, it blasted in another direction. The stream of light transformed into a long saber in midair, and its momentum was like a rainbow as it tore through the sky. Soul-splitting saber, heaven-severing slash. The attack disappeared in a flash, and from the depths of the strange fog, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. At the same time, the huge ghost claw that had almost hit Yang Kai's head disappeared, and the countless ghost claws that had emerged from the ground also disappeared. The ghosts that had gathered around were stunned for a moment before they screamed and scattered like birds. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Silence reigned, as if there had been no battle at all. Yang Kai knew that if he had not displayed his extraordinary strength at the last moment, this Ghost King would not have retreated so easily. Moreover, he had activated his secret technique, Heaven-Severing Slash, and used a Soul-type Emperor artifact to attack, but he had not injured the Ghost King much, which was a little unbelievable. This Ghost King hidden in the depths of the strange fog was not so easy to deal with. If it were not for Yang Kai's misgivings, he would not have wasted so much time talking to it. However, in this strange environment, Yang Kai really did not want to fight with it. As soon as the Ghost King left, Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban woke up together. Both of them clearly remembered what had just happened, and their hearts couldn't help palpitating, their faces pale. There's not much time left. Let's hurry up. Old Ban did not ask why the Ghost King had retreated, but instead hurriedly led the way. The howling wind was approaching, and if they could not find shelter before it arrived, no matter how hard they struggled, they would not be able to escape death. Old Ban observed the surrounding terrain from time to time, occasionally changing direction. At first, he seemed to be a little hesitant, not sure if he was going in the right direction, but after a while, he suddenly sped up a lot, no longer needing to think too much. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that he had found the right path. After all, he was extremely familiar with this place, so even if he occasionally got lost, he would always be able to return to the right track. Soon, an incense stick worth of time passed, and a gentle breeze began to blow through the tunnel. The breeze was not strong, but when it blew on their bodies, it made their skin hurt, as if it was being cut by a knife. If it was just a breeze, what would it be like if the howling wind came? Whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, they both knew that Old Ban was right. The howling wind was definitely more terrifying than the falling thunder. Although the falling thunder was irregular, there was always a safe place to hide during the thunder tide. But when the howling wind came, the entire tunnel would be dangerous. There was no safe place. The wind gradually whistled, and the strength of the wind slowly increased. Yang Kai's skin was thick, and his cultivation was high, so he was fine. But Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban had to circulate their source qi to resist the power of the astral wind. Over there, Old Ban suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in a certain direction and shouted with joy. He couldn't help but speed up a lot as he ran. I hope there's still room over there. Before Yang Kai could understand what he meant by room, Old Ban's figure suddenly flashed and rushed into a certain place. He followed closely with Zhang Ruoxi, only to discover that the place Old Ban had taken them to was actually a cave. Strangely enough, after entering the cave, everything returned to normal. Their vision was clear, and there wasn't even any strange fog. Only a faint whistling sound could be heard from the cave behind them. As far as the eye could see, this cave was about 50 to 60 feet in radius and could fit about 10 people. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, 5 or 6 cultivators had already taken refuge here. These people obviously knew about the howling wind, so they had found a safe haven early on, waiting for the howling wind to pass. Chapter 2540. The cultivations of the 5 or 6 people in the cave varied, ranging from the first-order Tao source realm to the third-order realm. Yang Kai glanced around and didn't find any emperor realm masters, so he didn't pay much attention to them. These people also glanced at Yang Kai after he came in, but aside from seeing Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't have much of a reaction. Little brother, young lady, this way, there's space here. Old Ban called out and led Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi to the right side of the cave. There was still some space, so the 3 of them sat down cross-legged and waited for the howling wind to leave. The others in the cave seemed to be acting alone. Everyone was silent, so for a while the entire cave was quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, making them feel like they were in the middle of winter. After a while, the wind grew louder and louder, and a few more people rushed in from the outside and occupied the remaining space. This cave wasn't very big and could only accommodate a dozen or so people. If there were any more, it wouldn't be possible. The few cultivators who came later all stood at the edge of the cave, their hearts on edge. They were afraid that the astral wind would blow in. If such a situation really happened, they would be the first to suffer. Old Ban, how long will this howling wind last? After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that the wind outside was getting louder and louder, so he asked Old Ban about it. Old Ban replied, "It's hard to say. 5 or 6 days at most, half a day at most. The wind will rise and fall without any pattern, but after the thunder tide, there will be a howling wind. Little brother, when you return from the ancient lands in the future, you must remember this. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Old Ban smiled. But little brother, you don't have to worry too much. Although the howling wind is scary, as long as you can find these caves before it comes, you will be fine. Then you can rest easy. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. From what Old Ban is saying, there is more than one such cave in the ancient lands. Old Ban nodded. Of course there is more than one. The entire ancient lands passageway is surrounded by mountains on both sides, and there is a canyon less than 100 miles in between. There are caves near both sides of the mountain walls. Although I didn't count them carefully, there should be at least 10 of them. Moreover, this cave seemed to be formed naturally. Due to the special influence of the environment, it was incomparably hard. Ordinary attacks couldn't break through it at all, and it also couldn't expand. Therefore, if we wanted to find a place to hide, we had to hurry. Once we were late, there wouldn't be any space left. We were pretty lucky this time. Every year, countless cultivators die in the passage because they can't find shelter from the wind. Even if they're lucky enough to find it, it's too late. Hearing this, Zhang Ruo, she couldn't help sticking out her tongue. No wonder I found so many skeletons at the entrance when we entered. Old Ban sneered. These skeletons weren't all killed by the astral winds. Most of them were killed by others. Zhang Ruo, she frowned. Before she could understand what he meant, Old Ban said, "Wait a moment. Miss, you'll understand what I mean." Zhang Ruo, she looked suspicious but didn't ask any more questions. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly shot in from the outside and rushed directly into the cave with an aggressive and impatient look. But before this person could get close, a thin cultivator standing at the edge of the cave suddenly raised his hand and slapped forward. The newcomer was not to be outdone. He also met the attack with a palm. After a loud bang, the two people who were fighting moved slightly, as if they were evenly matched. The next moment, a distressed figure landed at the entrance of the cave and glared at the person who had blocked him from entering the cave. The thin cultivator coldly snorted and said with a displeased expression, "There's no space left here. Friend, go somewhere else." "Where else can there be?" The newcomer gritted his teeth and growled. He had run all the way here and seemed to have suffered a lot in the astral winds. The light on his body flickered, indicating that he had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he had been blocked, he looked flustered and exasperated. However, the person who had blocked him just now was not weak. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. The most important thing now was to find a place to shelter from the wind. Naturally, he was not in the mood to fight with the thin cultivator. His gaze swept past the thin cultivator and the others standing at the edge of the cave and fixed on Old Ban. Old Ban's cultivation was only in the first order Tao source realm, so he was the weakest in the cave. If he wanted to grab a place to shelter from the wind, Old Ban was undoubtedly the best target. Since there was no space, he would just grab one. But before he could ask Old Ban to leave, he suddenly frowned and glanced at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Although Yang Kai was just sitting there cross-legged and didn't release his aura, he was still in the Emperor realm, so the newcomer couldn't see through his cultivation. Moreover, Yang Kai and Old Ban were sitting together, so they were obviously companions. No matter what Yang Kai's cultivation was, the newcomer didn't want to fight with so many people. After a moment of hesitation, the newcomer's gaze moved away from Old Ban. He pointed and shouted, "Kid over there, get the hell out of here. I'll take your spot." In the direction he was pointing at was a young man in his early 30s. He was hiding in the shadows, curling up as if he didn't want anyone to discover his existence. His cultivation was the same as Old Ban's, Only in the First Order Tao Source realm. Hearing the newcomer shout, the young man curled up even tighter and pretended not to hear. The newcomer sneered. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out yourself, I'll take action. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. Seeing that he couldn't hide, the young man raised his head and said with an aggrieved expression, Why me? Why me? He was the first to come to the cave after the thunder tide, and had been hiding in the deepest part. He hadn't expected to be found so quickly. The newcomer's strength was 2 levels higher than his. If he really wanted to use force, he wouldn't be able to resist. But now that the howling wind was about to arrive, he had nowhere to hide. If he went out, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Hearing this, the person standing at the entrance of the cave sneered. If you're weak, don't even think about entering the ancient land. Since you're here, you should be prepared to die at any time. Get the hell out. I'm not going out. If I go out, I'll die anyway. Don't force me. If you force me, I'll self-detonate right here and make you all suffer. As soon as he said this, many people's faces darkened. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the young man's words. However, those who were slightly stronger didn't care. After all, he was from the First Order Tao Source realm. Even if he wanted to self-detonate, he still needed an opportunity. Among the dozen or so people present, at least half of them could subdue him before he self-detonated. Ha! The person at the entrance of the cave laughed loudly and looked at the young man mockingly. If you want to self-detonate, go ahead. Let's see if you can blow yourself up. His fearless look made the young man panic. Since he couldn't threaten him, he could only look around and plead, Master, please help me. I don't want to go out and die. Master, please do me a favor and stand up for me. As he spoke, he kept cupping his hands, almost kneeling down and begging for help. However, he had never met these people before, so who would care about his business at this time? Therefore, no one paid any attention to him. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, couldn't bear it. But when she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't respond, she could only grit her teeth and keep quiet. An impatient look appeared on the face of the person at the entrance of the cave, and he shouted, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, don't blame me for using force. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab the young man. Although the cave was narrow and crowded with many people, this person had a third-order Tao Source realm cultivation. So, his attack was very precise and didn't touch anyone else. Judging from his actions, he only wanted to grab the young man inside to free up a spot. The young man was dumbfounded. Facing the attack of a third-order Tao Source realm cultivator, he had no way to defend himself. He didn't even have the courage to self-detonate. He just stood there in a daze, waiting for misfortune to befall him. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed, and Source Chi burst out. Accompanied by a soft puff, the person at the entrance of the cave suddenly swayed and involuntarily fell back a few steps. After regaining his footing, the person was furious and shouted, Who is it who dares to meddle in my business? Obviously, someone had blocked his attack just now, and the person's cultivation wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a loss. He looked around and quickly locked his gaze on Zhang Ruoxi. His gaze changed slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, It's you? Yes, it's me, Zhang Ruoxi readily admitted. The man's face couldn't help but become a little ugly as he stared at Zhang Ruoxi gloomily. If it was just Zhang Ruoxi alone, he wouldn't be too worried, but the key was that Yang Kai was clearly with Zhang Ruoxi. Once he fought with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. When the time came, he would have to fight 1 against 2. How good would it be for him? So, he just pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, Young lady, the howling wind is about to hit. This one just wants to find a place to lie low and have no other intentions. If young lady can make an exception, This one will definitely thank you. But if young lady wants to meddle in other people's business, then this one will have to ask for a lesson. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Although these words were said to Zhang Ruoxi, he had been observing the changes in Yang Kai's expression. To his disappointment, Yang Kai just sat there without the slightest reaction, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He really couldn't figure out whether Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai were on the same side. You can find a place to lie low, but everything has to be first come, first served. There's no space here, so how can you drive others away? Your life is a life, but other lives aren't? Zhang Ruoxi looked at the man angrily. In the past, the Zhang family was bullied because they were weak, so she couldn't stand such bullying. Just now, after holding back for a while, she couldn't help but take action. Chapter 2541. The man at the entrance of the cave shouted angrily, "Young lady, are you trying to stand up for him? Have you ever thought about whether it's worth it? In my opinion, you don't know this person, right? Why offend him for him?" Zhang Ruoxi snorted, "I don't know whether it's worth it or not, but I can't stand it. If I can't stand it, then I'll take action." "You're unreasonable." The man outside the cave was furious. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, almost setting him on fire. What an unlucky year! Where did this little girl come from? She's so fond of meddling in other people's business, especially when it's a matter of life and death. Normally, he would have the time to argue with Zhang Ruoxi, but right now, he didn't have the leisure. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at the man at the entrance of the cave, saying lightly, "The wind outside is getting stronger and stronger. If this friend doesn't find another shelter, I'm afraid it will be too late." Hearing this, the man stared deeply at Yang Kai, his eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to leave behind a vicious word. He also knew that if he continued to entangle with Zhang Ruoxi, he would miss the best opportunity. He might not be able to grab a spot here, and he would definitely die in the howling wind. If he left now, there might be a chance. He had no choice but to take a gamble. "Many thanks, young lady. This one will never forget your life-saving grace. I will repay you generously in the future." The young man hiding in the deepest part of the cave kept cupping his hands to Zhang Ruoxi, his gratitude overflowing with words. If Zhang Ruoxi hadn't stood up for him just now, at this moment, he would have been thrown out of the cave to fend for himself. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi waved her hand and smiled. "It's nothing." This smile seemed to light up the entire cave. The young man's eyes widened as he stared at it, revealing a stunned expression. Noticing his expression, Zhang Ruoxi's face turned slightly red, her heart secretly annoyed. Old Man coughed lightly. He smiled bitterly. This old man admires young ladies' kindness, but it's useless. "What?" Zhang Ruoxi turned to look at Old Man with a puzzled expression. Old Man sighed. "When the wind blows, all the cultivator will fight over this shelter. You can drive away one person, but can you drive away all of them?" Just as he finished speaking, a few whooshing sounds came from outside. Immediately after, several figures shot out of the strange fog like rainbows. He directly rushed to the entrance of the cave. These people were obviously looking for a place to take shelter from the wind. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave and looked inside, they found that the cave was already packed with people. Their faces sank. However, they seemed to have anticipated the situation long ago, so they didn't waste any time and directly summoned their respective artifacts. They launched their most ferocious attacks at the few people standing at the edge of the cave. The light flickered. Amidst the chaos of spiritual energy, two miserable cries could be heard. Two of the cultivators standing at the edge of the cave didn't even have time to react before they were killed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and a pungent smell filled the air. Among the cultivators, someone laughed and casually kicked the two corpses away, shouting, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and make way for us." As soon as he finished speaking, the attacks of those people became more and more ferocious, and the few cultivators at the edge of the cave complained incessantly. Jean Rouault, she was dumbfounded. She now understood why there were so many skeletons at the entrance of the cave. It turned out that these skeletons were not killed by the astral winds, but by the hands of others. Every time the wind blew, countless battles would erupt in this cave, and there would always be people who would fall here. Over the years, it was not an exaggeration to call this place the graveyard of martial artists. The situation in this cave was like this, and the other caves were probably the same. This wasn't a simple spar, but a true life and death struggle. Because no matter who it was, everyone knew that if they were unable to seize a spot in this cave, then they would sooner or later die within the astral winds. So they attacked without mercy, and every single move was fatal. For a while, the sky at the entrance of the cave was dark, and sand and stones were flying everywhere. The battle here wasn't over yet, and a few more people rushed in from the outside, attacking fiercely without saying a word. The battle was extremely chaotic, and from time to time, people would scream and fall. The ground was dyed red with blood, and broken corpses and severed limbs could be seen everywhere at the entrance of the cave. The strong smell of blood was simply nauseating. The great waves washed away the sand. Those who could survive such a chaotic situation were extremely powerful masters. Those who were slightly weaker weren't qualified to live at all. These masters rushed through the entrance of the cave and fiercely squeezed in, as if they wanted to squeeze into the depths of the cave. This was because only by squeezing into the depths of the cave could they truly rest easy. If they stayed outside, they would only become the target of the latecomers' attacks. In a short while, the entire cave was in complete chaos. The battle at the edge of the cave was in full swing, and the sound of killing filled the cave. The light of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed from time to time. The people around them seemed to be all enemies, with no companions at all. Yang Kai and the other two were originally deep in the right side of the cave, but at this moment they were inevitably involved in the battle. However, after Yang Kai casually killed two masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm who wanted to attack Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban, the situation finally improved. The cultivator who rushed in from the outside should have realized that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with, so they instinctively avoided his position. Even Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban had some free time. From time to time, a cultivator would be thrown out of the cave by more powerful masters. As time passed, less than half of the original dozen, or so people were left in the cave. The rest were all people who rushed in later. The wind whistled, and the force of the wind gradually increased. At a certain moment, those cultivators who had failed to successfully rush into the cave and were still outside suddenly cried out in alarm, each and every one of them showing a look of extreme horror as they desperately tried to rush inside, but they were all blocked by the others around them, under everyone's watchful eyes. The exposed flesh of these people seemed to have been cut by an invisible knife, peeling off piece by piece, revealing the muscles and bones inside. The screams were tragic, and the horrifying scene made everyone's scalp tingle and their hands and feet turn cold. Everyone hiding in the cave involuntarily took a step back. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cultivators who were still outside the cave had turned into skeletons. Their clothes and even their flesh and blood had all disappeared. Their white skeletons were scattered all over the ground, emitting a soft, rustling sound. "We're safe now." After a long time, Old Ban suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The power of the astral wind technique had been fully displayed. At this time, the cultivator who hadn't found a place to shelter from the astral wind wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, no one would try to force their way into the cave. The dozen or so cultivators still hiding in the cave naturally didn't have to worry about others seizing their spots. Speaking of which, it was strange. Before this, everyone was fighting for themselves, and almost everyone around them was an enemy. They had more or less fought with others, and it was as if they hated others for killing their parents and stealing their wives. But at this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew their hostility. They looked at each other and sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. It was as if nothing had happened just now. The battle just now was for the sake of seizing shelter, so it was a fight to the death. Now that the crisis was over, there was no need to fight. Everyone understood this. Zhang Ruoshi turned her head and looked around, but didn't find the young man she had saved earlier. She couldn't help but sigh, knowing that he must have been killed or thrown out in the chaotic battle just now. Old Ben said that what she did was useless, and he wasn't lying. She could save the young man once, but she couldn't keep him safe forever. On the path of a cultivator, only one's own strength was their true capital. At present, there were more than a dozen people in the cave. Except for Old Ban, who was from the First Order Dao Source Realm, the rest were all Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and most of them were Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Most of them had broken in later, so their auras were extremely powerful. The previous battle had caused many people to expend a lot of energy, so at this moment, everyone was recuperating. The cave was silent for a while, and only the constant whistling sounds coming from outside the cave made people worry that the astral wind would blow into the cave. The astral wind technique showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. 2 hours later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly frowned and looked out of the cave. Inexplicably, he had a faint sense of uneasiness. However, at this moment, the cave was shrouded in a strange fog, and the wind was howling fiercely. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't probe outside, so he had no idea what was going on outside. Just as he was paying close attention, a burst of ghostly wailing and howling suddenly came from the depths of the strange fog. Although the sound was a little out of tune due to the howling wind, everyone could hear it clearly. Many pairs of eyes opened, and they all looked forward in surprise and bewilderment. "Everyone, did you hear something?" One of the cultivators closest to the cave frowned and asked, "Ghosts?" Another person replied in a deep voice, "Humph, there are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway. What's so strange about that? Who knows how many people die here all year round? It's normal for some ghosts to breed. Of course, I know that there are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway, but don't you feel that these ghosts are approaching us?" The cultivator who spoke first asked in surprise, "Ha ha, this friend must be joking. When the astral wind howls, not only do we need to find a place to hide, but the ghosts also generally don't come out. They are all dormant in secret places, so why would they approach us? Yes, this king has been here for several years, but he hasn't encountered any ghosts when the astral wind howls. Isn't this friend thinking too much?" That's true. The man thought about it and felt that it was true, so he stopped thinking about it. Chapter 2542. Their discussion naturally reached Yang Kai's ears. Not only did he not feel relieved, but his expression grew even more solemn. He asked in a low voice, "Old Ban, are you sure the ghosts won't come out when the wind blows?" Old Ban replied solemnly, "Under normal circumstances, they won't. The astral winds are extremely powerful, and even the ghosts here can't withstand them. If they act rashly, they'll likely be blown into ashes. But what? But nothing is absolute. The ghosts won't come out when the wind blows, not because they can't, but because they don't want to. This old man has encountered such a situation once before, but it's very rare, so little brother can. Old Ban's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight at the entrance of the cave with a horrified expression. More than a dozen translucent figures suddenly rushed out of the strange fog. The figures appeared to be humanoid, but they were somewhat blurry, making it difficult to distinguish them clearly. But no matter which one it was, they all exuded an extremely ruthless and cold aura. As soon as the translucent figures rushed out of the strange fog, they opened their mouths and hissed. Their blurry facial features instantly became ferocious and terrifying, as if they were about to devour someone. Fuck, they're ghosts. They're really coming. Whose crow's beak was so good? Everyone, be careful. Several cultivators at the entrance of the cave shouted in an instant. They no longer dared to sit cross-legged and stood up to defend themselves. They were all at the edge of the cave. So, when the ghosts rushed out, they were the first to bear the brunt, unable to advance or retreat. They could only do their best to resist. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their hands as secret treasures were summoned one after another, rumbling as they attacked the ghosts. To be able to fight for a spot in this cave, these people were naturally not ordinary people. However, their attacks did not have much effect on these ghosts. They only caused the translucent figures to freeze for a moment, but not a single one of them was killed. Not good. They're all at the ghost general level, someone exclaimed, his expression changing greatly. Ghosts were also divided into different levels, from ordinary Een souls to ghost generals, ghost commanders, and even ghost kings. Each level was stronger than the last. Ordinary Een spirits weren't that powerful, and even a cultivator like Old Ban could easily deal with them. However, once a ghost general or ghost commander appeared, Old Ban wouldn't be able to resist them easily. As for the ghost king, he was also the overlord of the ancient land's passageway. Not even the people of the Emperor realm dared to underestimate him. When the ghost king attacked earlier, Old Ban and Zhang Ruo she couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's protection, the two of them wouldn't even know how they died. Therefore, when the cultivator in the cave heard that these were all ghost, general-level ghosts, his expression changed drastically. Everyone was in danger. All the attacks that landed on these ghost generals were unable to cause any fatal damage. It only paused for a moment before it pounced over even more ferociously. However, the cultivators at the cave entrance had obviously lived in the ancient lands all year round, so they were very experienced in dealing with these ghosts. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces as they waited for the ghost generals to come within 10 feet of them before suddenly bursting out with spiritual energy and releasing their own soul attacks. Streaks of formless energy fiercely struck those ghost generals, accompanied by shrill screams. More than half of these ghost generals were eliminated in an instant. The few that survived were also dimmed, obviously injured. However, these ghost generals didn't have sentience. Even if they were seriously injured, they still bared their fangs and brandished their claws fiercely. Another burst of spiritual energy was unleashed, and the remaining few ghost generals followed in the footsteps of their companions. Seeing this, the cultivator at the entrance of the cave couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although with their cultivation, they weren't afraid of these ghost generals, they were currently avoiding the howling wind, so naturally they didn't want to think about any twists and turns. Fortunately, there weren't many ghost generals, so they were easily eliminated. There's more. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice. What? The faces of the cultivators at the entrance of the cave changed. Before they could ask, clearly they already understood what Yang Kai meant. because from the strange fog, another group of ghost generals had rushed out, and their violent and ferocious auras were exactly the same as the previous group. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk more. And more Een souls appeared, the auras of these Een souls fluctuating. Some were ordinary Een souls, some were ghost generals, and even some were ghost commanders. In just the blink of an eye, the entire entrance of the cave was completely surrounded by these Een souls. The densely packed, translucent figures were innumerable, giving people the illusion that they had fallen into the netherworld. Gudong! The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard as everyone stared at the entrance of the cave with an ugly expression, their hearts extremely uneasy. How could it be like this? When the howling wind is blowing, why are there so many Een souls? What the hell is going on? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and kill. The crowd, who had already calmed down, cried out in alarm, not daring to believe what they were seeing. While they were hesitating, the Een souls had already launched another attack. The cultivators at the entrance of the cave were helpless and could only desperately urge their spiritual energy, supplementing it with source chi, to kill these Een souls, their spiritual energy constantly bursting forth. Mournful screams rang out one after another as one Een soul after another was turned to ash. But these Een souls seemed to be inexhaustible. The cultivators at the entrance of the cave fought for a while, and although the results were quite good, they helplessly discovered that not only did the number of Een souls not decrease, it actually increased the more they killed. This situation caused them to fall into despair. The most effective way to kill these Een souls was to wait for them to approach and then use their spiritual energy. But spiritual energy was not inexhaustible, and every time it was used, it consumed a great deal of energy. Once they ran out of energy, they could only wait for death. Moreover, if they used too much spiritual energy, it was very likely that their foundation would be damaged. This was something no cultivator was willing to encounter. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the cultivators at the entrance of the cave turned pale and cold sweat soaked their bodies. It was obvious that they had expended a great deal of energy. Brothers behind, please help us. We can't hold on much longer. That's right. Hurry up and help. If we die, it will be your turn next. If the skin doesn't exist, where will the hair go? Who can help me for a while? I need to rest for a while. My spiritual energy is almost exhausted. I'll be very grateful. Inside the cave, the remaining 8 or 9 cultivators all looked dignified when they heard this, although they all understood that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. No one dared to go up and replace them at this critical moment. If they waited until their spiritual energy was exhausted, and there was no one to replace them, wouldn't they die miserably? Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Therefore, although everyone looked dignified, no one said anything, let alone replace the cultivators at the entrance of the cave. Old Ban, do you think? Yang Kai suddenly glanced at Old Ban and asked through sound transmission. Old Ban only needed to think for a moment to understand what he meant. He nodded slightly and said, "It's possible. When the wind blew, ghosts generally wouldn't move, but the current situation was inexplicable. Moreover, judging from the stance of these Een souls, they seemed to be staring at the cave as if they had a grudge against someone here." This inevitably reminded Yang Kai of the Ghost King from before. The Ghost King had suffered a loss at his hands, so it might have something to do with this current situation. The Ghost King was aware that it was not Yang Kai's opponent, so it took advantage of this opportunity to mobilize the ghosts in the passage, wanting to trap Yang Kai here. Yang Kai was indeed powerful, but at this moment, he had no way to escape. As long as the ghosts kept attacking, Yang Kai would be killed one day. If that was the case, then Yang Kai was the culprit, and the others were just implicated. While Yang Kai and Old Ban were secretly communicating, A voice suddenly rose from the cave. Someone in the cave suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone, at this moment of life and death, if you want to preserve your lives, we should all work together. Yes, yes, of course we should work together. It's rare for a brother to be so righteous. Hurry up and help me block for a while. This one is willing to give 20 million source crystals as a thank you gift." A third-order Tao source realm cultivator at the entrance of the cave quickly spoke up. His face was pale, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He couldn't wait to grab the speaker, so he could rest. The speaker glanced at him and said in a clear voice, "Friend, please wait for a moment. This one will discuss it carefully with you. It won't take too much time." "What's there to discuss? We'll all die if we continue to discuss. Humph. We're blocking here while you guys sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you don't come and help, don't blame me for letting some ghosts in. That's right, if we're going to die, we'll all die together. No one will live alone." Ooh. When the speaker heard this, he frowned and said, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please give this 130 breaths of time. I will definitely come up with a plan that will satisfy you." As soon as this was said, the cultivator who was struggling to kill the Een souls at the entrance of the cave no longer clamored. This was because this person's words sounded very sincere, so they all wanted to know what he was going to say. Moreover, they could hold on for 30 breaths of time. Seeing that no one else had any objections, the speaker cupped his fists again and said, "Chi Fong from the Chi family fort greets you all. Chi family fort." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Chi Fong and happened to see him looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Chi Fong smiled at Yang Kai. Kai Yang couldn't help but sniff his nose, thinking that this guy wouldn't recognize him, right? Otherwise, why would he show such a smile? So it's a friend from the Chi family fort. I've heard so much about you. When Chi Fong announced his origin, many people showed a look of understanding. It seemed that they had all heard about the Chi family fort. After all, the Chi family fort was considered a powerful force in the ancient lands and had some prestige. Chi Fong didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "I believe that everyone can see the current situation. If these friends really die from exhaustion, the next group to be attacked will definitely be us. These Een souls seem to be endless, and we don't know how many of them there are. If they really attack us one by one, I don't think that many of you will be able to survive. Therefore, I implore that everyone can put aside their personal opinions and sincerely cooperate to resist. Only then will we have a chance to survive." That you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.